Perry slouched on the sofa, eyes chillingly fixed on Francis, who honestly looked like a total wreck right now. "Where do you think I heard it from?" she said coldly. "If you want the truth from back then, go ask Irene. She planned the whole thing. Maybe she'll spill, but don't count on it. All I know is, from the moment I was born, you never truly saw me as your daughter. You never accepted me. So why are we even having this conversation? Just leave. Save yourself the embarrassment." Francis froze like someone had just dumped ice water over his head. Did Perry always know he never really treated her like his daughter? "Perry, I'm here, trying to talk to you like this. Swallowing my pride. It's not easy for me. But you and your brother, you're my kids. I gave you life. Can't that count for something?" Perry let out a dry laugh. "Oh sure, when you need me I'm suddenly your daughter again? Don't kid yourself. That fancy DNA test Irene handed you said it clearly. I'm not your blood." Francis's brows crumpled. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I said what I said. If you can't get it, forget it," Perry replied, getting up to leave. But Francis wasn't ready to give up, not when the Ashen Pack and Sarah were on the line. "I don't get it. What DNA test? When did Irene give me any report?" Perry froze mid-step, turning slowly with a stare sharp enough to cut. "You really don't remember Irene handing you that paternity test? Don't tell me you're that forgetful. A DNA test? Yours?" Back then, Irene had constantly whispered in Francis's ear, saying Perry wasn't his kid. So Francis got a DNA test done. Irene went to pick it up and later told him that he and Perry weren't biologically connected. She even urged him not to confront Helena, to just let it go. And he did. He ate up every word she said, convinced Irene was the kind one for trying to protect Helena's feelings. After divorcing Helena, he let her take Perry away, and he never looked back. To him, it was Helena who betrayed him, not the other way around. He figured that would be the end between him and Perry. But when the pack started going under and he needed help fast, the only idea he came up with was dragging Perry out of the countryside to push her into marrying Richard. Too bad she wasn't having any of it. There was no DNA test. Who told you that? Take a wild guess, Perry shot back. It's not like strangers would know something that private. You didn't even question what you were shown back then, not because you believed it was true, but because you were done with my mom and ready to play happy family with Irene. Francis felt like his whole thought process had been stripped bare. Perry, I swear, you've always been my daughter in my heart. Please come back to the Ashen Pack. I need you. You could be the daughter of the Alpha. Perry's lips curled in a sneer. Daughter of the Alpha? You must think I care about titles. That means nothing to me. Just stop. Sarah did what she did. She needs to pay for it. Francis had already drained his pride dry, but Perry just didn't budge. Defeated, he returned to the Ashen Pack alone. Meanwhile, Irene was blowing up in her office, cursing everything under the sun. Francis walked in and asked, "That paternity test you picked up all those years ago, was it real? Is Perry really not my daughter?" Irene paused for a brief second, but hey, pretending was always her strong suit. "What are you trying to say? You don't actually think Perry's really yours, do you? That's ridiculous. You delivered the hair sample for the test yourself. I only picked up the results. What, you think I had the skills to alter the outcome?" Francis replied flatly, "If Perry is my biological daughter, that'd make her Sarah's full sister. Maybe then Sarah still has a chance. If not, there's probably nothing I can do." "What?" Irene was caught off guard. "Are you saying Perry actually wants to hurt Sarah?" "If it were just Perry, maybe we'd only have her to worry about," Francis sighed. "The problem is, she's pregnant with Richard's child. The moment he gets involved, it's scorched earth, you know that. Not just the Ashen Pack, the whole thing might get wiped off the map in New York." Irene turned pale in an instant. She knew full well what Richard was capable of. He'd done worse before. "You're serious? Richard would actually come after us? But it was Mara who used the drug. What does that have to do with Sarah?" "I tried telling them that too, but they don't buy it. Sarah's the one who gave Mara the drug and kept egging her on." Of course, Irene wasn't about to admit she faked the DNA report all those years ago. "Then let's just redo the test. Say the first one got mixed up. Or even better, you can tell everyone I forged it. Once the new result's out, I'll have it changed. We'll say she is your daughter. Francis stared at her seriously. Was that report you gave me back then fake? Irene's eyes darted quickly. You really don't believe me? Francis, I mean, come on. How could I have pulled off a fake? That was over 20 years ago. We didn't even have a computer at home. Tech wasn't like it is now. Where would I even get a fake report? And hospitals keep records, you know. You're free to check if you want. She was banking on the hope that after all those years, the hospital wouldn't still have the old files. Who'd hang on to some DNA test that long anyway? Hearing how confidently she spoke, Francis started to doubt himself again. If Perry's not my daughter, then Sarah's fate is sealed. Let's just hope Perry stays out of it and lets the police step in, and hope that Richard doesn't get involved, or the Ashen Pack is done. Irene had already spoken to Belen, who told her Perry promised not to let Richard act for now. Still, even Belen said Perry wasn't someone to mess with. She was a powerhouse. So what now? Francis, we can't let anything happen to Sarah. And the Ashen Pack, we can't afford to fall. It's not just the Ashen Pack this time. The Silver Fang Packs also. Francis looked completely drained. Whatever happens, happens. That evening, Richard canceled a business dinner and stopped by the hotel looking for Perry. She was still sitting in the lounge cafe, having spent the whole afternoon digging through stock data on both the Ashen and Silver Fang packs. Let's head out to Lamb Manor, Richard suggested with a warm smile, trying to keep things light. Heard there's a cultural dance troupe performing tonight. Fresh lamb kebabs, bone broth, it'll do us good. Perry looked up at him. Richard, haven't I told you already? We're done. But Richard brushed it off. Let's not get into that right now. I'm starving. Just want a good meal, but I'd rather have it with you. I'm really not in the mood. Just ask someone else to go. Then I'll carry you to the car. Once we get there, I'll carry you to the plaza myself. He leaned closer and reached out like he was about to lift her. Perry instantly stood up, startled. What are you doing? Richard, I said I don't want to go. Just leave it. He kept his cool, speaking gently. All right. How about we just eat here at the hotel then? That okay? But Perry wasn't budging. We were together because of the baby. Now that the baby's gone, we shouldn't be together anymore. Do you really have to be like this? Richard was starting to lose his patience. Since he got back, Perry hadn't said a real word to him. He knew it was partly his fault for not protecting her, but she couldn't just keep shutting him out like this. Haven't you had enough? Are you planning to keep this going? Perry looked straight into his eyes, calm and serious. I'm not doing this to be difficult, Richard. I just need time to be alone. Can we take some space from each other? I can't be with you right now, not like this. You actually mean that? She nodded. Yeah, I do. I need time. Please respect that. Richard went quiet for a bit. There was nothing else he could do. He sighed and gave in. All right, take your time. I'll give you that. Then he turned and left. Perry didn't move. Just moments ago she was craving to push him away, but the second he left, it felt like something hollowed out inside her. Maybe this was the punishment she thought she deserved, feeling the pain so she could cope. Richard gave Byron a call, told him to go ahead with the dinner plans for tonight. He couldn't deal with being alone. It just made everything worse. Perry was still sitting in the cafe, zoned out. She hadn't eaten much at lunch. Not that she felt hungry now either. Earlier that morning, Perry had gone to the hospital for IV fluids. When she returned to the hotel, she got a call from Dylan. Alpha Kane has arrived in New York. He's asking when you can treat him. Just as Perry was about to answer, she spotted Brant with an older man. It had to be Kane. I see him. Tell him I'll see him this afternoon. She hung up and walked over to Brant. Brant, is this? Brant introduced them. This is my dad. Dad, this is Perry, a good friend of mine. Kane looked about 60, youthful and fit, with a warm face that made him seem approachable. Miss Lake. Hello, sir, Perry said politely. You haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? Why don't we go together? My treat. Kane was about to decline, but Brant jumped in. Sure, let's eat together. Perry booked a private room and even invited Gina over. Gina was overly enthusiastic, like she was trying to impress her future father-in-law. She kept pouring tea and offering food to Kane, so much so that he looked a little uncomfortable. Perry casually mentioned, Gina's an alpha from the Orient Pack. Since you're a VIP at the hotel, She's just being friendly, doing her job. Is that so? Kane seemed to get it then. Even if Gina was laying it on thick, maybe it was just hospitality for business's sake. Gina surprised even herself. She usually wasn't big on chit-chatting with strangers, but in front of Kane, she was totally in her element. Alpha Kane, now that you're here in New York, you should stay a while. Let me show you around. Kane was no fool. He could see that this girl had a thing for his son. He didn't care much about titles, and while he found Gina's outgoing personality charming, something about her felt a little lacking. I might stay for some time, actually. After the meal, Gina warmly escorted him all the way to the presidential suite at the top floor. Once they were inside, Kane closed the door and grinned. Brant, that Miss Layton seems to really like you. Brant helped him over to the sofa. Come on, we're just friends. Oh, and Vinny's student said they'll come after 3:30 this afternoon. You want to rest for a bit? I'm not tired. Why don't you fill me in on the new deals you're working on out here in New York? Okay. Brant sat down and started walking his dad through the recent projects. Perry was sitting in the hotel lobby cafe, casually scrolling through the stock market charts. Over at his desk, Bellin stared at the screen. That's a big move. Could be Perry behind it. Riley chimed in. Well, if she's pumping the price, that's good for us, right? Bellin shook his head. We still don't know what she's after. Too soon to jump to conclusions. But this is shady. Can't we report her? With a furrowed brow, Bellin replied, She's buying in batches, using different accounts. How are you going to report that? Perry knows the market inside out, and those regulatory loopholes too. There's no crack in her plan. Even if we're sure it's her, there's nothing we can do. Riley still looked baffled. She's just a young woman. How is she this good? Yeah, Bellin muttered, eyes back on the Ashen-Pack stock screen. How the hell is she this good? Just like them, someone's been dumping large trades there too. Is she after shares from both the Ashen-Pack and the Silverfang Pack? That makes no sense, Riley said. Those shares have been sinking. What's she want them for? Bellin frowned, still puzzled. Maybe there's something we're not seeing. Her endgame isn't clear yet. Didn't think I'd run into someone this tough. But fine. Let's not tip her off for now. That said, I'm not just going to sit here either. She's not getting a free pass. By 3:30, the market closed. Perry logged off her account and headed upstairs to the presidential suite. She rang the doorbell. Brant felt an odd flutter in his chest at the sound. When he opened the door and saw it was Perry, he smiled. Oh, hey, what brings you here? I came to check on Alpha Kane, Perry said, stepping inside. Brant lit up. Yeah, your medical skills are amazing. It'd be great if you could take a look at Dad. Kane didn't seem thrilled. Miss Lake, I appreciate it, but I've already got a healer on the way. He's not used to strangers, so maybe you should head back. Perry settled onto the couch opposite him, something mysterious in her tone. Alpha Kane, now that I'm here, that healer's not coming. Kane gave Brant a confused glance. What now? Did you switch healers on me? Miss Lake, he said, politely but firmly. Brant's told me you're brilliant, but I was expecting one of Vinny's apprentices. I hope you understand. That's who I really need. Perry gave a small smile. Alpha Kane, I am Vinny's apprentice. You, Kane's eyes widened. Even Brant froze. I don't believe this. You're saying this young lady is... Brant, call that man. I need answers. Brant blinked, then slowly broke into realization. Wait, you're Vinny's student? Dad, no need to call. She's legit. No doubt about that. Kane wasn't buying it. If you won't call, then I will. Brant glanced apologetically at Perry. Sorry, we just assumed. Vinny's student would be, I dunno, older. Perry gave a soft laugh. Totally understandable. Go ahead, make the call. Kane dialed Dylan. I need to speak with Vinny's student. Has that healer arrived? She's already there, Dylan said calmly. Perry's the one you asked for. What? That girl is? She is, Dylan confirmed. She's treated all sorts of complex cases. Honestly, it's only because she's friends with Mr. Phillips that she agreed to see you in the first place. Kane hung up, still looking puzzled as he studied Perry closely. You're so young. How are you this skilled? Perry kept a polite smile. I've been learning medicine from my grandfather and mentor since I was little. Don't worry, Alpha Kane. I'll take care of your rheumatism. Brant looked surprised. Oh, nice, then, Perry. Come check my dad right away. Perry took Kane's hand and casually asked about his condition. Kane said every time the weather changed, his knees would ache so badly he couldn't walk straight, and his lower back hurt too. He'd had scans done, but the bones looked fine. It was clearly rheumatism. With that info, Perry knew what to do and began the treatment. Kane laid on the couch, watching Perry work. She was confident, calm, and clearly knew her stuff. That put his mind at ease. "Kid, I honestly didn't expect this from you. You're really something." Perry smiled. "Guess I've just been focusing on this for a while. I always heard rheumatism only gets managed, not cured. You really think you can fix mine for good?" Perry nodded. "Yes, as long as you stick to the plan." "All right then, I'll cooperate," Kane said, still skeptical of Perry but trusting in Vinny's student. Brant watched from the side, zoned out a bit. This girl, he really liked her, always had. But seeing her so confident today, handling everything with ease, just deepened that feeling. He even caught himself thinking, if she ever broke up with Richard, maybe he'd have a chance. Perry wrote a prescription and handed it to Brant, underlining a few of the herbs in red. "Go pick these up from the pharmacy first. Doses are written out real clear. Then take them to the hospital. They have the rest in a pharmacy that'll mix and decoct them. Once it's done, bring it back and keep it in the fridge. Twice a day, morning and night." Brant asked, "What if the hospital doesn't have some of these? Can I just grab them all from one place?" "Two of them are only available at the hospital," Perry explained and pulled out a small bottle from her bag. "This was something I made with my mentor back at Vinny Valley. 1 pill morning and night, together with the decoction." Brant opened the bottle and gave it a sniff. "This smells expensive." Perry looked a little proud. "Of course, it's not easy to make. The process is really tedious and some ingredients are hard to get. I don't just hand this out to anyone." Brant grinned. "So I'm getting VIP treatment, huh?" Perry blinked. "I'm just giving Alpha Kane the best treatment." Kane already felt relief from just that short session. "Should I pay you the consultation fee now?" "I've got a rule. I only take payment once the patient is healed." "All right then, I'll pay you when I'm better," Kane said, clearly satisfied now and fully trusting her. "Brant, go get those meds." "Got it." Brant actually wanted to hang around and chat more with Perry, but since she took the case, they'd be seeing each other often enough. "What about you, Perry?" Perry grabbed her bag. "I should get going too. Alpha Kane, take a good rest." Kane stood up to walk her to the door. "Miss Lake, how about dinner tonight? My treat." Perry smiled. "You're too kind, Alpha Kane, but I've got plans tonight. Let's do it another day." "All right, then next time," Kane said as he settled back on the couch, visibly fond of her. He thought to himself, if this girl could be his son's mate, he'd be more than happy. Perry and Brant got in the elevator. She reminded him of a couple things to make sure everything went smoothly. Brant nodded, remembering everything. "You and Richard, still arguing?" Perry let out a long sigh. "It's not about throwing a fit. Maybe. Richard and I were just never meant to be. He only stayed because of the baby. Now that things are like this, I really don't want to stay tangled up with him anymore." "So, what's your plan with the Ashen Pack and the Silverfang Pack? Need my help with anything?" She shook her head. "I'll handle it. Honestly, I'm pretty sure it wasn't just Sarah and Mara who drugged me. There had to be someone else involved. But those two definitely had a hand in it, so don't think they get a free pass." Brant overheard and chimed in. "I bet Richard will get to the bottom of it. If you're free, want to come help me prep the meds?" Without even realizing it, Perry walked with him down to the hotel lobby. "Sure, let's go." Brant headed out with her to pick up the medicine. After they left the pharmacy, he drove off to the hospital alone, while Perry, feeling worn out, wandered into a nearby cafe. Just then, a man wearing glasses walked her way, lugging a suitcase. He glanced at Perry, and she looked up just in time to lock eyes with him. She recognized him immediately. He had been at breakfast that morning. He gave her a small nod in greeting. She did the same back, polite but distant. He sat at the table next to hers, downed a quick coffee, then grabbed his suitcase and left. Watching out the window, Perry saw him climb into a car she instantly recognized. It belonged to Alicia Arnold. Sitting beside the driver, the man said, "We pinned everything on Mara and Sarah. You've got nothing to worry about now." Alicia smirked. No, you're the one who should be relieved. You promised that no matter what happens, none of this comes back to me. He chuckled. You're good. I stick to my word, I won't betray you. But seriously, you actually think this'll make Richard fall for you? Alicia started the engine. Who knows? But Perry and he clearly had a falling out, right? The fact that he picked her over me? Unbelievable. If I can't have him, that vixen Perry sure as hell won't. He stared at her profile like admiring a painting. I heard Mara's gone a bit crazy, confessing to anything she's asked. Alicia cursed under her breath. Good. That idiot deserves it. True enough. She parked at the airport and handed him a check. Stay off the radar for a while. He took the check and glanced at the number. Don't worry. Without your call, I'm gone. Hope Richard finally sees you for the catch you are. Alicia curled her lips into a smile. Let's hope. He wheeled his suitcase into the terminal. Driving back, Alicia's phone buzzed. It was a message from a random number, clearly sent through a spoofing app. Congrats on getting rid of Perry's unborn child. But you really think Richard's gonna pick you now? Her heart stopped. She slammed the brakes in the middle of the road, causing a flurry of honking behind her. Sweat sprang up on her forehead as she yanked the car to the side and reread the message. Who the hell sent this? Had her secret been exposed? No, probably someone fishing for dirt trying to scare her. Whoever sent it didn't even use a proper number. Pretending to be some ghost in the machine? Not worth freaking out over. There's no proof she was involved anyway. She hadn't drugged Perry, Fergus had. Thinking about that calmed her nerves a bit. She was still New York's top socialite. No way some nobody like Perry could push her aside. Perry had no business trying to marry Richard, and Alicia wasn't going to let that happen. Not a chance. Perry sat alone in the cafe as night fell. Richard hadn't shown up. She tried not to let the disappointment show, but it tugged at her despite herself. After all, she'd been the one to tell him they needed space. And for how long? A few months? Maybe forever. In a bid to shake off the gloom, she grabbed drinks with Gina at a bar after dinner. You shouldn't be drinking, seriously. You just had surgery like days ago. Stick to juice. Gina took the glass out of her hand and swapped it for a fruit juice. Perry propped her chin on her palm. Guess you're the only one who remembers I'm fresh out of surgery. Richard remembers too. You're the one who pushed him away. Should I talk to him? Perry grabbed her wrist. No, please, just leave it alone. This is better. It's the way we should be. The bar buzzed under flashing lights and pulsing beats, colors blurring together in the hazy air. From across the room, a werewolf at the counter kept watching them. Gina leaned in, whispering, Isn't that Neil? You totally owned him last time, remember? Of course she remembered. The guy had tried to mess with them and ended up with a dislocated arm. That night was also the first time Richard had stepped in to help her. He's Alicia's cousin, right? Bet they're working together. Exactly. Looks shady, Gina muttered, glaring hard at Neil. Neil swayed slightly in his seat. Word had spread. Perry and Richard were on the rocks. But Neil wasn't stupid. He knew Perry could be lethal when she wanted to, so he kept his distance. From the other side of the bar, Richard, Byron, and Brant were heading upstairs. There goes Brant, Gina said quickly. Should we go say hi? Perry shook her head. Why bother? Do you really think he wants to see you? Gina blinked, a bit hurt. Wait, are you saying I'm not good enough for Brant? That's not what I meant, Perry sighed. You know how he treats you. Why bother chasing someone who clearly doesn't care about you? Wow, Perry, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? What's with the attitude? Gina was stunned. She honestly thought Perry would have her back. Hadn't Perry treated Alpha Kane recently? Surely Brant appreciated that. Why couldn't Perry just say something nice for once? I thought I was your best friend, so what am I to you now? Just because you and Richard are over doesn't mean I have to be miserable too. Perry rubbed her forehead, frustration creeping in. I'm not trying to attack you, okay? I just mean, you're great. You don't need to grovel for someone who barely sees you. I want to grovel. I like him, so what? I'm not allowed to? Gina snapped before stalking off toward the stairs. Unfortunately, by the time she got there, the guys were already gone. Still seething, Gina didn't go back to their table. She slipped into the crowd at the dance floor, throwing herself into the rhythm to burn off the steam. Perry sat alone, zoning out on the sofa. Her heart hurt, not just from the miscarriage, but from losing Richard too. This time apart felt like tearing herself in two. Gina, still fuming, got shoved on the dance floor and stumbled. As she hit the ground, she felt a hand brush across her chest. Furious, she leaned up and yanked at the guy's shirt. "What the hell was that?" she snapped. The werewolf was troubled by nature and clearly had no real interest in Gina. "What do you want?" Gina yanked him out of the dance floor. "You tripped me and didn't even bother saying sorry?" He stared hard at her. "I did. You just didn't catch it. You did it on purpose." He smirked. "Seriously? You think I'd hit on you? Man, take a look in the mirror." Already on edge after what Perry said earlier, Gina snapped. "Excuse me?" She slapped him across the face. Furious, the werewolf raised his hand, ready to hit back. Perry noticed the tension and rushed over. She grabbed his arm, voice cold. "What do you think you're doing?" Noticing her pretty face, the guy's tone softened. "She hit me first, gorgeous." Gina stood with arms crossed in fury. "You started it, creep." The werewolf chuckled nastily. "You? Think I'm into you? Please, now her. She's a real beauty. You're dreaming." His words stabbed at Gina. Was that why Brant didn't like her? Because she didn't look like Perry? Among female wolves, you could call someone a mess, a coward, even a disgrace. But the one insult you never threw around lightly was not pretty. Gina's face turned red from humiliation. "Have you looked in the mirror lately? You look worse than a pig." The werewolf looked Perry up and down. "How about a dance, gorgeous?" Perry shoved him back hard. "Dream on." Gina stormed off, furious. Perry chased after her. "Come on, don't let some random jerk get to you." Gina stared hard at her. That was when it hit her. The gap between their looks wasn't small at all. Suddenly, insecurity overwhelmed her. "You already know you're prettier than me. You never had to say it." Perry frowned. "That's not true. Don't listen to that guy. We're friends. Looks have nothing to do with it." "Don't they?" Gina's voice cracked. "You've always been the one guys liked. Richard, Brant, even random werewolves. And me? Nobody ever likes me. So of course you told me not to go after Brant. I'm not good enough, right?" "That's not how I meant it, I swear." Okay, I'll take you to see Brant, all right?" Gina looked crushed. "And then what?" "He talks to me just to be polite, maybe because of you, and that's it. You're like a goddess. Me, I'm nothing." She turned and bolted, not wanting to stick around a second longer. Perry sighed. She truly hadn't meant to hurt her. She ran to the door, but Gina was already gone. Maybe it was best she got some space. Feeling drained, Perry went back to the bar. Since Gina had driven, she'd need to call a cab later, which only made her mood worse. She poured herself a drink, paused with the glass at her lips, then set it down. No, punishing herself like this wasn't going to help. She got up and walked outside. She stood uncertain on the sidewalk. She had no home in New York, nowhere to really go. Hotel rooms were all she had, and now she'd somehow managed to upset Gina too. Great. Alone again, she wandered the street, not even sure where she was headed. "Miss Lake, out for a stroll all by yourself? Doesn't get a bit lonely?" Suddenly, someone appeared beside her. Perry, lost in her thoughts, got startled. "Neil?" Neil had been keeping an eye on her ever since she snapped his wrist that time. "You look like something's bothering you. Where's your friend?" Perry took a step back, wary. "Not your business. Keep your distance. We're not close." Neil's eyes darkened slightly, but he still wore that smirk. "I was feeling a little off myself. Figured I'd go for a walk. That guy at the dance floor earlier, was he giving you two trouble?" "Don't worry. I already got one of my buddies to deal with him. Consider it me looking out for you." Perry let out a dry laugh. The lie was so obvious it was almost funny. She gave him a head-to-toe once-over. "That guy was built, dressed well, and obviously came from money. You think someone like you could mess with him?" "Smart girl." Neil hadn't expected her to catch on so fast. "I really did handle it for you. Believe it or not. Hey, where's your friend? She mad at you or something?" "Still none of your business." Perry turned and began walking back. Neil trailed behind her. "Don't go so fast, Perry. I mean it. I like you. Just want to be friends." "You like me?" She stopped, gave a cold chuckle. "Don't flatter yourself." "Why not? What makes me unworthy?" Neil looked decent, came from a good family, and despite his reputation for playing around, plenty of she-wolves still threw themselves at him. Perry didn't feel like entertaining him anymore. If you don't want to end up with a dislocated arm again, you'd better stay the hell away from me. Neil protectively crossed his arms. You're gorgeous, but man, that temper of yours. Fine. You're the pretty one, I'll let it slide. He followed her all the way to the bar entrance. Miss Lake, heading back in? I can give you a ride. Haven't had much to drink tonight anyway. Perry stood by the street, waiting for a cab. No, thanks. I'm just offering to be your free chauffeur. What's the harm in that? Neil leaned a little closer. It's late, and you're alone. Isn't that kind of risky? I just saw a news story earlier. A girl got dragged out to God knows where by a cab driver, and then... Perry snapped. There's seriously something wrong with you. Back off. I'm being serious, just looking out for you. Neil stood close, even reached up to brush the hair from her forehead. Perry raised her hand, ready to slap him, but right then a cab pulled up. She got in quickly. Neil leaned against the window. I mean it. I really like you. As the cab drove off, Neil turned around with a smug grin until he froze. Richard was standing right behind him. Alpha. Alpha, Richard? Neil stammered, clearly rattled. Oh, wow, fancy running into you here. Without a word, Richard grabbed him by the collar and slammed a kick into his gut. Neil hit the pavement hard, wheezing and glaring. What the hell are you doing? Richard had been nearby, on a call, smoking. When he turned around and saw Neil bothering Perry, he lost it. He crouched slightly and hauled Neil up by the collar again. You do know Perry's my mate, right? Neil's face went pale. I didn't know. I just happened to see her and we started talking, that's all. It was a casual chat, really. Oh, yeah? Richard fixed him with a cold, sharp glare. Well, hear this loud and clear. Next time you even think about getting near her, I swear you'll regret being born. Neil stumbled away, nearly wetting himself. Richard stared into the night. The cab Perry had taken had long driven off. Seriously, what was she thinking, heading to a bar this late, and with Neil no less? He pulled out his phone, found her number, and his thumb hovered over the call button. But then he remembered what she'd said earlier and stopped himself, turning back toward the private room in the bar. Brant, already a few drinks in, leaned in close. Man, I still can't believe Perry's Vinny's student. Blew my mind. She's so pretty and looks so delicate. How the hell is she this badass? Richard had once worn his bond with Perry like a badge of honor. She was his mate, and for her, he'd paid a huge price to get the eternal heart. He'd wanted to shout it to the world, Perry is my mate. But by the time he got back, she was gone. She didn't want him anymore. He downed his drink in one gulp. You have no idea. Brant, clearly buzzed, nudged Richard. Dude, if you still care about her, go get her back. But if you don't, just saying, I might make a move. You try it and I swear. Richard turned, grabbed Brant by the collar and shoved him down onto the couch. She's mine, my mate. Don't even think about it. Brant coughed, struggling for air as Richard's grip tightened, clawing at his hands. Let go, man. Byron rushed in to break it up. Mr. Phillips, Alpha's not in the mood for your jokes. Don't go poking the wound. Brant's face was flushed as he fixed his shirt. I wasn't joking, just speaking truth. Perry's amazing. If you don't appreciate her, someone else eventually will. Richard slumped back onto the couch, exhausted. It wasn't like he didn't care. Perry just wouldn't let him in. She said she needed space, said she was punishing herself, but in reality she was breaking his heart too. Byron spoke up, trying to mediate. Alpha Richard truly treasures her, but Perry's still stuck in that pain. She's not ready to face it yet. Brant frowned. He didn't know all the details between them. If she's hurting that bad, he should be by her side, not giving her more distance. You think I haven't tried? Richard took another swing from his glass. Fine. He'd give her the time, but once she cooled down, he'd go to her and make things right. Back at the Crown Regent Hotel, Perry's room was empty. No sign of Gina. She hurried down to the lobby, asking the receptionist, but was told they hadn't seen manager Layton return. Perry tried calling Gina a few times. No answer. Then suddenly, her phone was off. Crap, where could she have gone this late? A bad feeling hit her. What if something had happened to Gina? She was just like Perry, with no place to go in New York outside the hotel. No way she'd go back to her family. Perry bit her lip, pacing. Who could she ask for help? Richard crossed her mind, but no, she'd said they needed time apart. and she wasn't about to be the first to backpedal now. She had to find Gina. Think. Dylan. She tried Dylan, but no luck. He must have already gone to bed, phone on silent. Perry was panicking. She didn't have many close friends in New York, only a handful she could count on. After thinking for a bit, she finally dialed Brant. Gina always saw him as her idol, her dream guy. If anyone could talk some sense into her right now, it'd be him. Brant's phone lit up on the table. Richard was closest, so he saw the caller ID right away. It was Perry. Annoyance flared up in Richard instantly. What's Perry calling Brant for this late? Brant picked up the phone and answered with a calm tone. Hey, Perry. Her voice came through, a little rushed. Sorry to bug you this late, but Gina's missing. I don't know where she went. Brant frowned slightly. Where are you? At the hotel. We had a small argument earlier, and she came back before me, but now she's gone. I didn't see her in the room, and her phone's off. I'm really worried. I'll be there soon. Hang tight. Brant got to his feet without hesitation. Where are you going? What's up with Perry? Richard asked, following after him. She said Gina's missing. I'm heading over now. You two should probably call it a night. Brant didn't wait, already on his way out. Richard's face tightened with anger. So that's how it is, huh, Perry? Anything happens, she goes running to Brant. Has she really made her choice already? Byron tried to calm the mood with an excuse. Well, Gina's into Brant, so it's not that weird Perry reached out to him. Richard had no idea what exactly Perry said to Brant, but the whole thing rubbed him wrong. She's only got eyes for Brant now? So where does that leave me? Fine, if that's what she wants, so be it. What, is Richard Scott suddenly nothing without his mate? Byron offered, want to help look for her too? Richard sank back down into the couch like his legs gave out. Why bother? She's got Brant jumping through hoops for her, like she even sees me anymore, whatever. From now on, I'm done chasing after her. Come on, don't be like that, Byron said. She's Kane's healer now. Maybe she had a reason for going to Brant. Plus, you two weren't exactly on good terms lately. It'd be weird if she came to you now. Wolves and she-wolves think differently. Richard just couldn't make sense of it the way Byron could. Wolves were wired more logical, and right now he felt anything but. You don't need to sugarcoat it. I've never felt more pathetic. Can't even keep my own mate by my side. Perry, just remember this. Brant hit the gas all the way to the Crown Regent Hotel. Perry was still by the entrance, waiting. I'm so glad you're here. I have no idea where to even begin looking. I'm scared something might have happened to her. Get in. We'll start checking the spots she might have gone. Try not to panic. Gina's an adult. Chances are she just took off to clear her head or something. Perry slid into the passenger seat and filled him in on what had happened. She really took it hard tonight. Whatever I said must have hit a nerve. If we find her, Brant, please talk to her. Comfort her if you can. I will, Brant said as he started the engine. But I've got to be up front. I'm not into her. And there's no point in making promises I can't keep just to make her feel better. You know I don't have feelings for her. I know, Perry said quietly. But right now, let's just focus on finding her. She doesn't have family here, and she's not really close to anyone else in New York. Maybe we can check some other bars? Sure. Brant drove them back to the area they'd been at earlier. That block had a bunch of bars. He parked outside one of them. Stay in the car. I'll go take a look. I'll come with you. Perry got out and stuck close. Together they checked several bars nearby. Still no sign of Gina. You don't think something's happened, do you? Perry asked, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead as her mind flashed back to the times she'd been kidnapped before. Brant wasn't sure either. She doesn't have any enemies. There's no reason for someone to kidnap her. Perry gave a half laugh. Yeah? I haven't done anything to anyone either. Still got snatched. You're different. Brant said it like he meant it, but couldn't explain exactly how. Think, when she's upset, where does she usually go? Perry tried to think. When she's down, she'll usually talk to me, drag me to a bar maybe. That's about it. How about calling her dad? Brant suggested. This kind of thing he should probably know. Perry shook her head. He barely cares about her. She's got a stepmom who's not much better. If they find out she vanished at night, they'd probably just think even less of her, not help. That's not fair. I mean, what kind of parents don't care about their own kid? You wouldn't get it. Perry took a long breath. Not everyone gets loving, supportive parents. Take Francis. He only saw her as useful. Brant could see the hurt in her eyes. He gently reached out and patted her head. All right, let's keep looking. If we still can't find her, then we figure out the next step. Gina, like Perry, hadn't been in New York that long. Her social circle was tiny, leaving Perry with no clue where to even begin. They kept trying her phone, but it was still off. If only it was on, they could at least try to track it. Brant didn't mind tagging along wherever Perry wanted to go. He just liked being with her. Perry, you and Richard, still not on good terms? She stared ahead, let out a sigh. It's not like we're fighting. Maybe we're just done. You losing the baby, none of that was your fault. It wasn't his either. Why punish both of you for something someone else did? I can't forgive myself, Brant. She cut him off gently. Let's just focus on finding Gina. They tried a few spots Perry thought Gina might go, but no luck. It felt like she vanished into thin air. Could she have been taken too? Should we call the cops? Perry's voice was filled with unease. Brant tried to stay rational. Maybe. She just needed some space to cool off, you know? She didn't exactly have any enemies either. Why would someone kidnap her? Perry didn't have a good answer. Still, her gut told her something was wrong. If it's really bothering you that much, Brant said, just report it. Cops can check where her car was last seen. That made sense. Okay. Brant pulled over and made a few calls, asking traffic patrol to help trace Gina's car. Nearby, a square was buzzing. Pop-up food stalls everywhere, the smell of grilled meat drifting over. Brant smiled. Hungry? Want to grab a bite? Perry shook her head. Ever since the miscarriage, nothing made her want to eat. Not really. You go if you want. I'll wait in the car. I'm not hungry either, he said, clearly just trying to lift her mood. Let's just wait here and see if any info comes in. After a pause, he added, if she's still missing tomorrow morning, maybe ask Klaus. He's got connections. Perry nodded. Yeah, good idea. He knows people, and the Shadowborn Pack's well connected. If anyone can help, it's them. I just don't get where she could have gone. She called back to the hotel front desk. The clerk had been keeping an eye out. Still no sign of Gina. Brant lit a cigarette, blew a few rings out the window, keeping the smoke away from Perry as he stared at the glowing night market in the distance. Perry kept running through all the places Gina might go, but it was already past 1 a.m., and sleep was the last thing on her mind. About 10 minutes later, Brant's phone rang. It was traffic police. They'd found Gina's car in the parking lot of the Majestic Vista Hotel on the east side of the city. Brant hung up and started the car. Maybe she was just upset and drove around a bit, then got tired and booked a room there. God, I hope that's all it is, Perry sighed, starting to wonder if she'd overreacted a little. They got to the Majestic Vista Hotel, but the front desk told them there were no check-in records under Gina's name. That made no sense. She'd come alone, so why wouldn't she register? Perry's nerves tightened again, especially since Gina's car was definitely in the lot. Brant tried to calm her. How about we crash here tonight and keep looking tomorrow? Perry shook her head. What if the car's just a distraction? With her past of being kidnapped a few times, she wasn't taking any chances. Brant didn't argue. Then maybe we can get the hotel to pull the security footage? Perry nodded. That sounded helpful. Thanks to Brant's connections, the hotel manager checked the surveillance for the night. Turned out Gina had entered the hotel, but instead of checking in, she'd gone straight to the KTV on the 3rd floor. It was close to 2 a.m., and the KTV was about to close. Perry rushed to the 3rd floor. Brant followed behind her for a bit, then stopped and headed back to the lobby. Better not mess things up more if Gina saw him. Gina was sitting alone in a private karaoke room. The staff had already reminded her they were closing, but she hadn't moved. The lights were dim, the room was quiet, no music, just a weird, heavy silence. What are you doing here? Perry stepped in. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Gina looked up at her. Eyes glassy with tears, face full of hurt and annoyance. Why are you even here? Perry sat down beside her. I was scared something happened to you. I've been looking everywhere. Looking for me? Gina's voice went cold, distant. Oh, I get it. Came to make sure your spotlight's still intact. Perry's temper flared. When have I ever rubbed anything in your face? You let a few messed up comments get to you, and now I'm the bad guy? Isn't that kind of unfair? Gina was already having a terrible night. She'd left the bar early, only to bump into someone in the parking lot who really pushed her over the edge, told her she'd always be nothing more than Perry's shadow. That Perry was untouchable, stunning, while she was basically invisible. That she should just stay in her lane and stop dreaming. That was all she could take. Then someone asked her to sing at the KTV at Majestic Vista Hotel. She didn't think twice and went. When Perry called, she hung up right away and switched off her phone. Later, everyone else left, and she was the only one still there, just sitting and zoning out. Perry could tell Gina was crushed and gently tried to coax her. Come on, come back with me. I've seriously been up all night looking for you. Gina had been about to leave until Perry showed up. Now she wouldn't budge. Go back? To share a room with you again? Perry let out a long sigh. All right, I'll get another room or get one for you. Your call. Gina, I seriously think someone's trying to stir up trouble between us. Don't fall for it. Stir up trouble? Gina snapped, getting even angrier. So basically, you're saying I'm getting humiliated just because of you? Some people are trying to suck up to you, others are trying to bring you down, and now they're turning on me. How on earth do I have a friend like you? Perry couldn't even argue. That hit too close to home. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to get dragged into this. Humph. Then stay away from me. Gina shot up and stormed off. Perry hurried after her, suddenly realizing she and Brant had come together, but he hadn't followed her upstairs, probably to avoid making things worse with Gina. Gina saw Brant sitting in the hotel lobby as she passed by. Just from the sight of him, she understood immediately. He had come with Perry, but didn't even try to check on her. His priorities were obvious, and she wasn't one of them. Even now, Gina couldn't stop herself. Just looking at Brant made her want to get closer. Her steps slowed unconsciously. Brant stood up and gave her a small nod. Good to see you're all right. She walked up to him. You came with Perry, huh? Brant replied, Yeah, she was really worried about you. We happened to meet up, so we came together. Her mood was already in the gutter, and without filtering her words, she lashed out. Came looking for me? Then why are you sitting here? He could tell she might go off on Perry, so he chose his words carefully. Had to take a call. That's why I didn't go upstairs. Come on, let's head back. Gina's face was a mess of emotions, hurt, anger, and something she didn't want to admit. You stayed here for Perry, didn't you? Be honest. If it were just you looking for me, would you even have come? Brant nodded. Yeah, I would have. No matter what, we're friends. Friends? That hurt. She didn't want to be just his friend. Forget it. Don't bother finding me again. And she walked away without a backward glance. Perry told Brant to go back on his own and ran off after Gina. Even though she was furious, Gina didn't shut Perry out completely. She let her in the car. But she drove in wild circles, zigzagging everywhere like she couldn't keep her hands on the wheel. She knew Brant's car was tailing behind. Maybe she was doing it on purpose, to see if he cared enough to follow. Thank God it was late and the roads were empty. Anyone else watching would probably be cursing her crazy driving. Back at the Crown Regent Hotel, Gina got herself a separate room. She refused to stay with Perry. Perry was out of options. She had said everything she could. If Gina wanted space, she'd let her have it. Brant tried to ease her worry. Let her be. She's angry. Just give her some breathing room. Yeah, you're right. It's late, Brant. Go rest. Perry went back to her suite, and sure enough, Gina was packing her things. She just wanted to vent her frustration on Perry somehow. She knew the whole thing was probably someone intentionally planting doubt between them. But being insulted, called plain-looking, constantly being compared to her best friend, no one could stay calm hearing that. Perry stood in a room that suddenly felt too quiet. Gina had taken all her stuff and moved to a room upstairs. She didn't say they were over, but honestly, she might as well have. Perry didn't wake up until late the next day. When she went to the restaurant for lunch, she ran into Gina. Gina didn't look at her, didn't wave, didn't speak. She didn't even sit at a table, just got some food from the kitchen and went straight to the office to eat alone. Perry was getting really irritated now. Since last night, Gina's behavior had just been so confusing. She'd been out searching for her all night, and instead of being thankful, Gina acted like she was some kind of enemy. Just how much did those people's comments mess with her head? And who were the ones even saying that stuff to Gina? Who put them up to it? She found an empty table in the restaurant and sat down. It was a 4-person table, but she was the only one there, which only made it feel even more lonely. Her phone lit up suddenly, an incoming call from her grandfather. She quickly answered, her voice a little choked. "Grandpa." Bryce's voice came through warm and steady, just like always. "Perry, how are you holding up?" She didn't want him to worry. She hadn't told him about the miscarriage yet. "I'm okay, Grandpa. What about you?" He sighed. "Sweetheart, something that big happens and you don't even breathe a word to me." Perry paused, surprised. "Wait, did he already know?" "Grandpa, I'm fine. Really, I'm okay now." "Don't lie to me, Perry. You lost the baby, didn't you?" She froze. Who told him? Was it Richard? Bryce had always trusted her to be independent. She'd always been headstrong. But even so, "Perry, your father called me. He told me everything. He said he hoped you could forgive Sarah. She is your sister, after all." Perry clenched her jaw. "He seriously has the nerve to call you? Grandpa, Francis never once treated me like I was really his daughter, right?" Bryce had only found out the full story much later. By then, Helena was already gone, and he was old, too old to fight old ghosts. Helena had had contact with Damien after marrying, so he hadn't pushed for the truth. Still, in his heart, he believed his daughter. She'd told him both girls were Francis's. "Perry, you're grown now. If you want to know the truth, you can do a paternity test." Her heart gave a little jolt. Was he saying, even Grandpa wasn't totally sure? "I'm not getting tested. He didn't want me when I was born, never cared. Now suddenly he wants to claim me? That's a joke. Grandpa, please stay out of this. I'll handle it myself." Bryce let out another sigh. "I just want you to have family, Perry. Someday, when I'm gone, you'll still have someone." Her nose stung. It's not that she didn't want a family. It's that Francis's whole family had never treated her like she belonged. If all family means is leeches who only remember me when they need something, then I'm better off without. I've got you and my mentor. That's enough. "Little fool, your grandpa and your mentor can't be around forever. What about Richard?" "We've been through something huge, Grandpa. I can't be with him anymore. That's my decision. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself." Bryce knew how stubborn she could be. "All right then, just promise you'll tell me if anything comes up, okay?" After they hung up, Bryce called Richard. Richard didn't blame Perry for the miscarriage. He held himself responsible too. He hadn't protected his Luna or their child. When Perry cooled down, he planned to talk to her properly and made it clear, in this lifetime, he'd never choose another Luna. Hearing that reassured Bryce a little. Blood Moon Pack. Byron stood respectfully by the desk. "Perry's been buying up shares in the Silverfang and Ashen Packs again. Because of her large purchases, their stock prices have bounced back a little the past couple days." Richard leaned back in his chair, rubbing his jaw. "What's she up to this time?" "I still have Bellen's shares pledged to me. If she wants them, she just needs to say the word. As for taking over the Ashen Pack, it wouldn't take much effort." Byron chuckled. "She's just like you, stubborn and proud, doesn't like being helped. Judging by her accounts, she's made a killing in the market over the years, basically a self-made billionaire. If she didn't want him involved, he'd stay out of it." Richard smirked. "Fine, let her mess around. I'm curious to see what tricks she's got up her sleeve." Even if Perry screwed something up, he'd be there to clean it up. No big deal. But the way she treated him lately still got under his skin. Something happened, and instead of coming to him, she asked Brant for help, like he didn't even count anymore. Just thinking about it made Richard feel a wave of frustration and disappointment. Joel walked in, looking worn. He'd been out of town for a few days. The minute he got back, someone told him about Perry's miscarriage. "Something this serious, Richard, and you didn't even tell me?" Richard froze for a second, then stood up to help his father onto the couch. "Dad, I wasn't trying to keep it from you. I just didn't want you worrying too much." Truth was, Joel wasn't handling it well. He'd been looking forward to that baby. Had even picked out a name. He'd bought gifts on his trip abroad, planned where the baby would go to school one day. Then this. He came home to hear Perry had lost the baby, and it wasn't even recent news anymore. How did this happen? Richard explained the full story. I'm sorry, Dad. I should have protected her better. Joel's eyes welled with tears, 2 lines silently slipping down his weathered face. Damn right you should have. Listen, Richard, whoever's responsible for this, I want them punished. You said there were others involved? Find every last one of them, no exceptions. Yeah, Dad, I'm already digging into it. I won't let it slide. Joel added, I remember Perry saying Benjamin's infection came from something more than just any bug. You think this has something to do with someone targeting the Blood Moon pack? Make sure you interrogate Mara and Sarah properly, and find out if there's anyone behind them, someone pulling the strings. Richard had been thinking the same. What if the person behind Perry's miscarriage was the same one behind Benjamin's attack? But Dad, our pack doesn't have enemies out there. Joel raised an eyebrow. You've been making a lot of noise in the business world all these years, acquiring pack after pack. That kind of move's bound to step on a few toes. Think hard. Who've you ticked off lately? If someone's already made a move, they might not stop with just this. Richard nodded. Yeah, I'll get to the bottom of it. After market close, Perry made her way to the penthouse suite to continue Kane's treatment. She was just finishing up when Joel arrived. Perry, hey, I'm not interrupting, am I? No. What are you doing here? Joel's eyes subtly glanced toward her belly. Yeah, the miscarriage was real. Just got back in town, came to check in on Kane. Standing up, Kane grinned. Well, if it isn't my big bro, come on, take a seat. Joel plopped down on the couch. So how's the leg feeling these days? Kane rolled down his pant leg and said casually, Not sure yet. Gotta wait a few days for the weather to change to really see. But Miss Lake's really skilled. If she's on it, I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. Brant had told him that Perry was Richard's fiancée. Joel's face was clouded over, still stuck in his own grief. Perry's a great healer. She'll get you patched up. Kane could tell Joel wasn't in the mood to talk much, and with Perry being there, it wasn't really his place to try and comfort him. Yeah, she's amazing, super talented, kind, and seriously beautiful. Folks like her? Rare. Joel used to think the exact same, but after what happened, Perry couldn't even protect the baby she was carrying. Yeah, no arguing there. Perry packed up her things and gave a little nod. Alpha Kane, Dad, I'm heading out now. Let me know if you need anything. Joel let out a long sigh. All right, Perry. I heard about everything. It's all in the past now. Don't dwell on it. Just take care of your body. You and Richard are still young. There'll be more children. The ceremony's in a few days, too. Perry didn't want that ceremony anymore. After losing the baby, she felt unworthy of standing next to Richard. But this wasn't something she could say to Joel's face. Okay, Dad. She walked out. Kane glanced over. Brant filled me in. To be real, this wasn't Perry's fault at all. This was someone out to hurt her, or Blood Moon. Joel knew it deep down, but it was still hard to accept. I mean, we had a baby on the way and suddenly, gone. You really think I wouldn't be upset? That poor kid, my grandchild, didn't even get to see the world. These people, how dare they mess with our pack like this? Kane gave him a reassuring nod. Perry and Richard are still young. Don't stress too much. Richard's sharp. He'll find whoever's behind it. The two old alphas sat down and started chatting. They had a lot of history. Perry, heavy-hearted, stepped into the Crown Regent lobby. Gina was standing there, but completely ignored her. When Perry got closer, Gina even turned her face away, clearly still mad. Perry didn't have the energy to smooth things over. She turned toward the cafe. It was getting dark, and she'd thought of having dinner with Gina. Now she just felt more alone. A car pulled up out front, and Richard walked in. They locked eyes. Perry froze for a second, then quickly looked away and headed for the cafe. Despite still being annoyed from the night before, the second Richard saw her face, saw how pale and tired she looked, his anger melted into guilt. She'd suffered so much. Without another word, he walked over, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her into a tight hug. Let's start over, okay? Just forget what you said before. I know you can't leave me. I'm the same. I need you. A surge of warmth spread through Perry's chest. His words really hit her. She did want to go back to him, she really did, but her mind was all over the place. Richard, please, don't do this. The ceremony's in just a few days. I'm not missing it, Richard said, hugging her tighter. Perry pushed him away gently. I told you I need some time, I'm not ready. The date's set already. There's no backing out now. He had to lay down the big alpha dominance this time. Oh, and the wedding photos? They're ready. They're with the pack now. Want to go take a look? Perry shook her head. She'd seen the digital copies enough times. The printed ones were all the same anyway, and she didn't have the heart for it right now. Maybe later. Come on, let's eat, Richard said, reaching for her hand as they headed to the elevator. He knew she didn't want to go out, so the hotel restaurant would do. Gina saw the two of them holding hands again and walking side by side. She couldn't really explain what she felt, just that it stung a little. She and Brant hadn't made any progress, and here Perry was, loved by not one but several amazing werewolves. Sure, she knew Perry was better than her in a lot of ways, but did the gap really have to be that wide? Perry let go of Richard's hand and looked at Gina. Want to grab something to eat together? Gina shot her a side eye, scoffed, and turned on her heel back toward the front desk without bothering to respond. Richard noticed the vibe right away. Putting his arm around Perry, he walked with her to the elevator. What's going on? She mad at you? Perry sighed. Yeah, kinda. Got into a mood out of nowhere. Someone threw a few words at her and she decided to dump the frustration on me. Even ghosted me last night. What happened? Perry filled him in. Someone said she wasn't as pretty or as good as me. I didn't say it myself, obviously. And let's be real, it's not the first time that's been said. I don't get why she's taking it out on me. Richard didn't really get it either. Were all female wolves this touchy? He'd already heard a version of last night's mess from Brant. It's fine. Give it a few days for her to cool off. You two are still close, not like she's going to really cut ties. If she does, so be it. I'm not a saint. Can't be babysitting someone's temper every day. She'll just keep walking all over me if I give in every time. Perry stepped out of the elevator, heading toward the second-floor restaurant. Funny. Didn't they agree to take a breather for a while? So why was she here eating with him again? Richard ordered a few of her favorite dishes. Perry gave him her usual line. We can eat, but don't try to talk feelings. I've got zero energy for that right now. I just want to be alone for a bit, sort myself out. Who said anything about feelings? With her sitting across from him, Richard felt way more relaxed. It's just dinner. Since when is that a declaration of love? Perry gave a half laugh, half eye roll. You win. Thankfully, Brant and his dad were staying in the presidential suite upstairs, so Richard wouldn't have a chance to drag her back to the room for a private talk. Switching topics, Richard asked, How's Alpha Kane doing? You confident you can help him? Perry's brows pulled together. That kind of illness? You really think I'd take the case if I wasn't? Richard served her some food. Rheumatism won't kill you, but it's a pain to treat, but not for someone like you. I mean, duh. If it's something a hospital can fix, then go to the hospital. People seek me out for stuff they can't handle. Once they'd nearly finished eating, Richard brought up going for a walk, but Perry wasn't feeling up to anything. Just go. My dad, he knows about the miscarriage. He's really upset. You should check on him, talk to him a bit. All right, Richard stood up. I'll walk you back to your room. Perry shook her head. No need, I'll go by myself. They just shared a meal, and now she already sounded distant again. Richard didn't know what to do with that. Okay then, take care of yourself. Oh, and don't forget about the contract ceremony the day after tomorrow. Perry repeated what she'd said before. I told you, I'm not ready. Just give me time, okay? Whether you show up or not, I'll be there, Richard said, clear and firm. I'll get there in the morning and wait all day. Take the time you need. Then he left. Perry felt like he was putting her on the spot, telling her he'd wait when he knew she didn't want to go. But Richard wasn't trying to force her. Since the date was set, he didn't want to let it pass by. He'd show up even if it was just him alone. That way, at least, he'd have no regrets, no matter what she decided. Perry walked back into her room. Now that Gina had officially moved out, the place felt emptier than ever. Just her, four walls, and a whole lot of quiet. She let out a sigh. How did things get to this point? Even her best friend didn't want to talk to her anymore. The following day, Richard didn't reach out. Then, early on the third morning, she got a text from him. It's a good day for our ceremony. Don't forget to come. That was it. Just a message. No call. He was giving her space, clearly, hoping she'd make up her mind on her own. He didn't want to pressure her, but the message said enough. He really wanted her there. Perry knew what today meant. She ate a quiet breakfast, then ended up zoning out in some random cafe. Deep down, she was waiting to see if Richard would send another message or maybe even call. If he had, who knows, maybe she would have given in. But her phone stayed frustratingly silent. Across the street, Alicia had her eyes glued to Perry through a pair of binoculars. Fergus sat next to her, glasses sliding down his nose. "I don't care what you have to do," Alicia said coldly. "Just make sure Perry doesn't show up." Fergus grabbed her hand. "You being this obsessed with Richard is honestly driving me crazy." "Hands off," she snapped, clearly annoyed. She was dressed way down today, just a basic t-shirt and jeans. Not her usual glam, but for today's job, the less eye-catching, but the better. "And don't forget who's signing your checks. Show some respect." "This isn't even clan business," Fergus reminded her. "This one's all on you." "I know," Alicia said sharply, still peering through the lens. "You'll get your money, don't worry." Fergus typed into his laptop. "Relax, I've already planted a new virus in both their phones. No way they're getting in touch today." "Still," Alicia muttered, "what if Perry shows up anyway?" Fergus chuckled. "We've got a backup plan, remember? Besides, what's the panic? Even if they don't register the marriage today, they could just do it some other time. You planning to stalk them forever? Let's be real, Richard's never gonna fall for you. Especially after that whole Benjamin thing. He pretty much hates you. No matter how this goes, you're not the one he'll choose. So why bother?" Alicia knew he was right. She knew Richard didn't love her. But that just made her want him even more. "She wants to take him from me? Please." Perry doesn't stand a chance. As long as they're fighting, they'll drift apart. Richard won't stay single forever. He's the alpha of the Blood Moon pack. He needs someone. And I can be that person. Ugh, why am I even explaining this to you? Fergus didn't argue. He smiled to himself. The last time he drugged Perry, it led to a miscarriage. Mara and Sarah had taken the heat for that one. No way it was coming back on him. Meanwhile, Richard kept staring out the window, hoping, waiting for Perry to show up. He wasn't the kind of guy to grovel. He'd already told her how he felt, told her he'd be here today waiting. And Perry knew that too. He'd sent the message. He was here. If she wanted to come, she would. But he wasn't going to chase her. Not again. Yeah, losing the baby was terrible, but blaming him for it, that wasn't fair. He was hurting too, but Perry acting like this, freezing him out, it wasn't okay. He'd already reached out. He wasn't about to start wondering whether her phone broke or she got delayed or whatever. If something came up, she could have called. But she didn't. So the only conclusion he could draw was that she just didn't want this. Richard glanced at the clock. It was 10 in the morning. He'd been here over an hour, and he meant what he said. He'd wait the whole day. Back in the cafe, Perry still sat there. Her phone was eerily quiet. Not a single buzz. Not even any stupid spam messages or ads, just total silence. The kind that made her heart sink a little deeper. Perry glanced at the clock, past 10. No idea if Richard even showed up. If he did, wouldn't he at least message her or call? Maybe he forgot? She sat there, distracted. Richard had mentioned it 2 days ago, and given how much he had on his plate, maybe it just slipped his mind. Ugh, why overthink it? Weren't they supposed to go their separate ways anyway? Maybe this was for the best. Still, why did her chest ache a little? He'd said he'd wait. But did he really mean it? For a second, Perry thought about going to check, even stood up, only to sit right back down. What if he never went? And besides, she wasn't sure she was ready to marry him anyway. She considered calling him, but then decided against it. Didn't want to seem too eager or anything. Disappointed, she got up to leave, right as Francis invited her to lunch. After hesitating a bit, she agreed, but honestly, food just tasted like cardboard. She glanced at the time, already 2 p.m. "Chad, are you still there?" "Perry, eat more, you're getting too thin," Francis said as he added more food to her plate. Since the miscarriage, her appetite had practically vanished. Compared to during her pregnancy, she definitely looked more gaunt. She felt scattered, and Francis's concern didn't exactly hit home. "Eat your own food." Trying to break the awkward silence, Rosa piped up, "Today feels like a good day. Saw a few couples on the way, must be mate season. Frances suddenly remembered. Wait, weren't you supposed to have the ceremony with Richard today? Did you go? Perry shook her head. No. Why not? Wasn't everything already arranged? I should call him and ask. Frances was half joking, fully expecting Perry to be useless in this whole thing. If she really married Richard, she could team up with him and turn against Frances. What for? It's my business, not yours, Perry snapped. She let out a soft sigh. Forget it, let's just eat. Richard was still waiting. He sent another message. You said you'd come. I'll stay here all day. Come by when you're done, no matter how late. Just like the others, Perry never got it. Fergus smirked. Man, Richard's really something. Even I'm starting to feel bad for him. Alicia scoffed, eyes sharp with jealousy. Too bad he's wasting it on Perry. Seriously? Acting all pitiful and romantic, but she doesn't even show up. Watch her now. Stay close. There's still time before the day ends. If Richard pulls rank, they could get married in the middle of the night. No problem. Relax. I've been watching her nonstop. She hasn't even been close to the registry. Got people on the inside keeping tabs, just in case Richard tries to force her to show up. Alicia's heart skipped. If that happened, Perry would win, and big time. That's not his style. He's stubborn, yeah, but not desperate enough to force her. That's not desperate, that's alpha energy. Girls love that. You know how rare it is for an alpha like him? Perry's playing hard to get, but let's see how far she takes it. Oh, Alicia got it all right. If Richard really made a move, nothing she did would matter anymore. Everything she worked for, down the drain. Whose side are you on anyway? Fergus stubbed out his cigarette. Yours, obviously. After treating Kane, it was close to 5. The old man even asked, Heard you were registering your marriage with Richard today. You two do it? Perry shook her head. No, I told him I needed more time. You didn't go? Kane blinked, surprised. That'll make Joel sad. He really hoped you two would make it work. Perry sighed. We'll talk about it later. I'm just not ready. Her phone still had no new messages from Richard, so maybe he didn't go either? Great. At least now she didn't owe him any guilt. Perry gathered her things and headed downstairs. She didn't have anywhere specific to go, but there were still about 30 minutes before the contract office closed. Should she drop by? Her heart started pounding. What if she went and didn't see him? Wouldn't that make things even more awkward? She stood hesitantly at the entrance as a few cabs pulled up to drop off hotel guests. One driver paused next to her and asked, Miss, need a ride? Time ticked by while Perry was locked in indecision. Richard had said he'd be at the contract office, but she hadn't heard a single word from him since. What if she just showed up, and he wasn't there? Another taxi rolled up. After the passenger stepped out, the driver leaned over and rolled down his window. Going somewhere, miss? I can take you. Perry glanced at the time, still 20 minutes left before closing. The ride from here to the contract office would cut it close, but probably doable. Something in her just nudged her forward. She opened the door and got in. Contract office, please. Alicia was panicking. She took a cab. I swear she's heading to the contract office. What now? I'm telling you, if she succeeds, I'm not paying you a single cent. Fergus checked the traffic report. Rush hour's hitting. No guarantee she'll make it in time. And hey, she might not even be going there. Alicia was practically losing it. Then get someone on her now. Fergus made a quick call. He told the person on the line to tail the cab. Whatever it took, they had to stop her from getting there. Unfortunately, traffic was a mess. Even the cab driver was growing restless. Rush hour's killing me again. As Perry stared at the sea of taillights ahead, her anxiety only grew. The slower the car moved, the more desperate she felt to arrive. 2 kilometers left, it was now 5:25. If the roads were clear, she could make it. But like this, no chance. By the time she got there, the office would be closed, maybe even locked up. She craned her neck forward. The app was red all over, full congestion. There were still 3 traffic lights until they'd be through. Probably another 20 minutes stuck here. Sir, just let me off here. This traffic's not moving. I'll walk from here. How much? She asked. Miss, with traffic like this, I'm still going to waste a lot of time getting through. It adds up on the meter. Perry didn't even try to argue. Just tell me how much. He gave her the fare, traffic surcharge and all. She didn't haggle, pulled out the cash, gave it to him, hopped out and started running. 2 kilometers wasn't a big deal to her. The question was, could she make it in time? Richard had been stuck in that office all day. One staff member poked their head in. "Alpha Scott, it's past closing time. Are you still waiting?" He glanced at the clock. He had texted Perry twice, and there had been no reply. No show. He hadn't even grabbed lunch. His whole body ached. He felt drained, physically and emotionally. He'd done everything he could. It was past time. If she planned on coming, she would have already. He stood up, legs stiff. The sudden motion threw him off balance, and he nearly stumbled. One of the staff helped him up. "Are you all right, sir?" "I'm good," he muttered. Slowly, he walked out of the office. No one seemed surprised. This kind of thing happened all the time. Sometimes the alpha waited on his partner. Sometimes it was the other way around. Not every couple walked in smiling, hand in hand, ready to seal the deal. Stepping out into the main lobby, Richard felt faint. He'd spent the whole day waiting, and for what? She knew he'd be here. She didn't even bother to send a message. That was it for him. He was done chasing. If she didn't care, why should he keep pushing? He headed toward the parking lot, got in his car, and drove off. Perry was sprinting like her life depended on it, but the streets were packed. Way too many cars, totally different from jogging around campus where she could zip through freely. She kept getting blocked, had to slow down or detour, and the traffic lights weren't doing her any favors either. And yeah, she ended up being 10 minutes late. When she arrived, the office was already locked up. Only random passers-by stood outside. Bent over with her hands on her knees, gasping for breath, Perry glanced around and then hurried off to the parking lot, but no sign of Richard's car. Weren't they supposed to wait all day? Did he even show up? Or was that just some empty promise? She dragged herself to the steps out front and plopped down, zoning out at the stream of people and traffic. Her phone stayed frustratingly silent, still no messages from Richard. Maybe he never intended to come. Maybe he forgot, or maybe he just didn't want to. A dull hum buzzed in her mind. She suddenly had no idea what to do next. This was supposed to be their big day, the day they got their marriage license. How did it end up like this? From somewhere nearby, a familiar song floated into the air. Later on, I finally learned how to love, but you were already gone, lost in the crowd. And then I cried and realized some people, once missed, are gone for good. Yeah, that pretty much hit the nail on the head. Tears rolled silently down Perry's cheeks. Some people, once lost, really don't come back. By the time she figured things out, he was already gone. She just sat there forever, not moving. Gina had stopped answering her. Richard seemed to be done with her. It hit her all at once. She really had no one left. Why was she even staying in New York anymore? She scrubbed her face hard with both hands, wiping off the tears, trying to pull herself together before someone saw her crying. The sky was getting darker. People scurried past, all in a rush, while she just stood there, clueless. Eventually, she got up slowly, a wave of dizziness washing over her. She flagged down a cab and headed back to the hotel. At this point, there was literally nowhere else for her to go. The only reason she was still in New York was Kane's treatment. Once he got better, she could leave. Where to? She had no clue. Her eyes misted over again, and her chest ached. She was the one who chose to walk away from Richard, but today was their wedding day. Did he actually go? Didn't he say he'd wait the whole day? Was that a lie too? Did wait all day not include the evening? She wasn't that late, just 10 minutes. But she didn't see him. Maybe he never came. Or maybe he did and left after not spotting her. But if that were true, why didn't he try contacting her even once today? Meanwhile, Alicia finally let out a long breath. Mission accomplished. At least today, she'd managed to keep Richard and Perry apart. She sent Richard a message, pretending to be all caring and concerned, but really just bragging, telling him Perry had been out partying with other werewolves. Fergus raised an eyebrow. Richard's not an idiot. Telling him that just screams you've been spying on Perry. You really think that'll win him over? That gave Alicia pause. The message had been sitting in Richard's inbox for a few minutes already. Way too late to backtrack now. Why didn't you say something earlier? And how do you know I was spying? Maybe I was just here grabbing dinner. Fergus smirked. Do you seriously think he's going to reply? Alicia sighed. Probably not. But now, what's he gonna think? At the moment, Richard was with Byron at the Thornborn Pack. He'd seen the message Alicia sent. It left a bitter taste in his mouth. With a wry smile, he muttered, "After today, Perry and I are done. That's it." Byron had heard about the whole thing. "Did you try calling her?" "I messaged her twice. No reply. She couldn't have missed both. Even if she somehow didn't see the one I sent this morning, it's hard to believe she ignored the one from the afternoon too. I told her clearly I'd wait all day, but she gave me nothing. That kind of silence says everything. Maybe it's better this way. At least I can stop hoping. Byron, tonight we celebrate. I'm a free man again." Byron didn't get it. Was love just some kind of joke now? One minute you're all in, next you're walking away. You sure it's not just a misunderstanding? "I doubt it," Richard said flatly. "Gina vanished, and she went to Brant, not me. Perry didn't care whether I was at the contract office. In her eyes, I'm nothing. At the very least, she should have messaged me back. But she didn't. Nothing." "Maybe there's—" Byron started, but Richard cut him off. "Stop making excuses for her. If she's done, she's done. No what-ifs, no maybes. We'll just live our own lives. What? Should I be the type of guy who begs a she-wolf to love him?" But Byron could see right through him. The heartbreak was all over his face. "Alpha, but you even got the Eternal heart." Richard gave a resigned sigh. "I can't exactly wave the Eternal heart in her face to prove I care." That bit confused Byron a little. Was Richard seriously worried Perry might only change her mind because of a shiny gem? Perry wasn't that shallow. "But doesn't that just show how serious you are?" "I waited for her all day. What more do I have to do?" Richard's voice was low, not angry, just tired. He wasn't upset about the Eternal heart. He was scared that even giving his whole heart still wouldn't be enough for her. Back at the Crown Regent Hotel, Perry walked in looking pale and worn out. The whole day she'd had just one thought repeating in her head. Today was supposed to be the day she and Richard got married. But did Richard even go to the contract office? Gina was sitting at the front desk with nothing else to do. She'd grabbed a bite earlier and stayed behind to help out a little. When she saw Perry walk in by herself on her wedding day, she couldn't help worrying. But she was still holding on to her anger, unsure why there was suddenly so much distance between them ever since someone pointed out how much prettier Perry was. Gina had always accepted that Perry was more talented, even more beautiful. But getting mocked for it in public? That stung. Perry glanced at Gina, but Gina tilted her chin up, avoiding her eyes with an air of aloofness. Perry sighed quietly, then went straight to the elevator. Her mind was a total mess. She had no clue where Richard was. But she didn't call him. She was scared of what he might say, scared of what she might hear. Lying in bed, she couldn't sleep no matter how hard she tried. Her thoughts just wouldn't stop. Maybe she'd never really figured out what she wanted. Maybe she was just being stubborn. Losing the baby, it wasn't Richard's fault. Someone was targeting her. It wasn't fair to blame him or to punish herself because of someone else's actions. Perry sat up in bed, propped herself against the headboard, and reached for her phone. She found Richard's number and hit dial. The call didn't go through. Tried again, same result. No luck. She switched over to her contacts and started typing out a message. "I didn't see you today." The message just sat there, unsent. She typed, erased, rewrote, hesitated forever, then finally hit send. Richard never got it. The virus Fergus installed was still blocking everything. Alicia, not taking any chances, was still sharing the business suite with him at the hotel. Standing by the window with a glass of red wine, she stared out into the night. "Yeah, we can't relax just yet. Keep an eye on it. Make sure nothing from Perry gets to Richard." Fergus frowned, curious. Aren't they even going to wonder why their messages aren't going through? Couldn't they, talk face to face? Alicia shook her head. "Clearly you've never been in love. People in love think the other person just gets them. They believe in some magic connection. And both Richard and Perry are too proud. They've been bickering lately. Neither one's going to make the first move. You wouldn't get it." Fergus stared at his screen. "Today's over. But what about tomorrow? What if Perry decides to head over to the Blood Moon Pack first thing in the morning?" Alicia's hand paused midair. That was a possibility. "We'll deal with it if it happens. Just don't let your guard down. Keep someone watching her. Also, remove the virus from their phones tomorrow. I heard Perry knows a bit about tech. Don't want her catching on." Perry waited and waited. Still no reply. Maybe Richard didn't get it, or maybe he just didn't want to answer. She lay back on the pillow and eventually dozed off. That night, she had a dream. She was at the contract site again, looking for Richard, but he said he wasn't coming, said she wasn't the one. Then a she-wolf appeared at his side. He told her he'd fallen for someone else and that she should just leave. Perry bolted awake. It was only a dream, but God, it felt so real. Her pillow was soaked. She'd been crying. Even in the dream, she was crying. She felt like her heart was breaking. Why didn't she just say yes to him back then? She sat there looking out the window, waiting for morning. Glanced at her phone. Still no messages. It was a little after 4, but she couldn't sleep anymore. Time crawled by. Waiting for daylight in that kind of darkness felt endless. Finally, morning came. Perry freshened up, put on a bit of makeup to mask the exhaustion, and slipped into a dress she liked. The weather had a chill, so she threw on a light cardigan downstairs for breakfast. Like usual, she ladled herself a bowl of red bean porridge. No clue why, but the image of that guy with glasses who'd been sitting with Alicia popped into her head. She'd seen him a few times in the hotel restaurant too. He was a werewolf. And yeah, he ate red bean porridge as well. Weird. Why was she thinking about that guy? Was it because of Alicia? Because Alicia liked Richard? Perry got into the taxi and just sat there for a few minutes before finally telling the driver, "Blood Moon pack, please." No matter what, she figured she should at least try to see Richard one more time, see how he reacted. When she got there, she didn't go into the building right away. It was right around lunchtime. Maybe he went out to eat? She found a bench near the plaza in front of the Blood Moon building and sat down, trying to gather her thoughts, half hoping she might catch a glimpse of Richard. A red Porsche pulled up. Alicia stepped out gracefully, long dress, designer handbag, freshly styled hair, and flawless makeup. She really lived up to that socialite queen image, like she was walking straight out of a fashion ad. Alicia already knew Perry was there. She'd been waiting in the car for a while, and just now had spotted Richard heading over from the rearview mirror. Perfect timing. Her brother Ted was talking business with him, so she had the perfect excuse to approach. "Richard, just had lunch?" Richard's gaze shifted coldly. Maybe he saw Perry nearby. He paused, his tone flat. "What is it?" Alicia moved closer, her perfume still the scent he once picked for her. She'd stuck with it ever since. "I wanted to talk to you about the project," she said with a soft tone. There had been talk about building a film studio, something Richard had been considering. Her brother had approached him about it before. "That's something your brother's handling. Tell him to contact me." Alicia smiled politely. "He said I should handle it, give me some experience. Besides, I'm actually really interested. Richard, I've started helping out with PAC affairs, so we'll be seeing more of each other. Could we talk in your office?" Richard threw a glance toward Perry, not too far away now. Perry had seen him too. She'd started walking over, but slowed down when she saw how close he and Alicia were standing. "Richard," Alicia called again, pouting slightly. "These heels are killing me, been standing a while." Richard gave a slight nod. "All right. Thank you. I promise I'll make this project work." Alicia turned and nearly grabbed his arm as they started walking toward the lobby, side by side. Perry felt a cold weight settle in her chest. What the hell? He used to keep his distance from Alicia. Why was he suddenly okay with getting cozy? "Where'd you get lunch?" Alicia asked casually, clearly trying to keep the conversation going. "Nearby," Richard replied, not really interested. Alicia walked on his right side, deliberately leaning in closer, smiling bright like it didn't bother her at all. Perry stood to his right too. She could tell he saw her, but he basically pretended she wasn't there. Deep breath. She walked forward anyway. "Richard," she called out softly. He heard it, but didn't stop, just kept walking like nothing happened. "Richard!" she said again, a bit louder this time. He paused finally, brows drawn together as he turned back, voice low and distant. "What is it?" Perry had no idea he'd been waiting all day. She'd gone looking for him earlier, but he wasn't there. She'd even messaged him last night. No reply. And now, seeing that blank expression on his face, she felt like coming here was a mistake. Did she really need a reason just to see him? A bitter smile tugged at her lips. It's nothing. Just happened to be passing by. Richard stayed silent. If she'd said she had something to talk about, maybe he would have hung around. Maybe they could have actually talked. Perry turned away, eyes stinging as two silent tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't want him to see her like this. She picked up her pace and walked off. It wasn't just that she hadn't accomplished anything. Seeing him cozy with Alicia had hurt more than she was ready for. Richard stood there watching her figure grow smaller in the distance. He had the urge to go after her, but his legs felt like they were made of stone. Alicia, clearly annoyed, looked straight at him. So he still couldn't let Perry go. Richard, are you okay? What happened with you and Perry? Is there some misunderstanding? Snapping out of it, Richard replied flatly, There's no misunderstanding. You can leave now. Alicia was taken aback. But didn't we say we'd talk about the new partnership in your office? Richard didn't soften a bit. Your brother can handle it. If it's just you, then forget Loon Blue Pack's cooperation. You. Alicia finally got it. He was putting on a show just now, trying to piss Perry off on purpose. But earlier, you were clearly... Without another word, Richard sped up and walked into the main hall. The sharp clack of Alicia's stilettos echoed behind him as she chased after. Richard, don't be like this. I'm only here to discuss business. I'm already in the cooperation division. My brother said I should handle this project. I brought all the materials. It won't take long. Can we just talk? Do I need to repeat myself? Richard's tone was icy. If your brother still wants to work with us, he can come talk himself. Alicia froze in place. This time she didn't dare follow. Benjamin walked in just after, spotted Alicia, and clearly aimed to avoid her. Benjamin, you're back? Can we talk for a bit? Alicia called out. If anything, Benjamin disliked her even more than Richard did. Still, he had nothing better to do and was curious to see what kind of nonsense she'd try this time. And what exactly would we talk about? I'm here to discuss the collaboration. I've got everything ready, but your brother won't even talk to me. Alicia caught hold of his wrist. Come on, let's sit over there. Benjamin instinctively jerked his arm free. A woman like her? Better stay far away. I've got stuff to do. Seriously, you too, Benjamin? Alicia switched to her pitiful voice. I already explained everything. What happened before wasn't intentional. I was just so emotional back then. I'm sorry, okay? Benjamin scoffed and walked straight toward the elevator. Alicia tried to follow, but access required a key card. She was blocked by Delta. Ma'am, who are you here to see? I'm here for Benjamin. He didn't authorize a guest entry. With no other option, Alicia fumed quietly and stomped back to her car, staring blankly ahead before pulling out her phone. She called Fergus, who told her Perry had just arrived at the Crown Regent Hotel and was in the cafe. Meanwhile, Richard couldn't stop thinking about Perry. What was she here for? Was she really just passing by? He'd waited all day yesterday and heard nothing from her. What did she expect him to think? Byron walked into the office. Seeing Richard's face, he said casually, maybe something held Perry up. Or maybe she had her reasons. Alpha, maybe it's time you asked her directly. Why should I be the one to go after her? Richard's pride got the better of him. He'd already swallowed his ego to reach out a few times, and that was enough. Forget it. Maybe we just aren't meant to be. I'm done chasing. Honestly, this whole thing is exhausting. Maybe it's time we took a break. Leaning into work felt more reliable anyway. Perry, if she didn't want him, so be it. That afternoon, Perry finished treating Alpha Kane and had nothing else lined up. She walked down to the hotel lobby and ended up sitting in the cafe with a book. Though her mind was clearly elsewhere, she kept circling back to Richard and Alicia. It was a mess. Being in love made female wolves extra sensitive. Even knowing nothing was going on between them didn't stop the sting. Richard worked late into the night. Brant and his son were staying in the presidential suite at the hotel, but Richard chose to return to the Blood Moon Pack estate. He wasn't in the mood for hotels right now. 2 full days went by, no texts, no calls. Neither of them reached out. Perry had already gone to find him once. His cold shoulder had said plenty. That evening, as Perry ate alone in the second-floor hotel restaurant, Alicia waltzed in with 2 of her friends. They ended up sitting at a table slightly diagonal from hers. Perry tensed. Great. These weren't the kind of people she wanted to be near. One of the women piped up on purpose, loud enough to be heard. Alicia, is it true you're heading to Larkridge with Alpha Scott tomorrow? Alicia took a sip of her tea, all poised and elegant. Yeah, what can I do? He asked me to go. Perry's heart skipped. Richard's going to Larkridge? That's way up north. Why would he take her along for something so far away? Just the two of you? The other woman pried. Alicia flicked her gaze over to Perry before answering. That's what he said, but I'm sure there'll be others too. Don't get any weird ideas. It's a biz trip. He wants to scout a location for a film city. My brother had been handling it, but since he's busy, I'm jumping in. Her friend giggled. Come on, it's Richard Scott. He wouldn't bring you unless he felt something. You need to take this shot. Who knows, maybe when you get back, there'll be wedding bells. Alicia gave a soft laugh behind her hand. Let's not go that far. He hasn't made that kind of move. Honestly, I don't really know why he insisted I tag along. Maybe he's back into you. You two were mates. Just had a falling out, that's all. He probably only got close to that other girl to get at you. Good thing he came to his senses and didn't go through with the bond ceremony, her friend said, eyeing Perry with thinly veiled spite. Alicia added lightly, right? That was supposed to be his bonding day. I even reminded him of it. But he said he wasn't going. Maybe he was waiting for a certain someone to call. I wonder if she ever showed. That did it. Perry's blood boiled. That other girl? Really? Just say her name. And now Richard was taking Alicia to Larkridge? She couldn't hold it in anymore and called him. Richard had already finalized plans for Larkridge. He hadn't invited Alicia. In fact, it was Ted Arnold and Brant Phillips who were lined up to join him. He was still discussing the project with them back at the pack house when Perry's name popped up on his screen. He excused himself, stepped outside the office, picked up the call, and said curtly, "What's up?" Perry was fuming. "Richard, what the hell is your deal?" Richard was completely lost. "What's going on?" Alicia froze for a second, heart racing. She hadn't expected Perry to call Richard directly. If he actually showed up, that'd be awkward as hell. Perry slowly pulled herself together. Wait, she and Richard weren't even a thing anymore. Was it even her place to question him like this? "Never mind, wrong number," she muttered. Still, Richard asked, "If something's up, just say it." There was silence. Perry had no idea how to bring it up. Could she really call him out for going to Larkridge with Alicia? But even if he was, what did that have to do with her anymore? "Hello?" Richard called out a few more times, but she didn't answer. Just then, another call came through. He answered it, and by the time he finished, Perry had already hung up. She knew she didn't have any right to demand anything from him now. Back at his office, the meeting about the Film City project continued. Richard glanced at his phone, then went back to the meeting. Perry, on the other hand, was in a terrible mood, sitting alone at the hotel dining table with no one to talk to. Gina wasn't speaking to her, and the only person she could think of now was Dylan. He'd always been supportive, never jealous of her looks or talent, always on her side. She gave him a call. "Dinner? I'm at the hotel. I've got plans with coworkers at the seafood spot. You coming or not?" Perry snapped. Dylan definitely caught the tone. "I'm on my way." Ditching his plans was no big deal. Perry needed him. That was enough. When he arrived, he flopped down on the couch across from her, wiping sweat off his forehead like he'd sprinted over. "What's going on, boss lady? You sounded like it was an emergency." Perry took a deep breath. "I'm just not feeling great. Sorry if I pulled you away from something important." "Not at all. Really," Dylan said, waving it off and flagging the waiter. He ordered a couple dishes and asked for an extra set of utensils. "Besides, who's more important than you, right?" Glancing over, he noticed Alicia at a nearby table and leaned in. "Why is she here too?" Alicia picked up on Perry's mood shift after the call and figured Richard must have brushed her off. Fine, that just made things easier. As long as Perry and Richard stayed misaligned, the door stayed open for her. Before Dylan came, she'd been talking to Miss Alpha here about Richard the whole time. Perry gave Alicia a sideways stare. Apparently, she's tagging along with Richard to Larkridge tomorrow. "Wait, for real? I thought he was ignoring her?" Dylan pieced things together. "Did you and Richard have a fight?" Perry sighed. We're done. He can go off with whoever he wants. Done? Like for real? Dylan had heard that line from her too many times to count. This time, yeah. She waved at the waiter. Bring us a bottle of red. Alicia was eyeing Dylan too. She had seen him around and knew he was tight with Perry, probably connected to Richard as well. Better not stir the pot just yet. She tucked her phone away after pretending to record some video, no need to push Richard's buttons further, and kept the chit-chat going. When the Film City project takes off, it's going to be huge. And with Richard in charge, it's bound to become the largest film base in the world. Who knows? Your family might even invest when the time comes. The she-wolf chuckled. Come on, our family's not that powerful. Anyone working with Richard's got to be from a top-tier company. Alicia lapped up the flattery with a smug smile. Exactly. Not just some random nobody can be with Richard. She shot a sideways glance at Perry. Good thing Richard finally came to his senses and figured out who's right for him. I'll admit, I was too impulsive back then. Ended up hurting Benjamin. And him too. Well, no big deal now. He's clearly taken you back, hasn't he? Alicia, I gotta give it to you. You and Alpha Richard. Hope you guys go the distance. Perry's face darkened. She grabbed her phone again, her fingers itching to call Richard. She just wanted to ask him point blank, who the hell did he choose? Dylan raised his voice too. Let them talk. The more people lack something, the more they brag about it. Don't take the bait. That actually made sense. Perry sighed, nearly letting the two smug women get under her skin. Yeah, why am I even bothered by them? Let's drink. Still, her mood was in the dumps. She couldn't stop wondering if Richard was really going to Larkridge with Alicia. The timing lined up. She'd just finished the latest round of Alpha Kane's treatment and needed a few days off. Dylan, I need to borrow your car for a few days. Where are you going? She wanted to head to Larkridge. She needed to know for sure if Richard and Alicia were together. It didn't matter that they'd broken up. Something kept pulling her back toward him. She couldn't lie to herself about how badly she still wanted to be near him. Don't worry about that. Just, can I borrow it or not? Of course. Here, take the keys. Dylan didn't hesitate. Whatever you need, boss. Perry took the keys from him. If only Gina could be that chill. Gina's just confused. Someone probably fed her lies or twisted the truth. Wouldn't be surprised if someone's been whispering poison in her ear the last few days. Dylan's eyes flicked toward Alicia. Perry's eyes narrowed. You think it's her? Can't say for sure, but it's possible. You're probably right. I underestimated her. She's trying to get close to Richard, huh? Fine, I'll make sure she fails. Alicia and the she-wolf stayed at the table long after finishing their food. They didn't leave until Perry and Dylan were gone. Alicia had made up her mind. She'd go to Larkridge with Richard tomorrow. Her brother would be there too, and she was banking on that to give her the edge. The next morning, Perry passed through the Crown Regent Hotel's lobby with her backpack slung over her shoulder after breakfast. Gina spotted her and suddenly felt a pang of regret. She quickly followed, reaching the door before stopping herself. She wanted to say something, anything, but the words got stuck. They hadn't spoken in days. Most of her anger had fizzled out, and she missed Perry. After all, they'd once been best friends. Perry paused and turned to look at her. Caught off guard, Gina blinked. Where are you going? Perry was quiet for a moment. She still had her guard up. Gina had been cold for days for no reason. Larkridge. Larkridge? Gina repeated, clearly thrown off. It wasn't close, and a trip there would mean days away. Why? Got a patient there? Perry shook her head. No, just something I need to handle. Gina was off work for a couple days. Usually, staying busy meant the day flew by, but now that she had nothing to do, she felt restless. Something to deal with? You going alone? Perry nodded. Then, can I go with you? It slipped out before Gina could stop herself. Perry didn't really want to cut ties with Gina. Gina had been there for her through a lot. They'd once been inseparable. So you're not mad anymore? Gina stepped in closer. I can't really blame you. I was being overly sensitive. Mind if I tag along? Of course not. But I might be gone for a few days. Will that mess up your schedule? I've got 2 days off coming up. If I need more, I'll just take leave. You know how chill my job is. No one notices whether I'm there or not. Gina was one of the 2 front desk managers at a hotel, so being gone for a couple of days wouldn't be an issue. All right then, go pack up. I'll meet you at the parking lot. Gina hurried back to her room, threw her things together, moved them into Perry's room, and checked out of her own to avoid wasting money. Then she rushed down. You driving? Isn't this Dylan's car? Yep, you were still pissed at me earlier, so I borrowed Dylan's ride. Gina climbed into the passenger seat. What made you suddenly head to Larkridge? They were close friends, so patching things up came easy. As Perry started the engine, she caught Gina up on everything that had happened recently. Wait, what? Alicia's going to Larkridge with him? Seriously? I thought he couldn't stand her. Well, things change. I heard they used to be together, so maybe deep down he still prefers her, just like us. Perry's voice faltered. You hated me a few days ago too, but now look at us. Gina frowned. That's different. Someone stirred up trouble between us. And come on, you're amazing. It was never your fault. Alicia used Benjamin to her own advantage and nearly killed him in the process. So not the same. Perry looked uncertain. Doesn't really matter what we think. It's up to Richard. I feel like I don't understand him anymore. I'd bet anything he didn't show up at the contract office that day. Gina pulled out her phone. If he was there or not, just ask him. Perry stopped her. No, don't. What if he really wasn't? That'd be so embarrassing. Then what are you even going to Larkridge for? Perry had only caught wind of Alicia's plans and couldn't help herself. If she went with him, I'll know it's over. I won't cling to him anymore. But if not, I'll figure it out later. Gina muttered, Yeah, right, like you're actually going to let go. When they passed the supermarket, Gina made Perry pull over. She ran in to grab snacks and milk, then swung by a cake shop too. Back in the car, she grinned. Road trips need snacks, obviously. Perry looked over. Give me a candy. Gina opened a box, picked one out, and popped it into Perry's mouth. Hey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made a scene. As long as you get it now, just don't blow up at me over stuff other people say. I didn't say any of it. I think someone's been trying to mess with us. After that whole thing at the bar with that werewolf jerk, there were a few more times too. People started whispering that I couldn't compare to you, that I was just clinging to your spotlight. Perry's eyes darkened. Who even says crap like that? Gina gnawed on some spicy chicken feet and tossed the bones into a trash bag. Maybe Alicia? Mara and Sarah are both locked up. They couldn't pull this off from a cell. Perry gritted her teeth. You're probably right. That so-called top socialite, she's pure poison. I swear I'm going to expose her in front of Richard if it's the last thing I do. Perry pulled the car onto the highway, scanning the lanes out of habit, but didn't catch a sight of Richard's car. Oh right, Brant's probably going too. Gina perked up. He is? How do you know that? Perry gave a small smile. He's in on the project too. Even Alicia's going. How could he not? Gina looked a bit flustered. Maybe we'll run into him. Then her expression dimmed. But he barely pays me any attention. Perry, do you think I'm just not good enough for him? Like, is it my background, or do I just not look right? She flipped down the visor to check herself in the mirror. You definitely look better, but am I really that terrible? Perry laughed softly. Everyone's got their own style. I'm more of the quiet, soft look. You're bubbly, full of life, and honestly, really charming. Seriously, I think so too. Gina straightened a little, finding a shred of confidence. But I've never had much luck in love. No one's ever chased after me, not even once. What's wrong with me? There's probably been some, Perry shrugged. You just didn't count the ones you weren't into. Why is it always the ones I don't like who come after me? That's just how it goes sometimes. People have different tastes. Doesn't mean those guys were bad, just not your type. Gina thought for a second. I think there were like 3 guys who liked me, but none of them did it for me. One didn't look good, one's family situation was messy, and one guy was just not capable. Do I not deserve someone better? You'll meet someone, Perry reassured her. But with Brant, you really need to stop acting all lovesick in front of him. I know it's hard to hear, but the truth is, if a guy isn't into you, no matter how amazing you are, he won't see it. It's fine to try to catch his attention, even to go after him, but don't throw away your pride, okay? Gina nodded slowly. She got it, but she just really liked Brant. Hard to let go. I'll try to dial it down. Hopefully he shows up today in Larkridge. and I swear I won't come off like a fangirl. Just remember, you're awesome. There's only one you. Perry pressed the gas a bit harder. Her phone navigation beeped a warning that she was speeding, so she eased back again. You don't drive much, but you've got skills, Gina commented, clearly impressed. Perry chuckled. I got my license as soon as I turned 18. Kinda had to get good. Larkridge was pretty far out, and they reached the city around noon. Perry found a spot to park and decided they should grab lunch first. Do you even know where they're headed? Gina asked between bites. Perry paused. Wait, she didn't. Larkridge was huge. Where were they even supposed to go? They're working on some film studio project, right? That kind of thing would definitely be on the outskirts. There are tons in the suburbs. Where are you even going to start? Gina scrolled through her phone. Want to ask Brant? Perry hesitated. If Brant knew, Richard would find out she was here too. That'd blow her chance to see how he really gets along with Alicia. Hold off on that. Let me handle it. I'll call Byron. She dialed Byron. I heard Richard's planning to build a film studio in Larkridge. That true? Byron was actually in the car with Richard now. They'd headed out earlier and already had lunch. Brant was also in their car, while Ted followed in another. Byron glanced at Richard while steering. Yep, it's legit. Richard frowned slightly. Why the sudden interest from Perry? They said they broke up, but whenever something came up about her, he couldn't help but pay attention. Perry cleared her throat. I might want to invest too. Where exactly in Larkridge? South outskirts, Phoenix Ridge. I know that area. Got a pitch deck or anything? Is it possible I can get in on it? Byron grinned at Richard. That's something Alpha has to sign off on. Cool. I'll ask him later then. Thanks. Perry ended the call. Phoenix Ridge it is. Let's head over after lunch. Gina, of course, zeroed in on what mattered most to her. Brant's there too, right? Perry wasn't sure. Most likely. It's a big project. No way he'd skip it. Byron chuckled. Perry wants in? Alpha. Sounds like she's just using this as an excuse to get close to you. Richard didn't want to overthink it. Lately, Perry had him twisted in knots. One minute she's saying they're done, the next she's popping back in. If she really wanted to be near him again, he wasn't even sure he could take it. Who knows when she'd pull another disappearing act. Didn't she always love investing? If she wants in, let her. Byron added, she's been trading stocks like crazy lately. Now she wants in on a film town? Seriously, I'm dying to know how much money she's sitting on. From the back seat, Brant chimed in, clearly intrigued. She's wild, sharp, smart, talented, kinda awesome all around. You sure you're just letting her go? Ever since he'd waited for her all day at the registry and she ghosted him, Richard had cooled down a lot. Let her go? It's not worth it anymore. If I've got time, I'd rather focus on investments. Women? They just stress you out. Brant laughed softly. So what, you're really done with her then? Even if Richard was, he still wouldn't let his brother go after her. I might be done, but you're still off limits. That's non-negotiable, Brant. Seriously, don't you think it's off to chase your own brother's mate? Go find someone unattached. Brant shrugged, unfazed. If I'm into someone, nothing else matters. So for real, stop hurting Perry. Did I really hurt her? Richard didn't feel like explaining anymore. He figured he'd already done more than enough for Perry. In his mind, they hadn't even reached the point of breaking up. We just had a misunderstanding. The car rolled to a stop in Phoenix Ridge. The place was full of untouched open terrain, mountains, streams, a lake, and even a waterfall. The scenery was stunning, the perfect spot for shooting films or building international-themed streets. Alicia showed up too, trailing behind Ted, keeping a bit of distance from Richard and barely saying a word. Perry and Gina rushed over right after lunch. The moment they spotted those cars, they knew it was them. Gina's eyes lit up. Wow, this place is gorgeous. Let's get out and check it out. They got out and started walking along the edge of the lake. Richard and his group were further ahead, walking and talking, clearly in sight scouting mode. Alicia spotted Perry and hadn't expected her to show up here too. Last night's dinner chat had let slip quite a lot, on purpose of course, just to deepen the cracks between Richard and Perry. If Perry got too close, there was always a chance Richard might lose his grip. So Alicia edged closer to him, figuring he wouldn't brush her off in front of everyone. Perry saw it, Alicia almost leaning into Richard. They were way too close. Richard spotted Perry too. He froze for a second, trying to figure out what she was doing there. Was she here to invest too? Or actually scouting the place? Alicia inched in even more. Richard, this place is breathtaking, especially that lake. Richard's expression darkened. He wasn't clueless. He knew exactly what she was up to. He wanted to step back, but seeing Perry changed his mind. He let Alicia stay close, didn't push her away. This lake used to be called Fairy Lake, he said. Really? Alicia beamed at him. That's perfect. Once the film base is up, it'll be great for movies and tourism. Richard didn't respond. He clearly wasn't into her being that close. Perry paused about 50 meters away, eyes on the sparkling lake but heart on Richard. Why'd you stop? Gina asked, planning to go say hi to Brant. I just don't feel like walking anymore. But really, Perry was just hurting inside, seeing Alicia all cozied up to Richard stung. She was sure he'd seen her, but chose to ignore it. Come on, you came all this way. Don't waste it now, Gina said, tugging her forward. Alicia's not alone, her brother's here too. She said all that to rile you up. Perry let out a bitter laugh. They're literally walking side by side. You don't have to make excuses for them. Maybe it's better this way. After today, I can finally move on. Move on from what? You know who Alicia is. This is all an act she's putting on for you. Perry laughed again, the kind that hurt. Yeah, and Richard sure is helping her sell it, isn't he? Richard and the others had already walked off ahead. Perry and Gina followed, keeping a solid 50-meter distance. When they finally made it to the waterfall, everyone came to a stop. Gina gave Perry's hand a tug and started walking forward. Alicia stepped onto a big rock, lost her balance, and grabbed Richard's wrist with a startled yelp. Richard saw her slip and instinctively caught her, lifting her back up. She leaned into his arms, eyes soft with a shy smile. Thanks, Richard. Richard let go quickly. Stand properly. Still clinging to his arm, Alicia pouted. It's really slippery here. I can't stand straight. Just help me a bit, okay? Richard noticed Perry not far away, watching all of this, so he didn't brush Alicia off. He helped her to the other side, curious, would Perry get jealous? That move hit Perry like a stab to the heart. It wasn't even a big deal. Any decent person would help someone about to fall. But in Perry's eyes, it felt like betrayal. She'd thought she could move on from him, but no, she was still completely tied up in him. Crossing the rocks, Perry joined them on the other side of the stream. Byron and Brant greeted her. Didn't expect to see you here. She glanced at Richard. Of course I came. Gotta do my homework if I'm putting money into this. Brant chuckled. I'm in full support if you invest. Richard cut in, tone sharp. I'm the one calling the shots on this project. It's not open for just anyone. Perry's heart sank. Was he deliberately pushing her away even after she showed up, clearly trying to make amends? He could have softened up a bit, taken the chance to move forward. But no. Wow, Richard, I'm backing your project because I believe in you. Brant tried to lighten the mood. Exactly, take the hint, man. She's giving you a way out. Don't be so stubborn. Richard didn't respond, just kept walking. The path along the riverbank was tricky and wet. Alicia pretended to stumble again, but this time Perry reached out and steadied her first. Miss Arnold, maybe this place just isn't for you. Hiking in heels? You're asking for a twisted ankle, Perry said, voice cool. Alicia shook off her hand. What's the problem? Richard's here. I'm not worried. But you, didn't say you broke up? Why follow us here? Not embarrassed. Richard paused, his focus shifting to the growing tension between them. Perry shot back. Our relationship's none of your business. Oh, really? Richard's been so kind to me. Didn't you see him holding me all the way here? Alicia said, clearly enjoying herself. Perry frowned. Looked more like you kept throwing yourself at him. Alicia's face lit up with mock surprise. What? No way. He was totally helping me on his own. Miss Lake, you two broke up, right? Then back off already. Still hanging around. What are you trying to prove? Perry was getting annoyed. Richard could definitely hear them talking, yet he didn't say a word. No reaction at all. He didn't even bother to back her up. Who's clinging to the past now? If you really want him, go ahead, take him. Alicia jumped right on it. Wow, Perry, is that how low you think of Richard? No wonder you've never appreciated anything he's done for you. You never took him seriously. Honestly, he misjudged you. To get Richard's attention, Alicia was going all in, totally tossing aside her usual polished image. Whatever popped into her head, she said it. Perry flared up. Are you insane? When did I say anything bad about him? And since when is it your business whether I appreciate him or not? If he wants to, let him. What's it to you? Richard had been listening the whole time. He was curious. Would Perry say something that let him know she still cared? Alicia, in her high heels, was struggling to walk. She kept grabbing onto trees and rocks to keep steady. She looked a little messy. Come on, Richard's way out of your league. Seriously, Perry, you don't even come close. Perry shot her a proud smirk. Whether I'm good enough or not doesn't matter. What matters is if he likes me. Like he'd really like you. As the trail evened out, Alicia straightened up and circled back to walk next to Richard again. Brant, Byron, and Ted were walking ahead. They clearly had zero interest in the drama going on behind them. Gina had been eyeing Brant, but now her gaze landed on Perry. That girl has no shame. You're still around, and she's already throwing herself at Richard. Richard's no saint either, Perry snapped, clearly upset. She'd been here a long time already, and Richard hadn't said a single word to her. It's like she didn't even exist to him. Alicia hovered next to Richard like glue. Richard, the view here is amazing. Just wish the path was easier. It's a bit tough. He glanced down at her heels and said nothing. Wearing those? Of course it's hard to walk. Ted wasn't too concerned. He actually low-key hoped Alicia and Richard would hit it off. You knew we were hiking today, and you still dressed like that? Alicia, used to heels every day, didn't see the problem. I'm just being careful. Besides, with Richard around, I'm in good hands. Hey, at least he hadn't brushed her off. She took that as progress. Perry moved behind Richard, raising her voice on purpose. Yeah, so lucky you've got your Richard protecting you. Sounds like your Richard really dotes on you. Richard shot her a look. What was that supposed to mean? Was she jealous? Alicia replied shamelessly, You're right. My Richard will definitely look after me. Isn't that right, Richard? Richard gave a non-committal, I'm here, so no need to worry. Thanks, Richard. Alicia tried to loop her arm through his, but he sped up and she missed. Perry's heart sank. Since she arrived, Richard hadn't said a thing to her, but he was all warm and protective to Alicia. Was he seriously thinking of getting back with her? Even Ted could see what Richard was doing. He was obviously trying to provoke Perry. But Alicia was clearly enjoying every second of it. Gina kept hanging around Brant, but Brant, as always, made sure to keep his distance. Boundaries, clear as day. Perry followed right behind Alicia, eyes glued to her and Richard. The moment Alicia made any move, Perry was lightning quick to catch her, blocking Richard from any chance to play the gentleman. They made a full loop on the trail and started heading back down. Climbing down was easy enough, but for Alicia, tottering in heels, it was torture. A slight misstep, and she swayed dangerously close to Richard. Richard, I'm kinda losing my balance. Wait up a sec. Richard reached out to steady her. Watch your step. I won't be scared if you're holding me. Alicia clung to his arm tightly, like prying her off would take a crowbar. Perry stepped around with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Miss Arnold, maybe I should help you instead? No need. Richard's got me. Alicia clearly had left her shame at the mountain base. Whatever, suit yourself. Perry circled past Richard, shoulder-checking him on the way, and sped up. Gina caught up, panting. Why the sudden sprint? Not watching their every move anymore? Perry let out a sigh full of frustration. What's the point? Richard's been cold to me since we got here. He's got eyes only for Alicia now. Remember I told you he never went to the contract office that day? Pretty sure I was right. You didn't even ask him. How would you know? Isn't it obvious? If he still cared even a little, he wouldn't let Alicia trample over me like this. Perry picked up her pace even more, heading straight back to the car and slipping inside without even starting the engine. So where now? Don't tell me we're heading back already? It's almost 5. Driving in the dark sounds like a bad plan. Gina frowned, clearly not ready to part ways with Brant just yet. Perry didn't want to leave either. She just sat there in the driver's seat, engine off, staring ahead. Meanwhile, the others were slowly making their way back. Richard kept craning his neck to check on Perry, tempted to catch up with her, but held himself back. When they reached the lakeside and saw Perry's car still parked, he finally relaxed a bit. Sticking close to him, Alicia insisted, Richard, I'll ride with you, okay? My feet are killing me. I can't drive like this. She'd come alone in her shiny red Porsche. Richard's expression cooled in a flash. He had zero intention of sharing a car with her. Ted caught on quick and stepped in. Hop in mine. I wanted to talk to you anyway. I'll make sure someone drives your car back to the hotel. I'm riding with Richard. Alicia wouldn't let it go. Ted pulled her aside. Are you seriously not getting it? He's only nice to you to piss Perry off. That's it. He doesn't actually want to be near you. Alicia shrugged, not even trying to hide her desperation. So what? As long as I'm with him, I don't care why. Don't butt in. I've got to win him back. He was mine to begin with. Come on, don't kid yourself. He'll never fall for you. After what you did to Benjamin, you're lucky he hasn't come after you, or taken it out on the Arnold family. You said it yourself. He didn't. That means he still has feelings for me. Ted scoffed. Get real. He only cares about Perry. Enough already. Come with me. Stop making a scene. As Ted tried to guide her to his car, Alicia looked back. Richard, Byron, and Brant were already buckled in, 2 city officials with them, and one was taking Ted's car. Spotting there wasn't an extra seat left, Alicia finally gave up. Byron drove off and Perry followed behind in her car. Gina lounged back in the seat, munching on snacks. They're probably heading to the hotel, right? We're staying over too. Head back tomorrow or something. Yeah, no way we're leaving tonight, Perry said, stepping on the gas. She didn't want to fall behind. She needed to keep an eye on Richard and check if he'd end up staying with Alicia. Richard glanced in the rearview mirror and spotted Perry's car. He relaxed a little and told Byron, don't go too fast. Got it. Byron also looked back. That her car? Doubt it. Probably borrowed. Richard remembered Gina's car was red and Perry didn't have her own ride. Perry was currently driving Dylan's brand new Lexus SUV. It handled great and she was actually into it. They all ended up at Larkridge Hotel downtown. Alicia had someone unload a suitcase and a duffel from her car, like she was on a full-blown vacation. Perry and Gina just carried a backpack each. 2 changes of clothes and some skincare stuff, super minimal. Richard had already booked the rooms. He gave Byron a look, and after a delayed second, Byron caught on and went over to the front desk. He told the clerk to put Perry's room next to theirs. They were staying in the swankiest business suite, 2 rooms in one. When Perry went to check in, she and Gina also asked for a business suite. She asked on purpose, did Byron book a room here too? The front desk lady replied honestly, yes, he did. Perry said, cool, keep us on the same floor. They're our friends. Of course, the clerk said. That's what she was going to do anyway, and she arranged for their room to be right next door. It was already dark out when Byron came by and said, Alpha's asking you to come down for dinner. Perry was about to say no, but Gina grabbed her arm. Don't forget why you're here. Beta Byron, which room's dinner in? We'll be down in a bit. 3rd floor, Byron replied. They dropped off their bags and headed to the private dining room. Everyone was already seated. Alicia had snagged the spot next to Richard and stuck to him like glue. There was still an open seat next to him, clearly saved for Perry. But Perry chose not to sit there. She took the seat by Byron instead. On the other side of Alicia was Ted. Brant had people on both sides, so Gina ended up sitting next to Perry. Richard, let me get you some tea, Alicia said, picking up the teapot. She had run upstairs for a quick touch-up just to claim that seat, didn't even have time to change clothes. Richard was deep in talk with Brant about the Film City project, totally ignoring her. Perry quietly dug into the food. When Alicia tried to serve Richard a dish, he finally couldn't hold back. Just worry about yourself, okay? I don't need you serving me. His voice was calm but firm. Not a request, it was a warning. Alicia quickly backed off, but her look toward Perry still carried a smug undertone. Perry gave a little shrug, too lazy to engage. I actually like the sound of that project. Count me in as an investor. Richard didn't respond. Brant, on the other hand, lit up. We'd love to have you. Happy to hear that. Alicia sneered. Do you even realize how much investment this project needs? Even a single % is going to cost hundreds of millions. Richard looked at Perry, curious himself. How loaded was she really? Perry shot out casually. I'm putting in $1 billion. That gets me 10%, right? Alicia froze for a second. Wait, had Perry just snatched $1 billion from Richard even before landing him? Miss Lake, throwing out numbers isn't the same as actually investing. You've got to bring real cash to the table. Perry replied, "It's just $1 billion, I've got it. Richard, just tell me, do you want me in or not?" Richard looked a bit taken aback. The way she said it, $1 billion sounded like pocket change. How much money did she really have? You think it's that easy? Just wave some cash around and you're in? Perry wasn't super savvy with business deals. Then explain it to me. Don't talk down like I don't get it. Richard said, "Come on, quit fooling around. This is serious. If you've got money to burn, find another hobby." That annoyed Perry. "So you do look down on me? Well, I'm investing whether you like it or not, and I want 10%. Ted looked just as curious as Alicia. Where on earth was Perry getting that kind of money? Byron threw in, "We're all family here. What's Richard's is yours, isn't it?" Perry pouted. "Says who? What's his got nothing to do with me? Richard, I'm investing, period." "We'll talk later," Richard said, brushing it off. "This kind of project isn't something you can just jump into." Alicia's phone rang. It was Fergus. She didn't dare pick up inside the room, so she grabbed her phone and stepped out. She slid to answer and hissed, "Didn't I tell you not to call me randomly? You still haven't paid me for the last job I pulled for you." Alicia had been short some funds back then. "You'll get your cut." "Cool, send it now. I need the cash. Also, tell me what you want next. If the price is right, I'm game." Alicia paused. "You know what I want. If you can make Perry disappear, I'll wire you $2 million. Disappear? As in what exactly? Even the Shadowborn guys failed last time. You think I can do better?" Alicia thought her bond with Richard had come a long way, enough to push for more. "Don't pretend you can't handle this. Fergus, you've done worse. So, yes or no? Give me time to think. I'll reach out later. First, send the payment." Alicia opened her banking app and settled the balance. When she turned around, she suddenly saw Gina standing behind her. Alicia jumped. "What are you doing here?" Gina had come out to find a bathroom. Someone was using the one inside, so she stepped out. Out of curiosity, she lingered to hear a bit of Alicia's convo. "Why can't I be here?" Alicia felt her heart pounding. "Were you eavesdropping?" Gina stayed calm. "If you didn't want anyone hearing, maybe don't whisper secrets right outside the door." Alicia was starting to panic. "What did you hear?" Gina gave a little smile. "Whatever you said is what I heard." Alicia couldn't tell if she heard everything or not. "What exactly did you hear?" "This is private, a personal matter. You weren't supposed to know any of it." Gina just shrugged. "Privacy or not, move out of the way. I need the restroom." But Alicia blocked her. "What did you hear exactly? There's a restroom inside. Why come out here?" Gina let out a sharp chuckle. "Look at you freak out. What, scared I overheard something? Who are you trying to mess with? Perry? Who'd you hire?" Alicia's nerves jumped. Maybe Gina was just fishing and she was being paranoid. Why would I need to do that? Perry and Richard already broke up. She's no threat to me. Then what's with the panic attack? Gina brushed past her and headed into the restroom. Alicia's steps were uneasy as she made her way back to the room. God, she hoped Gina hadn't caught on, or that little plan to spike Perry's drink was going to blow up in her face. Gina strolled back casually and sat down next to Perry, picking at her food like nothing happened. But every now and then, she glanced at Alicia. Her eyes, however, kept drifting toward Brant. The way he talked business? Damn, the guy was all charm and composure. Basically her dream man. Meanwhile, Alicia was completely focused on Richard's every move, pouring his tea, dishing up soup, totally playing the attentive card. Perry couldn't stand it. What was this? Richard needing Alicia to wait on him hand and foot now? Her jaw clenched tighter with every second until she finally snapped, glaring at Richard. "What's wrong with your hands? You need someone to do everything for you now?" Richard frowned. She was right there with him, and yet every word out of her mouth was some sarcastic jab. "Do you have a problem?" "Yeah, I do," she shot back. "Everyone else here seems pretty independent, but you? Always gotta have someone catering to you. Don't you think it's a bad look?" Alicia chimed in with a sweet smile. "Richard, I don't mind doing this for you. Perry, maybe stay out of this. It's between me and him." Perry's patience snapped. She stomped over to Alicia and hissed under her breath. "When did it become your job to take care of my mate?" Richard caught that last part. Oh, so now she admits he's her mate? Alicia gave him a wounded look. Richard, did I do something wrong? To ease the awkward vibe, Perry lifted her wine glass. Alpha Richard, here's to you, the film park project. I'm serious about investing. I hope you'll think it over. Richard, still replaying her earlier jab at Alicia, actually liked the protective edge she showed. He raised his glass and clinked hers. I'll give it some thought. Perry looked him straight in the eye. No thinking, I'm in. Alicia quickly added, then I want in too. Perry stared her down. Do you even have the money? Alicia came from money, but not funds she could call her own like that. My family does. Right, but that's not your bank account. And you got rich all by yourself? Alicia added mentally, probably leeching off Richard anyway. Perry looked smug. Every cent is mine, earned it myself. With that, she turned around and went back to her seat. Dinner wrapped up, and Brant and Byron took the hint and left. Ted grabbed Alicia's wrist. Come on, we're heading back. Stop making a scene. Alicia knew something had shifted with Richard, thanks to Perry. And after tailing them this whole time, backing down now felt like losing. You go ahead. I've got something to say to Richard. Ted pulled her back firmly. Don't be ridiculous, like he's really going to care what you have to say. Enough with the delusions. Richard only sees Perry. No matter what you do, he's never going to pick you. Out in the hallway, Richard was leaning against the wall with a cigarette, waiting. If Perry would just come talk to him first, that'd be enough. He'd forgive everything, even her ditching him that day at the bond office. Gina pulled Perry toward the elevator, clearly flustered. Last night when I went to the bathroom, I overheard Alicia on the phone. She said she wants you gone, like completely gone, and she didn't care how much it costs. What? Perry looked stunned. She's trying to hurt me? Hasn't she always been trying to? Honestly, I'm starting to think maybe she was the one who drugged you too. That had crossed Perry's mind before. Belen even confronted Alicia about it, but she denied everything. Yeah, but we've got nothing solid. You could check her phone transfers. Think you can track them? Perry was a tech whiz. Digging that up wouldn't be a big deal. But right now, all she wanted was to see Richard. She glanced back. He was on the phone, and Alicia was still glued to his side. Ted had tried talking some sense into him earlier, but had to leave for something urgent. Perry told Gina to go back to her room, then turned and walked to the private room entrance. Just then, Richard hung up and stubbed out his cigarette. Alicia leaned in with fake warmth. Richard, want to go for a walk? There's something I want to talk to you about. Richard noticed Perry walking toward them. Whatever it is, you can just say it here. Alicia took a deep breath. From where she stood, she hadn't noticed Perry yet. I just want you to know that even if Perry's gone, I'll still be here. I've been here this whole time, waiting for you to look back, waiting for you to come to me. Richard's eyes darkened. You really think that's going to happen? Of course, Alicia said with a smile. If I stay genuine, keep holding on. I know one day you'll see who actually loves you. Perry, she's selfish. She only ever thinks about herself. She couldn't even protect her own baby. How could she be right for you? Perry froze. So if I'm not good enough, you think you are? Alicia didn't hold back now. She knew Richard and Perry were on the rocks, so she went all in. Perry, you don't even really like him, so why keep clinging to him like this? Don't you find it pathetic? This is between me and him. You're the last person who should be talking right now. And Alicia, who the hell is Fergus? Alicia flinched, totally caught off guard. Fergus? How did Perry know that name? Oh crap, she did say it during the call earlier. Did Gina overhear that? I don't know what you're talking about, she said quickly, trying to change the subject. Richard, come on, let's go take that walk. And to Perry's fury, Richard actually started walking off with her. Perry's voice shook with anger. Richard, I dare you to take one more step. Richard stopped and looked back. What do you want me to do? Perry's eyes welled up. What she really wanted was to throw herself into his arms, to hold him tight and whisper how much she missed him. She didn't want to fight anymore, didn't want to break up. These past few days had cooled her anger. He stood there, waiting patiently for her to finish. Alicia, sensing the shift, panicked. Richard, let's go. Perry, stop lying to him. You hurt him. You really think he'd still want you after all that? Perry felt a sharp pain in her chest. Richard, it's either me or Alicia. If you pick her, I'll leave right now and never show up again. But if you choose me, I'll stop fighting. I'm tired. I want to go home. Richard just stood there, staring at her. Part of him wanted to go over and wipe away her tears, but he didn't move. She never even showed up at the contract office, no word of explanation till now. That still stung. Perry, didn't we already break up? Why, you regret it now? Perry clutched her chest. Yeah, she had said those words, more than once. Every time they met, it was the same thing. When she stayed silent, Richard got irritated. If we're done, then fine, let's make it clean. Alicia, let's go. He wasn't even sure why he said those words. As if someone else had taken control, he just turned around and left with Alicia. Didn't look back. A buzzing filled Perry's head. She shouted, "Richard!" but her voice was so low, he didn't hear, nor did he stop. She ran a few steps after them. Richard and Alicia had already stepped into the elevator. She stopped right at the doors, locking eyes with him. Her stare held sadness, anger, and most of all, disappointment. When the elevator shut, she didn't get in. As it headed down, Alicia's mood was sky high. "Richard, let's take a walk by the river later," she said, reaching for his hand. Richard gently pushed her hand away. The way Perry looked at him when those doors closed, it crushed him. He wanted to go back, wrap her in his arms. "Come on, Richard," Alicia chirped as she stepped out of the elevator. Instead, Richard pressed the button and sent the elevator back up. When he made it to the third floor, Perry was already gone. Back in her room, she lay motionless on the bed, completely shattered. Her world had fallen apart. Richard had really chosen Alicia over her. He left without caring how much it would hurt. Richard paced the corridor, but no sign of Perry. He ended up back in the guest room. Byron told him Perry was just next door, and he could go talk to her if he wanted. Besides Byron, Ted and Brant were there too, still discussing the new filming project. Richard felt drained and stayed silent, slumping onto the couch, his head foggy. "It's fine, just keep going." The others kept talking. Ted brought up a point and repeated it a few times before Richard even processed it. "Alpha, if you're wiped out, maybe get some rest," Byron suggested. But Richard wasn't physically tired. His mind wouldn't let Perry go. She'd just softened and was ready to come back, but he turned her away. He couldn't forget the day she ghosted him at the contract office, happily eating seafood with Zachary like nothing was wrong, or the way she kept telling him they were over. He'd swallowed it all again and again. But even he had limits. Then the doorbell rang. Richard jolted. Maybe it was Perry? Maybe she'd come to make up? If it really was her, maybe he could forgive her. Ted opened the door. But it wasn't Perry. It was Alicia, holding a bag of fruit. "I bought some oranges. Let me go slice them up." Richard felt the hope drain from him. Of course it wouldn't be Perry. She was way too proud to show up like that. Alicia came back with orange slices, stuck one on a fork, and handed it to Richard. "Here, it's that Valencia orange you like. Super sweet. I tried it myself." Richard didn't want to eat a thing. "I'm not hungry. Give it to someone else." "Just try one piece. I know you'll like it." Alicia held a slice of orange near his lips. Richard turned his head away, wiped the juice off his mouth with a frown. He looked pretty annoyed, but held back from lashing out. Instead, he got up and moved to sit somewhere else. Ted called out, "Alicia, if Richard doesn't want it, bring it over here." Alicia walked over with the plate. "I cut it for him. Not my fault he doesn't care." Ted saw right through her. "All right, enough. Go get some rest. We've got stuff to talk about." But Alicia didn't budge. "Come on, I want to hear it too. I could invest, even if it's just a tiny share." Richard's eyes darkened, voice frosty. "What could you possibly contribute?" Alicia thought for a beat. "A lot, actually. I could act, even work in management, whatever you need." "I don't need any of that," Richard shot her down coldly. "Ted, if you're not serious about this, take your sister and leave. This isn't a free-for-all." Alicia snapped. "But what about Perry? She gets to be involved." Richard didn't hesitate. "She's my mate, so what's mine is hers." That shut Alicia up. She realized too late just how badly she'd set herself up. "Then what about me, Richard? What am I to you?" Before Richard could answer, Ted had already dragged her to the door. "Go to your room, stop causing trouble," he muttered. He already knew whatever Richard would say wouldn't be kind. Alicia wasn't giving up that easy. Please, I swear, I won't interrupt. I'll just sit and listen, okay? I don't want to be alone. It's boring and lonely. Ted sighed. Fine, but don't start imagining things. He sat down again. Sorry, let's get back to it. Alicia stole a glance at Richard. Richard ignored her altogether, stood up, and went back to his room. Alicia instantly filmed a quick video, capturing Richard just as he walked away, and made a new post, one only Perry and Gina could see. She had added both of them as friends recently. Since she was also staying at the Crown Regent Hotel, Gina didn't have a real excuse to decline. Perry knew Alicia had a thing for Richard, which is why she'd never removed her. Lying in bed scrolling through her feed, Perry saw the post instantly. Still in talks about the project, even this late. Wait, was Alicia in the next room? So Richard ditched her to go on a walk with Alicia, and now he'd brought her back up? Are they actually together now? Gina sighed. Her brother's there, so maybe it's innocent, but she's obviously pushing it hard. Richard's no saint either, Perry muttered angrily. He knows damn well what kind of person Alicia is and still acts all nice to her. Gina suggested, why don't you call him? Just get it out in the open. Perry shook her head. I already asked him to choose, and he picked her. She smiled bitterly. Gina, I've decided. I'm going back to New York tomorrow. I'm done chasing him. He doesn't love me. But Gina still wanted to follow Brandt. If you just leave like that, aren't you basically giving Alicia a free pass? No matter what, hang in there for one more day. If he still acts like this tomorrow, then we'll head back the day after. Maybe Richard's just trying to mess with your head? Perry muttered weakly. He's got the nerve to mess with me? He's the one who did something wrong, even if she couldn't really say what exactly he did wrong. Come on, don't be so stubborn. If you like him, then talk it out. Gina unlocked her phone. I'll call him for you. Get him to meet you. Since you're already here, you should face this instead of running. But Perry couldn't shake the image of Richard leaving her behind last night to go on a walk with Alicia. Just thinking about it fired her up again. Forget it. I don't want to see him right now. Seeing him will just piss me off more. He's got Alicia glued to his side. Doubt he even remembers I'm still here. I'm going to bed. She reached up and switched off the light. But sleep just wouldn't come. She kept tossing and turning. It felt like this burning ball of frustration was stuck in her chest. She got up and grabbed a cold bottle of water from the fridge. She knew deep down what she really needed was to calm the hell down. She paced the room over and over until late into the night, until finally drowsiness kicked in. She hadn't set an alarm and ended up sleeping until 11. The moment she woke, the first thing she saw was a new post from Alicia. Breakfast with Richard, posted that morning. There was a photo of Richard from the back and Alicia making a peace sign, beaming sweetly into the camera. Perry shot upright. Damn, how'd I sleep in so late? Gina blinked awake beside her. What's going on? Wait, it's 11 already! Richard had been trying to keep an eye out for Perry at breakfast, but didn't catch sight of her. He did feel a little better seeing her car in the parking lot. At least she hadn't left. Maybe she was just sleeping in. On the road, he kept glancing at the rearview mirror, but she never showed up. That strange emptiness gnawed at him. If she had come, maybe, just maybe, he'd have found a way to make up and fix things. All the way until noon, he still hadn't caught a glimpse of Perry. Alicia hovering around him non-stop had started to seriously grate on his nerves. When he finally came back to the hotel midday and saw Perry in the lobby, a wave of relief washed over him. Only to realize she was at the front desk, backpack slung over her shoulder, checking out. He glanced at Byron. Byron caught on fast and casually walked up to her. You leaving already? Her heart skipped a beat at his voice, and when she turned around, her eyes locked with Richard's for a second before she quickly looked away. Yeah. Well, how about grabbing lunch before you go, he suggested. One last meal together. Perry handed her room key to the receptionist. We slept in and ate already. We're heading back to New York. All right, Byron said, then added, didn't you say you were thinking of investing in that film park project? Maybe check it out a bit more? Perry gave a bitter smile. They clearly don't want me involved. Me sticking around only makes people uncomfortable. He's got someone beautiful with him already. I'm just extra. Byron told her, you're way off. Richard's not into Miss Arnold like that. You're the only one in his heart. Perry froze. Really? If I meant anything to him, then why would he ditch me like that for Alicia? Byron, don't try to comfort me. Richard and Alicia were meant to be. She was his first love. They just split for a bit. Now she's back, and let's be honest, I can't compete with that. They weren't fated mates, Byron clarified. They were close, yeah, but it never went that far. Perry recalled Richard mentioning something like that before. But still, he's clearly with her now. Whatever, I came here. I've seen enough. I've got no regrets left. Richard was still standing nearby, watching, with Alicia right at his side. They were way too close. Byron glanced back at Richard, clearly frustrated. Perry was still leaving. Gina gave a quick nod to Brant and left the hotel with Perry. Perry didn't look back, not even a glance at Richard. Richard, let's head to the private room, Alicia called out sweetly. Richard turned his gaze toward the outside and started walking out. Richard, Alicia chased after him. Where are you going? He didn't respond. Instead, he picked up his pace and headed straight for the parking lot. Just as Perry opened the driver's side door, a large hand slammed it shut again. Gina shot Richard a playful look, gesturing for him to go talk to Perry, then slipped into the passenger seat. What are you doing? Perry snapped, annoyed. Alicia had followed, standing a little way off. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. She hadn't expected Richard to chase after Perry. Richard pulled Perry into his arms. Don't do this, okay? Perry shoved at him. I'm the one causing drama? You're the one hanging out all cozy with Alicia. What am I here for, to watch your little love show? Richard's eyes went red. He leaned against the car, trapping her there. It wasn't like that. Don't go, please. Why shouldn't I? So I can stand here and keep watching? Tears slid down Perry's cheeks. Move. Richard was too strong for her to push away. The next second, he pulled her close and kissed her hard, holding the back of her head firmly. He was never good with words. This was the only way he knew to show how much he loved her. Perry struggled at first, but he held on so tight. Eventually, she stopped resisting. Truth was, she'd come here hoping to win him back. Time seemed to freeze around them. At that moment, it was just the two of them. Richard kissed her like he meant to pour out all the frustration and heartache he'd felt. Perry let him hold her. Her guy was back. She was exhausted, done fighting. Gina ducked her head onto the steering wheel, pretending not to see. Alicia, tears brimming, turned away. No matter what she did, Richard's eyes were always on Perry. She felt ridiculous. After a long moment, Richard finally let go and looked at her. Still mad at me? Perry let out a quiet snort, wiped her kiss-swollen lips. You bet I am. Oh yeah, then maybe we should try that again. He leaned in for another kiss. Perry panicked. Someone might see. So what? I'm kissing my own mate. Who's gonna say anything? She pushed him off. Cut it out. If you're gonna act like this, can we at least go inside? Sounds good. Let's go take this behind closed doors, Richard said as he pulled her along. Wait, where are we going? To our room, duh. Privacy, right? No. Hey, that's not what I meant. Perry leaned into him. I've got to get back. I already had dinner. Well then, stay while I eat. Richard had his arm around her as they headed back into the hotel. Gina watched them walk off, exasperated. Her best friend had completely forgotten she was still in the car. With a sigh, she jumped out and followed. Not like she wanted to leave yet anyway. She still wanted to hang out with Brant. Richard walked into the private room hand in hand with Perry, grinning like a kid. Perry looked shy, cheeks flushed. So many familiar faces, after all. Richard pulled out the chair for her, like a total gentleman, and shielded her as she sat down, then took the seat right next to her. The rest just looked at each other, finally letting out a breath. Thank God they patched things up. No more Richard being all icy and giving everyone the cold shoulder. Alicia's expression froze. All her effort had gone down the drain. She'd basically gift-wrapped Richard and Perry's reconciliation. The sting of failure and jealousy flooded her chest, and she couldn't hold back a jab. Wasn't Perry about to leave? Perry didn't want to make it worse. Honestly, Alicia's vibe right now was awkward enough. He didn't let me go. Richard casually peeled a shrimp and dropped it into Perry's bowl. Not when I'm still here. Good luck trying. Alicia felt like someone dumped a bucket of ice water on her. She'd totally misjudged it. Even if Perry hadn't got that marriage certificate with Richard, their bond didn't waver one bit. Ted looked super uncomfortable too, his sister chasing after Richard like a teenage fangirl, while the guy couldn't care less. What a mess. But he wasn't in a position to offend Richard if he wanted that business deal, so he just swallowed all his frustration. All right, Alicia, eat something. After that, head back to New York, yeah? Food was the last thing on Alicia's mind. Tears escaped despite herself, but no one seemed to care. Richard only had eyes for Perry. Byron and Brant had no sympathy for her either. Ted was the only one with even a little heartache for his little sister. Gina, who had been waiting in the car, ran back in. Perry? Seriously? You ditched me in the car? Perry winced a little. Oh shoot, my bad, I sort of forgot. Richard, in a good mood again, chuckled. Come sit down, there's still plenty to eat. Gina purposely sat next to Brant. He might not be crazy about her, but he wasn't rude either. Since she was Perry's best friend, her being happy meant something. Now that things were good between Perry and Richard again, even he looked pleased. Only Alicia felt like a total outsider. She couldn't even make herself eat. She thought she'd gotten closer to Richard, and now it turned out all she had didn't measure up to a single look from Perry. Perry was properly enjoying her food now. Sure, she said she'd eaten lunch earlier, but barely touched anything with her mind spinning nonstop. Now that she'd made up with Richard, everything tasted so much better. She happily polished off every shrimp he peeled for her. Alicia couldn't take it anymore and stood up, walking out of the private room. Everyone paused for a second. Perry glanced toward the door. It was left open. Alicia had her back to them and looked like she was wiping away tears. Honestly, she probably only dared to act like this because Ted was around. Richard quietly took Perry's hand and held it in his, signaling her not to worry. No need to be bothered by Alicia's little show. Ted, not wanting to make things more awkward, walked over and closed the door. Eat up and head back when you're done. I'll have someone drive you to New York. Tears streamed down Alicia's face. Why aren't you helping me? I'm being completely humiliated here, and you just stand by and watch. Ted sighed. Richard never liked you, Alicia. He and Perry have always been a thing. You're the one forcing yourself into this. Stop putting yourself through this. Go home. I'm not going. As long as Richard's here, I'm staying too. What's the point? You're New York's top socialite, and now look at you, completely wrecked. Just go. He pulled out his phone and called one of his staff. Take Miss Arnold back to New York. Alicia had no choice but to leave for now. On the way, she called Fergus and set up a plan to meet him later that evening. Ted walked back into the private room. Only Brant asked politely, Is Alicia okay? Ted gave a small smile. Yeah, she's fine. I arranged for someone to take her back to New York. Sorry she caused some trouble these past couple of days. Richard was in a good mood with Perry beside him, so he didn't comment. Instead, he just kept putting food in Perry's bowl. This one's really good. Eat more. Perry enjoyed the attention and ate whatever he picked for her. Gina wanted to do the same for Brant, but he shut it down fast. I don't eat that. You can have it. No need to fuss over me. Gina had no choice but to back off. The site visit at the film studio was pretty much wrapped up, and the project had been finalized. Byron would take over the follow-up work. After a short meeting with the city officials in the afternoon, everyone headed back to New York. Richard and Perry were in their own car. He had something on his mind and finally asked, Why didn't you go to the contract office the day we were supposed to register? Perry leaned against the passenger seat, munching on some snacks Richard had picked up for her earlier from the hotel mini-mart, currently tearing into some spicy chicken feet. I did go, just got there kinda late, past 5. Traffic was horrible, so I ran part of the way. But by the time I got there, everyone was gone, and you weren't there either. You actually went? Richard looked relieved. Whatever had happened, at least she'd tried. Yeah, what about you? Were you there? What are you talking about? Richard looked confused. I sent you 2 messages on WhatsApp. You didn't see them? Perry looked baffled and tossed the half-eaten chicken feet in the car's trash bin. Messages? Are you sure? I didn't get anything from you. Richard pulled out his phone. Here, see for yourself. The chat history was right there, clear as day. For a moment, Perry just stared at the screen. She hadn't realized he was that careful. She'd even been pinned to the top of his messages. Sure enough, there were two texts, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. But I swear, I didn't receive any of these. I figured you didn't show up, so I didn't need to either. Then last minute, something pushed me to go check anyway. Richard frowned. You thought I didn't go? How could you not get my messages? I don't get it either, Perry said, clearly thrown. I got messages from other people that day, just not yours. I even called you, but your phone couldn't connect. That's weird. Why would that happen? Richard looked troubled. Perry was just as puzzled. It didn't feel random. She checked online, but with so many days gone by already, it was hard to trace anything. Maybe someone messed with our phones, some sort of virus, something that blocked us from talking to each other that day. I mean, I really did try to call you, but your phone just wouldn't go through. You're saying someone did this on purpose? Perry nodded slowly. It's not impossible. Richard, do you trust Alicia? Richard narrowed his eyes. Wait, you think Alicia was behind this? I don't have proof, but I've had this feeling for a while, Perry admitted. That woman's had it out for me since day one. She obviously likes you. You're not interested, but she still refuses to walk away. So maybe she tried to create misunderstandings to drive us apart. I've even started wondering, what if she's the one who arranged for someone to drug me back then? Richard's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his hand trembling just a little. Why would you say that? Perry recalled what Gina had told her. Alicia called someone named Fergus last night. Gina overheard it. Alicia mentioned me, said something about making me disappear. Richard froze for a second. She really said that? What the hell is she up to? Perry sighed. I just have a bad feeling about her. Maybe it's not just because I'm the one you like. There could be something else, though I can't figure out what. It's just a gut feeling. Richard reached over and gently ruffled her hair. Don't overthink it. I'll get to the bottom of this. If she really had someone drug you, I swear she won't get away with it. That night, Irene was heading to dinner with Belen. Since it was out in the suburbs, they had to take a mountain road. Staring out the window at the dim landscape, Irene muttered, Who even picks a spot this far out? Feels like a setup or something. The streetlights were weak, and just ahead at a curve, a car had broken down right in the middle of the road with a warning sign behind it. Someone was standing by the roadside, waving them down for help. Belen slowed to a stop and rolled down the window. Hey, what's going on? Why are you blocking the whole road? The man replied, Engine just died all of a sudden. I've tried everything, but nothing's working. I already called roadside assistance, but they're taking forever. Sir, can you maybe take a look? The road was narrow, barely enough for two cars to pass, and with the stalled car in the middle, Belen had no choice but to get out. Irene followed, grumbling under her breath. She just warned him to stay alert, and now he was out here helping strangers like it was nothing. Both of them stepped out. By the time Richard and Perry got back to New York, it was already night. Brant and his dad were staying at the Crown Regent Hotel's presidential suite, so Richard took Perry to the Thornborn Pax Hotel instead. After dinner, he held her close as they walked back to their room. It's been a while since we had time together. Tonight, just stay with me, all right? He pulled her into a deep kiss as soon as they went inside, his hands already slipping under her shirt. Perry suddenly remembered and grabbed his hand. Wait, Richard, stop! What's wrong? Richard asked, jaw tightening. Still mad at me? She quickly shook her head. No, it's not that. Did you forget? It hasn't even been a month since the miscarriage. Doctor said no sex yet. Oh, Richard remembered the warning now. He took a deep breath and reined himself in. Okay, then we wait a few more days. Just stay with me tonight. That's enough. Perry looked down, cheeks slightly pink. It'd been a while, and now that they were alone again, she was actually getting nervous. Richard chuckled. Nervous now? We've been together for a while, babe. Hey, the ceremony's not even done yet. Richard took her hands. Then let's go back to the Blood Moon Pact tomorrow. I'll have Dad pick a date for the ceremony. How's that? Perry hesitated, memories of the miscarriage still fresh. I'm not ready. Can we wait a while? I'd rather go once I'm pregnant again. Is that okay? Richard nodded slowly. He was heartbroken, sure, but he never blamed you. None of this is your fault. You've got time. We'll prepare slowly, no pressure. She still looked unsure. Let's wait, all right? I'll go back with you tomorrow and apologize to Dad. He's worried sick. We'll talk about everything else later. I promise I won't pick fights with you again." "Seriously," Perry nodded. "Yeah, I promise. Honestly, it's been tough for me too. That's why when Alicia said she was going with you to Larkridge, I just panicked and followed. Thank God you didn't fall for her." Richard chuckled. "Fall for her? Not a chance. I've already got the best woman in the world. No one else even comes close." That really hit the right note with Perry. "All right, time for a shower," Richard said, swooping her up into his arms and carrying her into the bathroom. "Let me take care of you." Perry didn't mind being pampered. After the shower, he carried her back to bed. To make sure she rested well, he just cuddled her all night, not stepping over any lines. She slept like a baby, not stirring till after 10 in the morning. When she woke, Richard was propped up against the headboard, looking down at her with the softest gaze. "You're up?" He smiled. "Yeah. What's the plan? Heading back to the Blood Moon Pack?" "Yeah, I told Dad we'd be back for lunch." "Okay." Perry got up and changed. There's nothing quite like waking up to the same face you saw before falling asleep. It felt like pure bliss. She made a quick run to Grayson Holloway and picked up a couple boxes of the elder's favorite mung bean cakes, then went home with Richard. It was Saturday, so Benjamin was off work. He was standing at the door when they arrived, grinning. "Welcome back, Luna." Perry handed the cakes to the housekeeper. "Benjamin, how have you been feeling? Any discomfort lately?" He scratched his head. "Not really. Just a weird stabbing pain in my chest now and then, but it goes away pretty quick. Probably nothing serious, right?" Perry sat him down on the couch and felt for his pulse. "You've just been through a major illness, Benjamin. Your system's still pretty weak. You need proper nourishment. I'll redo your diet plan." "Thanks, Luna. I really appreciate it," Benjamin replied sincerely. He still carried Perry's blood in his veins and had always treated her with deep respect. Perry handed over the new meal plan. "Stick to this, and you'll bounce back in no time." "Got it," he nodded earnestly. "Luna, we're all so glad you're home. This is your place, too. Promise you'll visit often." Her heart warmed. "Thank you, Benjamin." Joel came out of his study at the sound of voices. "Perry's here." She quickly stood and bowed. "Dad, I'm sorry for making you worry." He had come to terms with the miscarriage. "Perry, I've told you before, it wasn't your fault. Your family. I don't blame you." Still, guilt lingered in her voice. "I'll do my best to get pregnant again soon." Joel gave a reassuring nod. "That's good, but don't stress too much. Let it happen naturally, all right?" "Okay. Thanks, Dad." She felt a weight lift. Everyone in the Blood Moon Pack had been nothing but kind to her. She really shouldn't have talked about leaving. It hurt both herself and those who cared about her. Joel was delighted she was home. "We'll pick a good day soon and get the wedding certificate done." Thanks, Dad." Perry was always thoughtful and warm. No wonder everyone liked her. Lunch together felt cozy and relaxed. Joel even had a couple extra drinks to celebrate her return. Then Perry's phone rang. It was Francis calling. Perry was having a great time with the Blood Moon Pack wolves, eating well, chilling, and definitely not in the mood to deal with interruptions. Especially not from Francis. That man never brought good news. He only ever called when he needed something from her or wanted to force her into doing something. So she didn't even bother picking up. She kept on eating. A few minutes later, her phone buzzed again, another call from Francis. She set it to silent and acted like nothing happened. Richard glanced at her, giving a slight reminder. Maybe it's something urgent? He's always got some scheme when he calls. I don't feel like getting dragged into whatever mess he's in, Perry said, still in high spirits, pouring herself a glass of red wine. The vibe at the table was warm and relaxed, just the way she liked it. But after lunch, Perry picked up her phone only to see 5 missed calls, all from Francis. "Seriously, what's with the non-stop calling?" she muttered. "Maybe call him back. I mean, no matter what, he is your..." Richard trailed off. After all, Mara mentioned that Perry might not even be Francis's biological daughter. Who knew what was real? Perry caught the hesitation but chose to believe her mom. To her, Francis was her dad, so she called him back. "What is it?" Francis sounded tense, like really tense. "Perry, Irene's missing. She didn't come home last night. Her phone's off, and I figured maybe she just stayed out. But it's been all morning and nothing. And now Bellen's gone too. Can't reach him. Phone won't go through. Perry didn't even try to hide her disdain. She's an adult. What are you freaking out about? That's exactly it. She's a grown-up, and she's never just disappeared like this before. Things are already complicated lately, and I'm really worried. Perry's response was flat. Then report it to the police. Why are you calling me? Francis sighed. I did speak to the sheriff. He said they'd look into it, but since Irene's an adult, he told me to wait it out. I've already been waiting, and I can't just sit here anymore. Perry, can you talk to Richard? See if he can help at all? Perry looked at Richard. She had the call on speaker, so he heard everything. Honestly, Irene wasn't exactly popular with him either. Funny how Alpha Francis suddenly thinks I'm the guy to ask for help, Richard said, raising an eyebrow. Translation, since when were they even close? Francis sounded even more desperate. Richard, you're with Perry, right? You've got the connections. Could you maybe get someone to check into it? Irene's car's still at home, so I doubt she drove off. Last night she and Bellen went out to eat at Waterfront Inn. I checked. Bellen's car showed up there, but left just minutes later. And then nothing. It's like they vanished. I really think something might have happened. Perry crossed her arms. Irene and Bellen? Those two are always up to no good. Something happening to them wouldn't be shocking. Sorry, I've got nothing to offer. Just go to the cops. Perry, I'm down to my last option here. Your brother is still a kid, studying overseas. I have no one else to turn to. He was referring to Jonathan, Irene's son. Honestly, how did he lose track of his own wife and still have the nerve to ask others for help? Perry let out a breath. Go to the police. That's their job. But fine, I'll help check who Irene called last night. Francis was clearly relieved. Yes, thank you. I'm at the Crown Regent Hotel. Where are you now? I'm with the Blood Moon Pack. We're heading over now. Perry slid into the car seat. She wasn't thrilled about dealing with the Ashen Pack again, but Francis had called her looking absolutely pathetic. She couldn't just ignore it. She opened her phone from the passenger seat. Richard glanced over as he drove. You know how to do that kind of stuff? Sure do. I'm full of surprises. Perry pulled up the info in no time. Using the call log, she dialed the number and tracked down Irene's last contact. It was Rosa Carlos, Klaus's mate. Rosa sounded edgy on the phone. She told Perry that Irene had said they'd really clicked and suggested grabbing a meal together. But last minute, Irene bailed, leaving Rosa waiting in the booth for nearly an hour. Perry asked one more thing. Was Bellen with her? Rosa played dumb. They were together? No clue about that. I was only meeting Irene. She didn't mention bringing anyone else. All right. Thanks anyway, Luna Rosa. Perry ended the call. Unfortunately, the records only showed who they talked to, not the actual conversation. She looked over at Richard. What do you think? Irene and Bellen disappearing at the same time. Is that a coincidence? Hard to tell, Richard replied cautiously. They were always thick as thieves. They probably pissed off the wrong person. Could be. Perry nodded slowly. Francis was pacing anxiously in the hotel lobby. As soon as he spotted them, he lit up like he'd just seen a lifeline. You two are the only ones I can count on. No idea who else to turn to. So, any leads? Perry laid out what she had. That's all I've found so far. You need to think carefully. Any chance someone held a grudge against her? Maybe it's payback. Francis frowned. She didn't have enemies, except maybe you. Perry's expression darkened. So what? You think I didn't say that. Francis rushed out. Of course not, but she's just gone, out of nowhere. I can't shake the feeling something's really wrong. Richard's phone buzzed. It was Byron. Alpha, I just got off the phone with someone who received a scheduled email last night. It's about Perry's background. Since you're her mate, he didn't post it. Wanted to check with me first. Where are you? We need to talk in person. Byron rushed into the hotel once he learned Irene and Bellen were missing. So you think it was either Irene or Bellen who sent that email to the editor? Francis looked shaken. What was in the email? Byron's tone was blunt. I'm guessing you won't love the contents, Alpha Francis. What does that mean? Beta Byron, tell me already. Francis was getting frantic. Byron didn't hold back. It's about Perry's origins. Francis froze, silence stretching for a few seconds before the truth hit. What are you saying? Richard glanced over the email. Alpha Francis, you must have always known Perry was your biological daughter. But to keep stringing her along, you forged the paternity report. A film of sweat broke out on Frances's forehead. How the hell did this come out now? Was Irene really reckless enough to send that to the press? No, wait. This has to be a misunderstanding. Richard, Irene must have been messing with you. Perry suddenly remembered. Irene called me before. She was hesitating a lot, like she wanted to say something but couldn't. Maybe she was trying to tell me all this? If that's the case, yeah, it makes sense. Irene didn't want my real identity to be exposed, and Rosa happened to know the truth, so... It all clicked for Perry. The fake paternity test, of course. That had been Irene and Rosa working together. Richard chimed in. They used that to blackmail Rosa. That's probably why Terry snatched both of them. Irene might have seen it coming and sent out a scheduled email to the news editor. That must be it. Perry finally saw the whole picture. Francis wiped the sweat off his forehead. If that's true, then we need to call the police. It's got to be Terry who took them. Perry shot him a cold glance. You went to great lengths to use me, didn't you? You guys have been lying and manipulating me all this time. Why should I help you? Irene getting kidnapped has nothing to do with me. Handle your own mess. Francis looked desperate. Perry, I was wrong. I know I used you, but Sarah's still not back and Jonathan's overseas. You're the only one I can turn to. Richard, please, help me out. He looked genuinely pitiful, but honestly, pathetic or not, it didn't change a thing. Francis had never treated Perry like a real daughter, only used her when it served him. It was painful to watch. Richard's eyes turned icy. Whatever Perry decides, that's what we do. I'm here to protect her, no one else. Perry, you're my daughter, Perry scoffed. But only when it's convenient for you, right? The rest of the time, what am I to you? I admit I messed up. Please, just forgive me. Francis wasn't being humble, he was just shameless. Call Rosa, ask her to come over. Perry did want answers, so she pulled out her phone and called Rosa. At that very moment, Rosa was still shaken. Terry had already told her he shipped Irene and Belen off down south, probably dumped deep in the mountains by now. When she saw Perry's name pop up, it took her a few seconds to process. Right, Irene's stepdaughter, that means Francis must have talked to her. What's up with you? Jumping like that and ignoring your phone. Who is it? Klaus was sitting right beside her. Rosa was a little flustered. It's Perry. Maybe she wants to hang out or something. Then pick it up. Rosa answered the call. Hey Perry, what's up? Irene, got a minute? I was thinking we could grab a coffee. I'm at the Crown Regent Hotel. Coffee? Now? Rosa glanced at Klaus, who gave her a nod to go. All right, she couldn't say no anyway, and she wanted to see what this was really about. Once in the car, she called Terry. Don't say a word, Terry warned. Just play dumb. Irene and Belen are dealt with. Don't leak anything. At the hotel, Rosa saw Richard and Francis waiting there too. Her heart sank a little, but she forced a smile. Perry, well, hello there. Look who's here. Alpha Richard and Beta Byron, and Alpha Francis too. Perry motioned for her to sit. Time was tight, so she got straight to the point. Irene and Belen disappeared. You know anything about that? Rosa took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Missing? How could two adults just vanish like that? Did anyone even look for them? Francis wasn't having it. Rosa, you talked to my wife right before she disappeared. Where did you take her? Rosa responded quickly. Yeah, I called her. Thought we hit it off, so I asked her out for dinner. But I waited forever last night, and she never showed. Later she sent me a text saying something came up. She pulled out her phone. Wait, where's the message? It was just here. Francis shot her a glare. Cut it out. You set her up, didn't you? Lured her and Belen away because they knew something, some big secret you'd do anything to keep quiet. Rosa froze. What are you talking about? What secret? Francis was about to explode. Stop pretending. Rosa, Perry's my daughter, isn't she? Rosa just stood there, stunned, like someone had yanked the ground from under her. They knew? How? She looked at Perry with panic in her eyes. Perry, what is this about? Seeing her so rattled made it clear. Perry had her answer. Rosa knew the truth, but why hide it? You and Irene faked that report, didn't you? Rosa felt like her blood just turned cold. She had done everything to cover it up. How did it fall apart? Perry, I really don't know what you mean. Why would you think that? Perry sighed. Irene told me. She left an email with the newspaper chief, and when he realized it involved me, he forwarded it to Byron. Rosa's hands were visibly shaking. No, that's not true. It's not. Richard squinted at her. You're scared of Klaus, right? You didn't expect Perry to get close to him. That wasn't part of your plan, and now you're afraid he'll come after you. Rosa couldn't even look up. If the ground could open up, she'd jump in without a second thought. How did it come to this? Irene left an email? I don't know what you're talking about. Seriously, I don't know anything. Francis warned her, voice tight with rage. If you keep lying, I'll bring Klaus into this. And we both know what that means, don't we? Perry couldn't help but scoff. Now you're all righteous? Bit late for that, don't you think? Rosa, clearly terrified, grabbed Perry's hand. Please, Perry, I've come clean to you. Don't tell Klaus, okay? I'm begging you. Francis exploded. You were scared Irene would spill the truth, so you had them taken. Rosa, you'd better tell us where they are or I'm calling Klaus right now. Rosa looked completely lost. Things had spiraled too far. She knew Klaus would find out sooner or later. Go ahead and hit me if you want. I've told you everything. I don't know anything. If Klaus kicks me out, so be it. I've got nothing left to care about. Francis turned his attention to Perry, but she didn't seem the least bit concerned about Irene or Bellen's whereabouts. Irene, if you know where they are, just say it. 2 lives are hanging in the balance. Yeah, Irene and Bellen were pretty awful, but throwing your whole future away for them is just not worth it. Rosa didn't even know if she'd make it out of this alive, let alone have a future to worry about. It's already come to this. If I knew anything, why would I still lie? Perry, I'm sorry. Perry sighed and gently held her hand. Rosa, you don't owe me an apology. It was Irene who made my mom suffer and die with regrets. Someone like her. Whatever happens to her, she deserves it. Francis froze for a second. What Perry said wasn't exactly wrong. And that Bellen guy, he's scum too. He's hurt me over and over. If something bad happened to them, that's karma. Francis blurted out, Wait, are you saying you arranged for them to be taken? Perry's eyes turned sharp. Did you see me do that? Were you there? How do you know if someone took them or they just wandered off? Rosa looked stunned. Perry, you're not mad at me for hiding the truth? Irene made me cover it up with her. I was scared, seriously scared. I thought Klaus would walk away from me. Compared to Francis, Rosa was at least able to admit fear. I get it, Perry said calmly. You were scared, but now everything's out in the open. There's nothing left to be afraid of. Just face it. I believe Klaus is not unreasonable. As long as you explain, he might understand. And even if he doesn't, you've still got us. Rosa felt a bit calmer. But leaving Klaus? She truly couldn't. She loved him to the core. Thank you, Perry. Really, thank you. Francis, on the other hand, felt awkward as hell. Seemed like he was the only one who still cared about Irene being missing. Perry, can we at least try to find Irene? Rosa, where did you put her? Rosa rolled her eyes. I seriously have no clue what you're talking about. I already told you. I don't know. You can't just blame me because I called her last. That's not evidence. Truth be told, she hated Irene and Bellen even more than Perry did. You knew Irene had secrets. That's why you had them kidnapped. Rosa snapped. Francis, stop throwing wild accusations around. And anyway, it's not even a secret anymore. I've got zero reason to go that far. If you care that much, maybe you should be out there looking instead of blaming me. Terry had made it clear this wasn't on her. No matter what came, he'd shoulder it. But Francis wasn't giving up. Who else could it be? That email to the press is all the proof I need. Rosa stayed calm. You really think an email counts as proof I kidnapped them? Fine, I'll call Klaus right now. But Francis didn't even have Klaus's number. The guy's the head of the Shadowborn pack, not exactly someone he could just dial up. Perry, do you have his number? Perry couldn't be bothered. No idea. Don't have it. Great, you too. Francis snapped, clearly losing it. Rosa's nerves were fraying. She glanced at Perry, her voice low. What should I do? Let him be, Perry replied calmly. This isn't your fault. You've got nothing to be scared of. Rosa took a long breath. You're right. Whatever's coming, I can't dodge it forever. Perry, don't push it, Francis shouted, his anger boiling over. I'm your father. And Irene had it coming. Perry shot back without hesitation. Even if you find her, I'll still confront her. That's later, Francis snapped. We deal with that when it's done. Right now we need to find her." He had no hope Perry would actually help, and in his mind, this whole thing screamed Rosa. She was capable enough to pull strings. Rosa looked uneasy. "Perry, should we check the hospital too?" "No rush," Perry replied, then narrowed her eyes. "Rosa, did you take them?" Rosa's expression faltered, flickers of panic in her eyes. She wasn't nearly as composed around Perry, but she held firm. "No." Richard and Byron had both been in trouble recently. Odds were, Rosa had a hand in this, but neither of them felt it was their place to step in yet. Irene and Belen were dumped in a patch of dry grass. Balin stared blankly at the empty blue sky, not a single soul answering his silent calls. He couldn't even speak, just lying there in total despair. Maybe karma had finally come knocking? He'd once used the same trick on Perry. Now it was his turn. But would he get as lucky? Irene had never gone through anything this rough. Her skin was covered in itchy, burning bug bites, and with her hands and feet tied, she couldn't even scratch. She looked over at Belen, eyes wide. Was this really the end? Belen shuffled closer, both of them still tightly bound, thick cloth stuffed in their mouths. No speaking, no getting up, no walking. Hungry, thirsty, exhausted, they could only exchange looks and clumsy head tilts to communicate. Irene let out a muffled sound, trying hard to ask, "What now?" They couldn't just sit here and wait to die, right? Belen was at a loss. The whole setup was eerily familiar. This was exactly how he'd trapped Perry. Deep down, he started to wonder. Could Perry be the one behind this? But Irene's thoughts were elsewhere. Her mind was fixed on Rosa. This had to be her doing. She suddenly regretted sending that scheduled email. If it had reached the editor-in-chief already, their whole game was up. With the truth out there, they'd lose all leverage, and Frances wouldn't have any more reason to go after Perry. She might have just played herself. Belen was still in the dark about that email. He just stared out at the endless mountains, completely lost. Night had already fallen, and Terry was still kneeling. He knew Klaus well. Prideful to the bone, that man wouldn't let things go easily. Until Klaus calmed down, Terry didn't dare move. Dinner was ready, but the kitchen staff didn't dare interrupt. The chef stood nearby, quietly stealing glances in their direction. After what felt like forever, Klaus finally snapped. "What did you do with Irene and Belen?" They had vanished, and Terry was the obvious suspect. No one else had the motive. Terry didn't even try to lie. "Alpha, it was me. I had no choice. I had to deal with them." Klaus grabbed the nearest teacup and hurled it straight at Terry. It smacked against his head, shattered on the floor, blood mixing with porcelain shards. Terry's ears rang from the impact, but he didn't flinch. "Yeah, I did it to protect myself too. If anything happened to Luna, I wouldn't be able to face you again." Klaus exhaled sharply. "Where are they now?" Terry spoke honestly. "I dumped them in the mountains, tied up, left them to fend for themselves." The place he meant was in Clarion Ridge, way out northeast, wild, deserted, and deadly. At night, predators came out. With their hands and feet tied, Irene and Belen had no chance of escape. Terry had told Rosa he sent them south, just in case she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Just another layer of misdirection. Not everyone could have Perry's luck and run into a hunter. Most just died out there. "You dared pull this behind my back?" Klaus roared. "You realize what this could mean?" Terry seemed numb to everything now. "Yeah, I know what's coming. Punish me however you want. I won't run, but I don't regret it." Klaus didn't reply, just sat in stony silence. Then the doorbell rang, cutting through the heavy air. "Who is it?" Two werewolves waited outside. "Hi, I'm Francis. I need to speak to Alpha Klaus." Julie, the housekeeper, glanced at Klaus nervously. "Boss, there's someone named Francis here. Should I let them in?" "Tell them to get lost," Klaus snapped. "Alpha says he's not seeing anyone. Please leave and don't come back." Francis wasn't giving up. "Please, I know Terry took my wife. Let me see him. I just want to talk. I'm begging you." Julie looked at Klaus for guidance. He was furious. They had the nerve to come straight to his home? But in the end, he allowed it. Not inside, though. Men like Francis didn't deserve to set foot in his house. This was the first time Francis and Albert had seen Klaus in person. Francis had imagined the guy a dozen different ways, but standing face to face, he was just a man. No horns, no wings, just chillingly stoic. "You're Alpha Klaus, right? I'm Francis. My wife Irene went missing. Before she disappeared, she was in contact with your mate. I think she and Terry took them. Klaus's eyes narrowed, a flash of coldness surfacing. Funny, you don't seem too concerned about Bellin. Albert quickly stepped in. That's not true, Alpha. Billin's my brother. I never wanted to replace him or push him out. If he comes back and has what it takes, I'd give the leadership back. No hesitation. Klaus let out a low, mocking laugh. How noble of you, but this has nothing to do with me. Don't come knocking again. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to head back inside. Albert quickly stepped in front of him. Alpha Klaus, no matter what my brother did, at least let's find him first, okay? If he really needs to be punished, fine, but can we bring him back alive first? We swear, as long as you let him and my aunt come back, we won't push the issue. Let's just forget it ever happened. Francis paused. He had wanted to bring them back and then hold Terry and Rosa accountable, but now it seemed like getting them back was priority number one. Yeah, Albert's right, Alpha Klaus. Let's pretend this never happened, as long as they're safe and come home. Klaus didn't respond. He just turned around and went back inside without a word. Francis raised his foot to kick the heavy iron gate, but Albert quickly stopped him. Don't lose your cool. So what now? Francis was the only one left from the Ashen Pack. Sarah hadn't shown up, Jonathan was out of the country, and it felt like he was all alone. We don't have solid proof. First, we need to find Terry. Albert didn't have Terry's number, so he couldn't contact him. He's definitely in the house, but Klaus won't let us in, Francis said, totally out of options. He knew he had to contact Perry again. At that moment, Perry was having dinner on the second floor of a hotel restaurant with Richard and Brandt. When she saw Francis's name pop up on her phone, she instantly felt irritated and almost declined the call. Richard nudged her. Come on, just answer it. He's probably freaking out. He is your dad, after all. Even though Mara had told her Francis wasn't her biological father, Perry had always seen him as her real dad in her heart. She answered with a sigh. What is it now? Francis was desperate. Look, I'm not even asking for anything else. Just give me Terry's number, okay? He had already asked her before, and she ignored him. Perry, I'm begging you, please. With another sigh, Perry hung up and copied Terry's number to send to Francis. Terry was still on his knees, frozen. When his phone buzzed, it was an unknown number. Klaus gave him a cold stare. Terry hesitantly accepted the call. Who is this? I'm Francis Lake, came the voice on the other end, trying to keep calm. Terry, can we talk? Whatever it is you want, I'm willing to negotiate. Terry instantly knew what was up. Francis wanted the hostages back. It was already night, and Belen and Irene were still stranded in the wild. God knows if they had been attacked by animals. Klaus knew everything now. What was he supposed to do? He looked over at Klaus again. Klaus didn't even glance at him, just sat on the sofa puffing away at a cigar, clearly wishing he could burn Terry alive with it. Terry swallowed hard. Francis, we barely know each other. What's there to negotiate? Francis replied, Terry, we both know what this is. I've already promised Alpha Klaus, if you bring Irene and Belen back, we won't hold this against you. Please, just tell me where they are. But Terry stuck to his line. I don't know what you're talking about. You're lying, you. Before Francis could finish, Terry hung up, then looked at Klaus. Boss, I'll do whatever you say. Just tell me what to do. Klaus blew out a thick cloud of smoke. Irene and Belen never did anything to us. Let them go. He didn't want extra trouble. I'm warning you, handle this mess yourself and don't drag the pack into it. Yeah, I'll handle it myself. Terry hung up after ordering his men to go rescue Belen and Irene. Then he turned around and said, I don't know their exact location, but I can help look for them. You don't know? Wait, are you saying Alpha Klaus had them taken away? Albert was baffled. They had gone to great lengths to keep Klaus in the dark about taking Belen and Irene. Terry, would you dare say that in front of Alpha Klaus? Terry paused for a beat. Of course he wouldn't. He'd just spent a good while on his knees, remember? Now he just wanted to save face in front of these two. Anyway, you should head back now. I'll update you once I know more. How long will that take? Where are they now? Francis wasn't about to just walk away. Terry glanced at the time. Probably tomorrow morning. It's hard to say right now. Where are they? Francis was losing it. Just tell us. If we know the location, we can send more people to help. Trust me, I gave my word. If they make it back safe, I'll let this whole thing slide, like it never happened. Terry thought for a second. They're in the tall grass on the west side of Clarion Ridge. Clarion Ridge? The name alone made Francis break out in goosebumps, but he had no choice but to suck it up. He quickly called Perry. Terry says Irene and Belen were dumped in Clarion Ridge. Perry, can you please talk to Richard and ask for his help? If we don't act now, they might not make it out alive. Perry didn't even want to get involved. Irene and Belen are my enemies. Why should I care if they're dead or not? Perry, I'm begging you here, okay? Francis knew he couldn't count on the police without causing issues with Klaus. He had to settle this quietly. Perry couldn't ignore it anymore. Fine, I'll go get someone, but when Irene's back, I'm not letting her off easy for what she did before. Fair enough. Let's just get them back first. I'll do whatever you want after that. Francis had no more options. Richard agreed to send a helicopter for the rescue operation. Then Perry perked up. Maybe I should go too? And do what? You think trekking through wilderness is some kind of fun? Richard texted Byron to start arranging things. I'm serious, Richard. Perry leaned on her hands, giving him those classic puppy eyes. Richard gave Perry a light tap on the head. All right, I'll go with you. Huh? You're coming too? Won't that mess up your schedule? Perry looked a bit embarrassed. You're going, aren't you? No way I'm letting you go alone. Now go pack, quick. Perry rushed upstairs, stuffed her backpack, and came down. Richard had his bag ready too. Byron was already waiting with the car out front to take them to the airport. Francis, Albert, and Terry had all come by. Perry, I knew it. I knew you wouldn't leave your dad hanging, Francis said, genuinely touched. Even with all the resentment, he had to put it aside until they found Irene. Perry didn't sugarcoat it. I'm just tagging along for fun. You handle the search, not my job. Fine, fine. As long as you're going, that's enough. Francis didn't push it. She made her point. She was here for herself, not him. Perry was with Richard, Brant, the sheriff, Francis, and Albert. They drove all the way to the mountain base late at night. Richard wouldn't let her head into the woods in the dark and told her to catch some sleep in the car. She ended up curled up next to Richard in one car, while Brant and Byron crashed in another. They didn't head out until the sun came up. No word yet from the people who went in during the night. Not a peep. No idea if it's because there was no signal in the mountains or if something worse happened. Perry had a stash of medicine in her backpack and kept an eye on the terrain around them. Richard twisted open a water bottle and handed it to her. Here, drink some water. You okay? Tired? Perry smiled as she took the bottle. I grew up in the mountains, remember? This is nothing. You're the one looking wiped out. Look at you, sweating buckets. She reached out to wipe his forehead. Brant, Byron, and the sheriff trailed behind them. Perry, Richard glanced at her. You're not seriously doing all this just to find those two, are you? Her gaze drifted toward the distance. You kinda guessed right. I'm mainly here for the herbs. My mentor once told me there's a rare plant that only grows in this area. Hardly anyone comes here, so it's super tough to find. Look over there, see those? Richard squinted in the direction she pointed, but looked confused. They just look like regular grass with rainbow flowers on top. Not regular at all, Perry said, clearly pumped. Add this to the formula and it speeds up recovery. Might even cure the root cause. And today's my lucky day. First thing up the hill, and boom, there it is. Been dreaming of finding this stuff. Brant leaned in. Wait, you came here to get medicine for my dad? Perry grinned. Not just for Kane. I'm also hoping to discover some other useful herbs. I wasn't sure I'd find anything, so I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up last night. She dashed over excited, but it turned out to be further than it looked, and on a steep cliff, no less. When she tried to climb up, Richard stopped her. I've got this. It's pretty high up. You might not reach either. Perry thought for a second. How about this? Lift me up. I can sit on your shoulders. That should do it. Richard crouched to let her get on, then slowly stood. It worked. Perry took out a bag and started harvesting, snapping the herbs off carefully and filling 2 large pouches full. She jumped down with a grin. That's enough for tons of doses. They pressed on deeper into the woods, Perry spotting and picking several types of herbs along the way. For her, this whole trip was about the medicine, Some of these plants could treat serious illnesses, even save lives. Byron glanced ahead. Still no word on the others. Think they found Billin or Irene? Richard shrugged. Honestly, with this many people sent in, if they're not back yet, maybe. Wild animals got to them. Perry froze for a second. God, that's awful. And we still can't reach anyone? No reception in the mountains. Contacting anyone was impossible. That said, for Perry, it had already been a pretty successful outing. By the time they turned back, Byron, Richard, and Brant were each carrying bags full of all kinds of herbs. They'd been hiking for hours, deeper and deeper into the woods. It was already past noon, and they'd covered quite a bit of ground. Every now and then, a rustle in the grass or a sudden loud noise would make Perry tense up. Even though she'd grown up in the mountains, the unpredictable sounds still made her uneasy. "Should we turn back?" she asked, glancing around nervously. "Feels like we're not going to find them." Byron squinted into the distance. "There's a weird fog over there." Perry followed his gaze and her expression changed instantly. "No, that's not fog, it's miasma. We got to get out of here now." They all quickly turned back. But just as they were retreating, a thick layer of the toxic haze started creeping in from above, and with it, a swarm of mosquitoes. Richard swatted his head and smashed one against his skin. "There's a ton of bugs." Perry immediately dug through her backpack and handed out bottles of medicine. "Take it quick. These mosquitoes are poisonous, and the miasma's toxic too. We can't stay here." Clutching their bags, they headed back the way they came. Thankfully, the sheriff had a compass. Without it, they'd probably be lost. Not long after, they heard movement up ahead. It was Francis and the others. They'd been searching since last night and still hadn't found Irene or Bellin. They hadn't even come across the special ops team that'd gone in earlier by helicopter. Francis looked pale and out of breath, and Albert didn't look any better. Perry rushed over to check their pulses. "They've been exposed to the miasma too," she said, handing them each a pill. The rest of the group took one as well, and it seemed to help a little. Francis was still anxious. "Perry, Irene's still missing. What do we do?" Perry tried to stay calm. "Terry's team went in before you guys. If anyone can find them, it's them. But this forest's huge, and they could be hiding anywhere. Plus, this place is tricky. You get turned around easily. Just don't split up." The special ops had brought drones, but the forest was so dense, tracking anyone was nearly impossible. Francis refused to give up. "We can't leave now. Irene's not safe. We have to keep looking." "I told you, the miasma out here's deadly. We need to get out of this zone first. And I really don't think Irene and Bellin came this way," Perry said, her tone edged with concern. If the pair had actually entered this part of the forest, it'd be a miracle they were still alive, between the thick miasma and those poisonous bugs. Francis stared at the trees, panicked. "Then let's use a drone. What if they stumbled into that area?" They still had one left, so they sent it in. But the drone only picked up the haze and loads of flying bugs, no sign of life. "Bring it back," Perry said. "Even if they came this far, the toxins or bugs would have stopped them. No way they kept going." Francis wasn't ready to give up, but the others weren't sticking around. "Then why don't you check out another area?" Francis and his group had wandered blindly into the forest. Honestly, it was a small miracle they hadn't gotten completely lost already. "You'll still need to get out of here before heading anywhere else," Perry reminded them. "Come on, let's get out of this miasma zone first." It took them another half an hour of hiking to escape the dense mist. Up ahead, sunlight streamed through the trees, cutting across the foliage and warming their faces. Perry let out a breath. "Everyone okay? Feeling all right?" Francis let out an exhausted groan. "How could I be okay? We still haven't found Irene. Perry, you came for herbs, not to look for her, right?" Perry didn't even bat an eye. "I came to collect herbs. Why the hell would I look for Irene?" "Fine, suit yourself. I'll go." Francis turned to head in the opposite direction. Albert grabbed him by the arm. "Uncle, don't be rash. Let's just wait a bit, okay?" After an entire day and night with zero rest, the man was clearly exhausted. Perry didn't stick around for the drama. She headed back down the mountain with Richard and the others. Francis still wanted to climb back up, but even Albert was too worn out to move. Alone and helpless, Francis just plopped down on the ground with a heavy sigh. After a short break, Albert gathered a few officers and villagers who just arrived and started heading up the mountain again. "Sounds like somebody's nearby," Irene whispered, her ears straining. Belin stood up, leaning against a thick tree and squinting. "You might be right. Could be Terry." "Then let's hide. Quick." Irene dragged him into a patch of tall grass. "It is Terry." Terry and his team soon ran into Albert. Albert told him Irene and Belin likely hadn't gotten far, since they'd already searched all the other spots. He figured they might still be close, maybe tucked away in some cave or something, so they decided to push in deeper. He really had no clue where else to check. Belin's eyes widened. "It's not just Terry. Albert's with him. I knew it. Albert's totally in on this. They're trying to off us. That bastard. I should have seen this coming." Irene gritted her teeth, staying crouched. She didn't dare make a move. Terry and Albert's voices were getting closer, and they had over 10 people trailing behind them. "We already went through here. Didn't see a thing," someone muttered. Albert said, "Let's go a bit farther in. There might be a hidden cave or something nearby. They don't have food or water. They can't be too far." Terry cursed under his breath. "Damn it. I tied them up so tight, and they still got away. I've been out here all night because of this crap. Once I catch him, I swear, I'll skin him alive." Albert scowled. "If it weren't for you screwing things up in the first place, we wouldn't be out here. I'm telling you now, if they're not found, don't even think about crawling back." "Oh, so now it's all on me? What, you gonna throw me to the wolves? The forest's huge, man. You expect me to pluck them out of thin air?" Terry was fuming. Listening in, Belin and Irene realized loud and clear, these two weren't just hunting them. They knew about the escape and weren't planning to let them disappear quietly. No, they wanted to see them die, for real. Irene bit back her rage, wanting nothing more than to jump out and tell Albert off to his face. That snake, he must be working with Rosa, figures. Suddenly, Albert's drone hovered right above them. It's buzzing loud and steady. "Hold up! I picked something up." Terry rushed over, shoved aside the waist-high grass, and his eyes lit up. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Found them! It's definitely them." The search team quickly gathered around. Albert shoved Terry aside as he stepped forward. "Irene? Belin, are you okay?" Struggling to her feet, Irene smacked Albert across the face. "You scumbag! You really hired some hitmen to take us out? Listen to me. You even think about killing me. Your ancestors will rise from the grave to haunt you. Humph. Trash like you will never be anything else." Though her voice was hoarse and her lips were badly cracked, Albert heard every word loud and clear. His face twisted in anger. He'd gone through hell to get here, and now she was accusing him? "Terry, take them back, now." Terry gave a quick nod and told his two guys, "One each, carry them." Albert paused for a moment. "Hold on, they haven't eaten in ages. Let's get them some food first." Terry pulled out a few pastries and a bottle of water. "Here, have some. Better fill up before we hit the road." Belin snapped, "What, planning to execute us right here? Terry, you're such a jerk." Terry didn't even look at him. "Suit yourself. Eat or not, doesn't matter to me. We'll just drag them down." Irene was starving. She grabbed a pastry and started devouring it like she hadn't eaten in days. She ate too fast and nearly choked, then gulped down water. Even if she was going to die, she'd rather be full. Belin followed suit. Eating gave him more fuel to curse. "Albert, you've already got the alpha spot. Why keep coming after us?" Albert didn't bother replying. After searching non-stop for a whole day and night, he was wiped. He leaned against a tree, resting. After a short break, they hiked for over 2 hours to reach the base of the mountain. When Francis saw both Belin and Irene safe and sound, he finally relaxed. Her wrists and arms were bruised, clothes ripped by branches, hair a mess. He was heartbroken. "Are you okay? They didn't hurt you, right?" Irene threw herself into his arms like a kid, sobbing. "Francis, thank goodness you came. I thought I'd never see you again. These past 2 days felt like a trip through hell. It was terrifying up there." "Francis, we can't just let those who kidnapped us off the hook. We have to bring them to justice." But Belin had made a deal with Terry, agreeing not to pursue it. He could only gently say, "What matters is you're back safe. From now on, let's all just live peacefully." "You can't be serious about letting this go, right?" Irene's anger hadn't cooled. Frances was more concerned about what would happen when Perry dug into the past, especially if it led to Irene being implicated. Let's talk about this later. Meanwhile, Perry was crouched down studying the herbs she'd just gathered. A couple of them were extremely rare. With the right combo, Brant's dad should recover quickly. Irene walked up. "So you weren't here for me after all. You came to forage." Perry stood, dusted her hands off, and said calmly, "You don't seriously think you're important enough to send this whole crew here just for you, do you?" Irene glanced around. Yeah, she didn't have that kind of pull. The sheriff, Perry, Richard, Byron, and Brant were all here. Frances chimed in. "Thanks to all of them, we managed to find you guys so quickly." Irene still fumed. "That's it? Terry and Rosa kidnapped me, and we're just going to let it slide?" Frances helped her into the car. "If you've got the guts to go after them, be my guest." Perry carefully packed up the herbs and loaded them into the trunk. She'd gotten some great stuff, couldn't be happier. They stayed a night in town, then headed back first thing the next morning. By late morning, Perry was in the presidential suite of the Crown Regent Hotel, reworking Brant's father's medication. She got a call from Rosa. They agreed to meet for lunch at the hotel's restaurant on the second floor. Rosa was a wreck, tearing up. "I haven't dared go back, and Klaus hasn't even contacted me. Give it time. He just needs to clear his head. You two have been through a lot. He won't walk away that easily. Where have you been staying these past days?" Rosa opened her mouth to reply, but was cut off when Irene burst in. "So you are here, Rosa." Rosa jumped, startled, looking nervous. Irene had on a trench coat which covered the bruises on her arms, but scratches on her neck still peeked through. She looked ready to fight, eyes blazing. Rosa's face darkened. "Why are you here?" "I came here to settle the score," Irene said, grabbing a glass of water off the table and swinging it toward Rosa's face. Perry quickly grabbed her wrist. "What are you doing?" Her wrist still ached from the rope burns during the abduction. Perry's tug made the pain shoot right up her arm. Irene snapped. "Let go of me, Perry." "I knew it. You've teamed up with her, haven't you? You two are in this together to screw me over." Perry calmly took the glass from her hand and placed it back on the table. "Not everyone stoops to dirty tricks like you do. Some of us still know how to play fair." Rosa raised her chin. "That's right, Irene. I'm done being afraid of you. If you've got something to say it to my face." Irene gave a cold smirk, eyes suddenly locking on Perry. "I know who else was behind your miscarriage." Perry blinked. "What did you say?" "I said," Irene repeated, "I know who else hurt you back then." Perry stood up abruptly, then frowned as doubt crept in and sank back onto the couch. "Wow, making up stories to save Sarah now? You just got back from the mountains. How would you even know anything?" Irene didn't have solid proof, but her claim wasn't random either. "I know because I was there, Perry. Mara didn't put anything in that porridge. Someone else was pulling the strings behind your back. Mara and Sarah still did me dirty, that part's clear. If you can't back this up, stop talking nonsense." Irene glanced at Rosa, who looked completely unfazed. Rosa had no motive, no reason to worry, and that calmness made it impossible for Irene to rattle her. "I saw Alicia just now," Irene said, voice low. "She was on the phone with some guy. I followed her into the stairwell. She mentioned you. She said someone took the fall last time, and this time they'll need another scapegoat before making a move." Perry had her own doubts about Alicia, but trusting Irene wasn't easy. "Wow, that's convenient. What? She saw you coming and decided to spill the tea out loud just for your benefit?" Irene wasn't bluffing. She really had seen Alicia at the hotel and followed her into the stairwell. Alicia did mention Perry, even referred to what had happened with the miscarriage, though vaguely. "Believe it or not, it's your call, but I just dropped a bombshell here. If it turns out Alicia was really behind it, won't that mean Mara and Sarah were framed?" "That's not up to us," Perry said, leaning back on the couch. "That's for the judge to figure out. We don't get to decide." Irene didn't expect a warm welcome, but being shown the door still stung. "You're kicking me out after I share something this important?" Perry didn't flinch. "You of all people know we can't sit down and have a civil meal together." Irene stood her ground. "Fine. Just give me one thing. If it turns out Alicia was the one who hurt you, will you back off Mara and Sarah?" "My answer's still the same. Perry replied. That's not my call to make. You. Irene was furious. Hated her, but couldn't win an argument with her either. She stormed out, determined to find evidence that Alicia was the real culprit. Without that, Sarah would never be cleared. Alicia had accompanied them to Larkridge the last time, trying to get close to Richard, only to end up pushing him straight into Perry's arms. That alone drove her mad. The way Perry and Richard were now practically glued together only fueled her resentment. So now she had dragged Fergus back into the mix. If she couldn't have Richard, then neither could Perry. To be safe, Perry still called Richard Scott and repeated everything Irene Morgan had told her, asking him to check out Alicia Arnold and a guy named Fergus. Alicia chose a secluded spot for the meeting on the outskirts. As soon as Fergus arrived, he hit her with something unexpected. Perry's that legendary student of Vinnie Ritchie? Alicia had always known Perry was skilled, but this was way beyond her expectations. So you're saying I don't stand a chance against her? Fergus's lips curled into a sly smirk. Honestly, taking her down wouldn't even be that hard. Ruin her reputation? Alicia's eyes lit up at the idea. She dreamed of it. But still, it sounded too easy. You're not messing with me, are you? Fergus's gaze darkened. Come on, I'm on your side here. You'd better be, Alicia said coldly, doubt flickering in her eyes. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. That weird virus Benjamin Scott caught, was that your doing? He went hiking with a whole group, but he was the only one who got infected. Kind of suspicious, don't you think? Fergus's voice went flat. You really don't want to ask stuff like that, but fine. His situation had nothing to do with me. Forests are full of things that bite, could be anything. Honestly, even if it had something to do with us, we were acting on your instructions, weren't we? But I wasn't asking you to ruin him like that, Alicia snapped. All I said was I wanted him to stop bothering me. I never told you to wreck his health. He leaned forward. Oh, really? You told me you wanted Benjamin out of your life. Gone. Completely. Did you forget? I've still got the message you sent back then. He held out his phone for her to see. Alicia turned pale. Why the hell are you keeping that stuff? Fergus shrugged. You think I'd just delete key evidence? In case you try and stab me in the back someday, I've got to protect myself. I've even got the audio recording of you asking me to drug Perry. Richard would love to hear all that. Shock and panic surged through her. You recorded that too? What do you want from me, Fergus? He casually tucked his phone away. Just covering my bases. Alicia's whole body trembled with rage. This is blackmail. Keeping messages from your client to threaten her? Is that how Skyhowl Pack operates? Fergus sipped his tea, unbothered. Of course not. Skyhowl doesn't betray clients, unlike that Shadowborn pack. This is just between us. But if you're planning to report me, well, I'll make sure Richard sees those messages and recordings before you can say anything. Isn't Loon Blue Pack working with him right now? What do you think he'll do when he finds out you set up his brother and caused Perry's miscarriage? Think your people can survive that? Alicia froze, horror etched across her face. All her scheming to get close to Richard, and now Fergus had her completely under his thumb. He had her trapped. Fergus flashed a smile. Relax, everything's going according to plan. But Alicia didn't believe it for a second. This isn't just about helping me, is it? What is it you're really after? Fergus took off his glasses and wiped the lenses. I'm doing this all for you. Once Perry's reputation is ruined, the Blood Moon Pack will ditch her completely. Then Richard will be all yours, right? Alicia, who'd always had everything she wanted growing up, just couldn't wrap her head around why Richard was the only one she couldn't get no matter what she did. Fergus had a point. Is she really worth all this effort? We're giving Perry way too much credit here. Fergus gave a short laugh. You got a better plan? No. Alicia's eyes narrowed, flashing with something cold. Fine, we'll go with your way. But Richard's starting to suspect someone else might have drugged Perry, and he's looking in your direction. You need to be careful. Fergus knew Byron was snooping around. Relax, they won't trace anything back to me, but don't forget, we're in this together. If I go down, you're going with me. Alicia inhaled sharply. I thought your kind had a rule, never sell out your client. No matter what, you guys are supposed to carry the blame yourselves. The Shadowborn Pack's way makes way more sense now. The The Skyhowl pack and the Shadowborn one were pretty similar, except Skyhowl members were more ruthless. At least Klaus from Shadowborn still had some moral compass. He hadn't gone completely rotten. Fergus's gaze turned chilly. That's the pack's rule, not mine. My rule? Look out for myself first. Oh, and by the way, I'm a little short on cash lately. Go ahead and transfer me $500,000. Got to keep the operation running. Alicia hadn't given him a dime for this scheme yet. She rolled her eyes. You've got some nerve. $500,000? Do I look like your personal ATM? I'm taking serious risks here to help you out. Isn't it only fair I get a little support? A flicker of regret passed through Alicia. Getting involved with him felt like selling her soul. Maybe we should just drop all this. I don't think I can take Perry down. She's not someone I can beat. Fergus's tone turned sharp. Back out now? You think it's that easy? Just think. Once Perry's out of the picture, Richard's as good as yours. With a bitter expression, Alicia wired him the money. She wasn't ready to give up on Richard yet. Her obsession with him and her hatred for Perry still ran deep. She knew this path was wrong, but she was already too far in to turn back. Then Fergus added casually, "By the way, heard Richard got his hands on the Eternal Heart, just for Perry." What? Alicia's eyes widened, stunned. Wait, Eternal Heart actually exists? Of course it does. Willie owns it. It's his prized possession, and Richard gave up a whole plot of land just to get it. Alicia froze, her whole body going tense. That was a hit she wasn't expecting. Richard was really willing to go that far. For Perry. So basically, as long as Perry's out of the picture, Richard and that Eternal Heart are both yours. Fergus's plan was crystal clear. If Alicia somehow managed to marry Richard, he'd get that Eternal Heart for sure. If not, no big deal. He'd just keep milking Alicia for cash. I'm telling you, Richard's definitely planning to propose to Perry soon. He'll give her the Eternal Heart when he does. Jealousy and rage churned in Alicia's chest. That was the last thing she could tolerate. You keep a close eye on him. There's no way I'm letting Richard pop the question to her. Sure, I'll keep tabs, but Fergus drawled, you know I'll need some spending money. Gritting her teeth, Alicia transferred another $100,000 to him. Don't screw this up. Watch him closely. Perry and Richard had gone out for dinner again. Alicia trailed their car quietly, not wanting Richard to notice. To play it cool, she even dragged a friend along to make it look like a casual group hang. Just the sight of Alicia reminded Perry of what Irene had told her. I've always suspected Alicia had something to do with my miscarriage, she said. Any updates on that? Deep down, she also feared Richard might hesitate to dig too deep, thanks to his history with Alicia. Richard replied, Byron's working on it. It's tricky, but we'll get to the bottom of it. He himself was starting to suspect Alicia might be linked to Benjamin getting sick, too. Oh, right. Any progress on finding Damien? Perry asked. That reminded Richard. He'd come across a guy named Demi while he was abroad getting the Eternal Heart, also called Stephen. Claimed he didn't know Damien. Have you ever seen a photo of Damien? Perry nodded. When I was little, I stumbled across one in my mom's journal. She'd only seen the photo, not read the journal itself. Her grandfather had told her it was off limits, part of her mother's privacy. Richard had Byron send over a picture they took with Demi and Willie during dinner. Do you recognize this guy? He goes by Demi. Perry shook her head. Nope, that's not Damien. You're sure? Richard had wondered if Damien had just tweaked his name to hide his identity. I'm sure, she confirmed. That's not him. All right, I'll keep looking. Richard was just as puzzled. It was like Damien had vanished off the face of the earth. Even Byron had come up empty. He remembered Mara once said Perry wasn't Frances's biological daughter, which meant Damien could be her real father. He had to find him. Perry got a call from the station. Sarah wanted to see her. Irene was going too. When Sarah came out, she looked like a total wreck. Dirty hair, pale face, bruises on her cheeks, and she'd clearly lost a lot of weight. Someone had definitely roughed her up in there. They didn't have solid proof yet about the second person who had drugged Perry, but Mara and Sarah were toast, caught red-handed. Each had been sentenced to 5 years. Honestly, pretty lenient. Perry and Richard had shown some mercy by not going harder on them. Mara's mental state had deteriorated. She'd completely lost it, so they had her moved to the police hospital. Sarah was still stuck in this fantasy that being an alpha's daughter meant something. She was bullied constantly inside. To make visiting easier, the cops had arranged for them to meet in a private room. Seeing her daughter like this nearly broke Irene. "Sarah, what happened to you? Who did this to you?" Sarah burst into tears. "Mom, do something! I'm barely hanging on here." Irene looked utterly distressed. "Mom's been trying everything, but—" Her eyes flicked to Perry, clearly blaming her for refusing to let it go. Sarah stared at Perry. After some time apart, Perry looked even more stunning, like she didn't belong in the same world as her. One was ethereal, the other a wreck. "Perry, I already admitted I was wrong. Why won't you let me off the hook? Just tell me, what'll it take for you to get me out of here?" Perry took a few steps back, keeping her distance from Sarah. The woman looked like she'd collapse from one gust of wind. Miserable, yes, but still so infuriating. She still didn't get it. "And why should I get you out?" Sarah's eyes widened. "Will it make you happy if I just die in here? Haven't I paid enough? Please, just let it go. I promise I won't go against you ever again. Honestly, I don't even have it in me anymore. You've got the talent, the skills. Richard's got your back. I was stupid to ever think I could beat you. Perry, just please, have mercy, okay?" Her pathetic attempt at guilt-tripping only made Perry more uncomfortable. "I've already said it. What's done is done. Pay the price you owe." Sarah wasn't stupid. She knew that if Richard wanted her out, it wouldn't be hard. "Mom, please think of something. Whatever Perry asks for, give it to her, even if it's the Ashenpack's fortune." "The fortune?" Irene blurted out, clearly conflicted. "That's meant for you and Jonathan. How could I hand it to her?" Perry's reply was flat. "What I want isn't something you can give. You wouldn't even know how." "What is it?" the mother and daughter asked at the same time, nearly desperate. "If you say it, we'll figure it out." Perry's voice was colder this time. "I want my baby back. Can you give me that?" Sarah rolled her eyes, completely missing the gravity. "You're with Richard all the time. Getting pregnant again shouldn't be that hard. So what, you're saying once you're expecting again, I'm free to go? Then hurry up already." Perry couldn't take it anymore. "Are you serious right now?" She turned around, ready to leave. Irene grabbed her arm. "Wait, please. Sarah doesn't mean it like that. She's just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart." Sarah began to cry. "I got messed up bad in there. Perry, we're sisters. How can you treat me like this? Let me out and I'll do whatever you say, I swear. I'll treat you like my own sister, okay?" Perry let out a sarcastic laugh. "Yeah? Well, I'm not in the market for sisters, thanks." She'd come here just to take a look at her. Big mistake. Sarah clutched Irene's hand. "If Perry really wants to, Richard can get me out, no problem. Mom, just do whatever she says. Give her anything." Irene and Perry both had their cars, but she paused and said, "Let's talk. I'll wait for you at the Crown's Cafe." Before Perry could respond, she added, "And yes, I'll give you what you want." Perry's eyes darkened. "What do you mean by that?" "I've already told you all about your mom and Damien," Irene said, fully expecting Perry to be curious. She headed straight to the Crown Regent Hotel and waited in the cafe. Perry followed her in. "Go ahead then. If it's something worth hearing, I'll stick around." Irene ordered 2 coffees. "You've got most of the picture, but there are bits you don't know yet. I can fill in all the blanks, Perry. But there's one catch. You've got to get Sarah out." Perry lifted the coffee and sipped it, movements calm and poised. "Sarah needs to face the consequences. As for the stuff I want to know, I've got my own ways of digging. You're well aware what I can do." "There are things even you might not be able to unearth." Irene's hands trembled, and she accidentally spilled some of her coffee. "Fine. Yes, it was me. I messed with the test results back then." Perry froze for a second. She'd long suspected it, but hearing Irene admit it still caught her off guard. "I figured as much." "No, you don't really know." Irene's eyes welled up. She tried to make it sound less awful. "Honestly, I hated your mom back then. She was already married to Francis, but her heart was still hanging on to Damien." "If that's your bargaining chip to save Sarah, are you serious? You think I'm that gullible?" "All right then, you admitted it. That's enough. Since Sarah's so lonely in there, maybe you can go keep her company." Irene flinched. "No, it's not like that, Perry. I just wanted you to know the truth. I wasn't thinking clearly back then. I was terrified. And because of that, my mom suffered until her death. Irene, just this alone is enough for you to do 10 years behind bars. Irene completely unraveled. Things had spiraled out fast. First, Sarah got arrested, then Terry had taken her into the middle of nowhere. Pure hell. She'd been a total mess ever since. Now she was borderline panicking. Please, don't say that. Your mom and Damien didn't even... Nothing happened. I made it all up. I'm the one who brought Damien back. I told him Helena still loved him and pushed him to see her. No, wait, it wasn't me. Damien came back on his own. He wanted to see her again, so they met. They went to the hotel. Yeah, that's it. I lied to Francis. Perry had already guessed it. Irene had set the whole thing up. So how did you do it? You lured Francis to the hotel on purpose, made sure he'd catch my mom with Damien, right? After visiting Sarah, Irene's mental state had deteriorated even more. Yes. No, I don't know. I can't remember. Look, Damien ditched Helena back then for his career. That's why she ended up marrying Francis. But deep down, she never let go of Damien. It's true. Ask Francis if you don't believe me. That's why he wanted nothing more to do with her. Damien had moved on overseas. He didn't want to see Helena again. It was her who insisted on the meeting. I told Helena Damien still had feelings for her, and she went to see him. Irene couldn't shake the image of Sarah, disheveled, bruises on her face. It was eating her alive. She clutched her head, eyes brimming with tears. Perry, I'm begging you, please help Sarah. Noticing something was off, Perry reached out to check Irene's pulse. Sure enough, it was erratic. Her nerves were seriously messed up. Pulling her hand back, Perry called Francis, telling him to pick Irene up. Francis rushed in, panic written all over him. What happened to her? He clearly cared a lot about Irene and was totally freaked out to see her like this. She went to see Sarah, and this is what happened, Perry said coldly. She confessed. She faked that damn test result, made you hate us, and drove my mom to her grave. You think I'm gonna let that slide? All Francis could see was his wife and kid. Look at her. She's already like this. What more do you want from her? Perry, don't you see? Ever since you came to New York, you've thrown the whole Ashen pack into chaos. Sarah, Mara, Irene. This all started with you. Don't you feel even a little guilty? Perry stared at him, half in disbelief, half in disgust. Are you serious right now? So they hurt me, but I'm the one who should feel bad? That's some twisted logic, Francis. You're unbelievable. Francis hugged Irene protectively. Yes, they hurt you, but they've paid the price. Perry, we're family. Look at Irene. She's already shattered. Isn't that enough? Hearing this nonsense made Perry want to scream. She made my mom suffer for years. You think she can just walk away from that? And after all these years, Francis still didn't see Perry as his own daughter. She'd never had that fatherly love. Who was she supposed to turn to for justice? Perry didn't even bother pretending to acknowledge Francis as her dad anymore. Irene just told me. She set my mom up with Damien, lured them both to that hotel, then conveniently had you show up to catch them. Honestly, whether I'm your biological daughter doesn't matter. You ditched me from day one. You might as well have not been my father at all. Take Irene and leave. I'm coming for what she owes, sooner or later. You still can't let it go? Francis looked heartbroken, like he was personally wounded. But Perry was done with the way he always took Irene's side. You never grieved for my mom. Did you ever care about her at all? Or me, for that matter? Or was I never more than a stranger to you? Don't you dare say I should let go. Do you even feel anything? Or am I just invisible to you? From the moment she was born, Francis had treated her like an outsider, so of course she never mattered enough for him to care. Don't say that, he replied weakly. I do care about you. Really? The one who caused all the pain is right here, and you're just gonna let her off? Francis hesitated. But look at Irene now. Isn't this punishment enough? What broke Perry most was that he still couldn't see what Irene had done wrong. Everything Irene and Sarah had done to her, none of it seemed to matter to him. Fine, Perry said, her voice like ice. Then I'll get to the bottom of this myself. Irene's body jolted. Francis, what are you saying? Please, beg her to let Sarah go. Perry, how about this? I'll take Sarah's place. Let Richard send me in instead. Just let Sarah out, okay? Francis held on to her tightly, not caring about the crowd in the lobby. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no way I'd let that happen. Perry almost gagged. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get in. You can keep Sarah company." "You, Perry, do you have any heart left? She's your stepmother." Francis stayed true to his usual cold and shameless self. "Do you really have to go to such extremes?" Perry had never doubted who she was. Deep down, she always trusted that her mother wouldn't lie to her. She was Francis's real daughter. She'd fought back in her own way against his heartless behavior. But today, she finally got it. She'd been trying, resisting, hoping for what? Just one sincere apology from him. If he'd just once admitted he was wrong, that he let them down, she could have let it go. But no, in his eyes, Irene and Sarah were the victims. And she wasn't even considered a person to him. "That's right. I've got a recording of Irene. If there's a problem, go explain it to the judge." "Perry!" Now Francis finally started to realize how serious this was. "You set her up. You led her to say things that aren't even true. She said all that just to save Sarah. How could she not?" Perry's voice was ice cold. "Every word of our conversation was recorded. I didn't twist anything. That was all her. And it's more than enough to keep her locked up for the rest of her life." "You wouldn't dare," he snapped back, with nothing but empty threats. Irene was trembling all over. She knew she'd slipped up, said what she shouldn't, and now Perry had her right where she wanted. Desperate, she suddenly started messing up her hair and flailing her arms like she'd lost her mind. "I don't want to go in. Francis, you have to save me. Don't let Perry drag me away. She's a witch, a monster. I'm scared of her." "No one's taking you anywhere. Don't worry." Francis hugged her, comforting her like she was a scared child. "Come on, let's go home." Leaning in his arms, Irene whined softly. "Okay, let's go home. You'll cook something yummy for me, right?" "Yes." Francis's tears silently rolled down his cheeks as he glared at Perry like she'd just stabbed him in the back. He looked pathetic, like the victim himself. "If anything happens to Irene, I won't just sit by." Perry felt the weight in her chest grow heavier. She hadn't even done anything yet. Why was she the one being threatened again? She hadn't hurt anyone. They were the ones who had ruined her life. "Fine, I'll be waiting. She better really be crazy, because if she's faking it, I swear she's going in to join Sarah." Irene caught on. She had to keep up the act or she was finished. "Francis, there are bad people here. We need to go. They're coming for me. Let's go, please." Byron got a call from the precinct. He stepped out to take it, then came back and pulled Richard aside. "Alicia?" Byron gave a nod. "Yeah, it was her. She paid Fergus off." Richard's face darkened, his expression turning icy. "Get Alicia caught, now." Meanwhile, Alicia was still at home, waiting on word from Fergus. Ted, who had decent ties with the department, had gotten wind of the situation and rushed inside to warn her. "They took Fergus?" Alicia's eyes widened. "That idiot! Useless through and through. What the hell am I supposed to do now? You bribed Fergus to drug Perry and caused her to lose the baby. You think Richard's just gonna let that go?" Alicia, known as New York's top socialite, couldn't accept being humiliated like this. "No, he can't. I love him, damn it. Everything I did for him. It's not just Perry, Alicia. Benjamin, too. Fergus handed over your call logs to the cops, trying to cut a deal. They've got solid proof now." Ted was at his wit's end. There was no beating Richard on this, especially with evidence this solid. Alicia dropped onto the bed in panic. "What do I do? Ted, what the hell do I do? I can't go to jail. I'm New York's #1 socialite." Ted frowned helplessly. "Then you need to pack your stuff, fast. I'll take you to the airport. You'll go overseas. I'll set you up somewhere. Just don't come back." But Alicia didn't want to leave. Richard was the only reason she kept going. Leaving New York felt like giving up her entire life. Still, staying meant getting caught. Ted grabbed her hand. "There's no time to think, Alicia. Decide now. Go or wait to be arrested." Snapping out of her daze, Alicia grabbed a suitcase, stuffed a few things inside, and left with Ted. Not long after, the police arrived at Loon Blue Pack. The housekeeper said Alicia had left, but didn't know where. Ted sped toward the airport, but halfway there changed course. "Forget the airport. They're definitely watching it. You take a ship instead. I'll call someone. Fine, whatever it takes. I just need to get out of here." Alicia was finally starting to realize how serious this really was. Ted called a few friends. One of them mentioned a cargo ship leaving for a neighboring country that night. From there, Alicia could connect to a cruise. Cargo ship or not, Alicia couldn't afford to be picky. Ted dropped her off at the port, told her to stay hidden in the cabin, and booked her a fake flight out of the country to stall for time. Sure enough, police showed up at the airport. Alicia's flight wasn't scheduled to depart for another 2 hours, enough time for the cargo ship to sail. Gone were her heels and mermaid dress. Now in sneakers and a tracksuit, Alicia sat inside the cabin, staring out the window. All she could think about was seeing Richard one last time. Leaving now might mean never coming back. Byron and Richard were staying in the Crown Regent Hotel's presidential suite. Alpha Kane had finished his treatment and was recovering with meds. He had gone back to Velport and would return later for Perry's follow-up. Brant was also around. Eventually, Alicia's flight took off, without her on it. Byron got another call from the police and told Richard she didn't get on the plane. Either she didn't leave, or she slipped away by sea. Richard dialed Ted's number. Turns out, Ted was right outside the presidential suite and rang the doorbell. He came to talk to Richard. "Where is your sister?" Richard's tone was ice cold, not even pretending to care about their so-called friendship. Ted gave a slight bow. "I'm sorry, Richard. I'm here to apologize on her behalf. Alicia really lost it. You know better than anyone. She hasn't been the same since she fell for you. Everything she's done, it's all because she couldn't let go. I know it sounds selfish and messed up, but Richard never loved Alicia. Not now, not ever. There was a flicker of interest once, sure, but that was it. And whatever crumbs of affection were left had long been ground to dust by Alicia's constant drama and manipulation. What really sealed the deal was her going off the rails, almost hurting Benjamin and causing Perry to lose their baby. That was unforgivable. Wrong is wrong. Just saying she did it out of love doesn't erase any of it. Ted looked miserable. "I'm not saying that. I just mean she cared about you deeply. And back then, maybe you felt something too. So maybe. Let her go. Let her disappear, go overseas, live the rest of her life quietly. Please?" Richard let out a harsh laugh. "You know very well how it was between me and her. I never had feelings for Alicia. It was always one-sided. You're asking for mercy now, but who speaks up for my brother? Or for the child we lost? Don't bother, Ted. She's going to pay for what she did." Just then, Benjamin walked in, probably called over by Ted. Ted was counting on Benjamin's old feelings for Alicia to change Richard's mind. Benjamin didn't hold back. "Yeah, I loved her once. Loved her hard too. But the second I found out she got close to me just to piss off my brother, everything changed. There's nothing left. Just disgust. She poisoned me. She nearly killed me, man. I went through hell because of her. She deserves everything coming to her. Richard, do what you have to do." Ted was speechless. The Blood Moon brothers weren't giving Alicia any leeway. Desperate, he turned to Brant. "Brant, say something." Brant's eyes were cold. "I agree with Richard. Even if he let her go, I'd still track her down for what she did to Perry." "You what?" Ted's face was full of disbelief. Brant's tone didn't waver. "Perry saved my dad's life. She's a true friend to me. This is the least I can do." Ted finally understood. No one here would be swayed. Richard's voice carried a deadly chill. "So, you better tell us, where is Alicia? Has she already left New York?" Ted wouldn't budge. "I honestly don't know. I just know she left Loon Blue Pack as soon as she found out the police were after her. I've no idea where she went from there." Out of old time's sake, Richard didn't push harder. "Fine, I'll track her down myself. I won't force you to talk, Ted. But make no mistake, when it comes to Alicia, I won't go easy on her. Not a chance." Ted finally understood. Richard didn't feel anything for Alicia. Zero. Nada. And their friendship clearly didn't hold any weight anymore. But Ted still had business ties with him. For the sake of their shared interests, and more importantly, for the future of the Loon Blue Pack, he couldn't afford to fall out with Richard. That would do him more harm than good. So he compromised. "Fine, Alicia acted recklessly. Let her deal with the consequences. I won't interfere. I'm just asking you to go easy on her for the sake of the relationship between us." Deep down, he actually wished Alicia would just stay gone and never come back. Richard replied calmly, "The police will handle it the way they see fit. I'm not getting involved." That's all I needed to hear. Thanks, on her behalf. Ted knew all too well that if Richard got personally involved, Alicia wouldn't ever see the light of day again. Brant saw through the act instantly. "Come on, Ted. Stop covering for her. Hand her over. You obviously know where she is. But Ted wasn't about to give her up. I really don't know where she went. Richard let out a cold chuckle. Doesn't matter. We'll find her one way or another. Later that night, Richard was driving back to the Alpha residence after a late business dinner. From a distance, he could see the lights on in the second-floor master bedroom. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Perry was home, waiting for him. As he was pulling into the driveway, someone suddenly darted into the road. He slammed the brakes just in time. The headlights caught a figure, a she-wolf, scarf wrapped tightly around her neck, raising a hand to shield her eyes from the glare before hurrying up to his window. Rolling it down, Richard's expression hardened the moment he recognized her. Alicia? Her eyes were watery, face flushed from the cold wind. Richard, please. I just want to talk. I came back, knowing the risk, just for one last chance to see you. What could you possibly have to say? His eyes were like ice, and he switched on his phone. You've got some nerve showing up here. Alicia pleaded, just give me a minute, please. I was already on that ship, already crossed the border, but I couldn't do it. Loving you has been the only thing I've ever been certain about. I needed to see you again, or I wouldn't be able to rest. Richard didn't make the call. Instead, he got out of the car, voice sharp. You tried to kill Benjamin, made Perry lose our child. Even if I killed you a dozen times, it wouldn't be enough. Alicia gave a fragile, tragic smile. Maybe I mean nothing to you, but you're everything to me. You should know how deep my love runs. I'll never forget that party 3 years ago when you stood up for me. Some guy was harassing me, and you smashed a bottle on his head. Your strength, your presence, I couldn't get that out of my mind. And remember the time I almost fell into the lake? You caught me, held me close. I was being bullied at the bar once, and you nearly broke their arms for me. That was when I fell for you, completely. There was no warmth in Richard's eyes. I just did what any werewolf would have done. You're Ted's sister. I wasn't going to stand by. You misunderstood. Alicia shook her head. That wasn't a misunderstanding. You wouldn't have gone that far if you didn't care, at least a little. Lighting a cigarette, Richard exhaled slowly. Maybe I did a little, at first, Liv, but after what you did to Benjamin, all I feel now is disgust. Tears rolled down her cheeks. I can change, Richard. I swear I can. I'd do anything, just for a chance to make things right. Richard's voice was cold and firm. Then turn yourself in. Turn myself in? Alicia took a step back, panic flickering in her eyes. No, I can't. They'll lock me up. I'm the daughter of Loon Blue Pax Alpha, New York's top socialite. I can't be seen in a place like that. I'm begging you, Richard, please don't do this to me. I swear I'll change. I'll behave. I'll do whatever you say. You made your choices. Now you deal with the consequences. Leave, and don't come back. The police are looking for you. If you don't want to get caught, you'd better go now, Richard said, his tone unmoved. He hadn't called the cops, maybe because she'd risked everything just to come back for a word with him. You didn't report me. That means you still care, right? Alicia's voice cracked as tears welled up. She looked completely wrecked and helpless, like she had nowhere else to go, terrified of getting caught, but still came back, just to see him. You've got 10 minutes. After that, the cops will be here, Richard said, turning back to his car and starting the engine. Alicia leaned against the window, desperate. Richard, please, I came all this way knowing the risks. Can't you at least say something more to me? But Richard didn't answer. He rolled the window shut and drove into the yard. Alicia froze, standing defeated as the sound of approaching sirens hit her ears. Panic surged. She couldn't go to jail. Not her, not New York's top socialite. She couldn't live like that. Without wasting another second, she took off running. Watching her flee in such a mess, Richard let out a sigh. Actions have consequences. She should have thought about that before. He hadn't called the police, but pity? That was out of the question. From upstairs, Perry came down the stairs. You're back? Richard walked over and held her close. Yeah, still up? You were waiting for me? Perry leaned against his chest. Of course. I can't sleep when you're not home. Not tired? How about making me some noodles? Richard's stomach growled. He hadn't eaten much and was craving her cooking. Sure, Perry smiled. Go chill in the living room. But Richard followed her into the kitchen, wrapping his arms around her from behind. I appreciate you, Perry chuckled. It's not a big deal. I enjoy cooking for you. By the way, who was that just now? You saw? Richard released her gently. I heard your car pull up, but it didn't drive in, so I went to look. You can recognize my car by sound? Of course, I know it by heart, she said, dropping pork ribs into a stone pot to boil. Richard replied, That was Alicia. Perry paused. Alicia? Didn't she run away? Let me guess. She came to beg for mercy? I'm not giving her any, Richard said flatly. She said she made it to the neighboring country, but wanted to see me, so she came back. Perry closed the lid on the pot and turned on the stove. Sounds exactly like her. Let me guess. Touched your heart so much you didn't want to call the police. It's not about that, Richard muttered. She came all this way to talk. If I reported her while she poured her heart out, that'd be pretty cold, don't you think? Perry could actually understand him. Okay, if it were me, I might have made the same call. She's probably going back to Loon Blue Pack anyway. Whether to call the cops or not, that's up to you. Richard wrapped his arms around her from behind again. I already let Byron know. He'll take care of it. Perry turned her head to look at him. For real? But she felt a little weird about it. Are we doing the right thing? What's wrong with it? She's the one who messed up, so she's got to deal with the consequences. Richard was rinsing vegetables. Let's not think about her. Come on, let's focus on making a late-night snack. The two of them worked together, and half an hour later, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were ready, smelled amazing, and tasted just like always. Richard dug in like he hadn't eaten all day, but Perry was still distracted, her mind stuck on Alicia. After all the damage Alicia had done to her and to Benjamin, why didn't Richard catch her then and there? What's up? Richard passed her a piece of pork rib. Nothing. Perry suddenly gagged, bolted to the bathroom, and dry heaved for a while. Richard followed close behind, gently rubbing her back. What's wrong? You feeling okay? Want me to take you to the hospital? Perry shook her head. No need. Maybe I just smelled something weird. It all smells great to me. Still, maybe we should get you checked out? Perry insisted she was fine and went back to finish her noodles. She poured herself a glass of lemon water. The tangy flavor soothed her stomach a little. She took another sip, and for once, things settled down. Richard, now I seriously feel like eating noodles. What's with the sudden craving? Richard's bowl was almost empty. Where do you want it from? I can order it for you. Perry shook her head again. I want to go eat at the actual shop, but it's probably closed already. That snail noodle place near your pack house. It's so good. Is it really that amazing? Still, it's probably closed by now. I'll take you tomorrow, okay? But Perry really had a craving. If I don't get it, I might not be able to sleep. Seriously? Richard didn't quite get it. How about we try somewhere else that's still open? Perry set her chopsticks down and rubbed her belly. Then, as if something just clicked, she darted out of the room, sprinted upstairs, grabbed a pregnancy test, and locked herself in the bathroom. Richard was left totally confused, knocking on the door. What's going on? Are you okay? Perry didn't answer. Her heart was racing, excited but nervous. That's when it hit her. She was 10 days late. She'd been so caught up dealing with her health, she didn't even notice. Just like she'd guessed, the test showed 2 red lines. You all right in there? Richard was about to kick the door open. Perry opened up and held out the test. Look at this. Richard stared for a few seconds before it sank in. You're pregnant? Perry nodded, beaming. Yeah, it's happening. Are you serious? Richard picked her up and spun her around. This is amazing, really amazing. Gasping out a laugh in his arms, Perry said, So, can I go eat that bowl of noodles now? Of course, let's go right now. Just get dressed. Richard was fired up, a mix of thrill and nerves. Perry got changed and came downstairs with him. I can't believe I'm pregnant again. You're seriously something else. Richard lightly tapped her nose. You're the one who's amazing. I've got to call Dad. He's gonna flip. It's super late though. He might be asleep. No worries. Even if he is, this will wake him up in the best way. Richard dialed Joel's number without hesitation. Seeing his phone light up, Joel answered, Richard, what's going on? It's pretty late. Richard's voice was practically buzzing. Dad, Perry's pregnant again. You're going to be a grandpa. What? Joel had clearly heard it, but still acted like he didn't. Come again? I said Perry's pregnant. You're going to be a grandpa. For real? Joel shot up from bed, looking stunned. You're sure? Positive. We double-checked. Joel couldn't hide the mix of excitement and nerves in his voice. Richard, no matter what happens, you've got to keep her safe this time. Where are you guys now? She was craving noodles, so I'm taking her out. Joel slowly calmed down. Just, let's keep this between us for now. No one else knows, right? Nope, just us, Richard said, starting the engine. Yeah, let's keep it that way for now, Joel nodded. Don't tell anyone else. I got it, Dad. You try and get some sleep. Right. But Joel was way too hyped to sleep now. He headed to the kitchen, poured himself a drink, and sat at the table slowly sipping. He was going to be a grandpa. What great news. It felt like the universe finally threw them a bone. He silently hoped everything would go smoothly with Perry's pregnancy. Richard treated Perry like she was made of glass now, never letting her out of his sight. From now on, stick with me all the time. Wherever I go, you go. You might as well tie me to your belt then. Not gonna lie, I thought about it. Perry, this time I'm not taking any chances. I'm gonna make sure you and the baby are safe. Perry sighed. Last time it was Alicia, and she's still out there somewhere. We don't know if she'll mess with us again, but I'm not even showing, at least for a few months. If we keep quiet, no one will know. Richard's tone sharpened. Why should we have to hide it? My wife being pregnant shouldn't be a secret. Perry pouted, remembering something. We haven't even had our ceremony yet. I already picked the day. Perry, why don't we throw a huge party to celebrate? Perry did a quick mental calculation. By then, she'd be around 3 months along, probably starting to show. Let's not. A simple ceremony is fine. As long as the baby's healthy, that's all that matters. Richard had still wanted to do something big, but seeing her look so serious made him rethink it. Don't worry, Perry. I'll spend my whole life loving you and our baby. I know. Perry curled up in his arms and fell into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Richard took her to that famous restaurant. He ordered a ton of food, and Perry happily dug in. Everything tasted amazing to her. After this, come back to the pack with me, Richard said as he helped her into the car. You take me everywhere now? Perry chuckled, a bit embarrassed. Why not? I like having you with me. He drove back and walked beside her, holding her hand as they entered the main hall. The Blood Moon Pack members lined up on both sides, clearing a path between them. Alpha Richard, Luna Perry! Perry smiled and waved. It felt pretty great, honestly. Richard had her sit on the couch while he got to work. When Joel heard she was in the pack house, he went out of his way to bring over some homemade chicken soup. You've got to eat more. Got to keep up your nutrition. Richard chuckled. Dad, marching in here with soup like that? How are we supposed to keep Perry's pregnancy a secret? Joel had given it thought too. Perry was pregnant, and soon enough it would show. My Luna of the Blood Moon Pack is having a baby. That's huge news. You expect me to tiptoe around it? We may keep a low profile, but that doesn't mean hiding like scared rabbits. If anyone touches my grandkid, I swear I'll fight them with everything I've got. Richard agreed. Exactly, Dad. We're done hiding. I'd like to see who's still got the nerve to try and hurt my child. Byron, call the police. Get Alicia arrested ASAP. I want her in custody, or I won't be able to sleep at night. Yes, sir. The police know Alicia came back to New York. They're watching the airports, docks, everywhere. Byron caught on. Perry was pregnant. Congratulations, Chairman Alpha Richard, and Luna Perry too. Richard beamed. Double your bonus this month. Byron scratched his head, a little baffled. I mean, I didn't really do anything. Richard thwacked him lightly on the head. The hell are you saying? Byron shut his mouth immediately. So awkward. Did he really say that out loud? Perry almost choked on her soup. Come on, he didn't mean anything by it. Yeah, I didn't. Byron flushed. I'll get back to work. Joel wandered off to check in on the other departments, quietly making space for Perry and Richard, but he just couldn't keep it in. All afternoon, news that he was about to be a grandfather spread like wildfire. The entire pack was celebrating like it was a holiday. Everyone was offering their congratulations. So much for keeping it quiet. No one could help themselves. Sarah and Mara had been released. They might have had bad intentions toward Perry, but since they hadn't actually planted the pills, and given they'd paid a serious price lately, the matter wasn't pursued further. Mara had been in therapy, and mentally she'd stabilized a lot, pretty much back to normal. Sarah, on the other hand, had been through hell. Her body was bruised all over from the beatings, her face still swollen in spots. After showering and putting on clean clothes, she sat down in front of the mirror and barely recognized herself. Gaunt, hollowed out, miserable. Is this seriously me now? Irene looked worn out too, though she'd been improving bit by bit with the help of a healer. It's you, Sarah. I'm so glad you're home. Tears welled up in Sarah's reddened eyes. How did I end up like this? I look like a ghost. Even the bruises ached every time she moved. Mom, it felt like I went through actual hell, all because of Perry. I swear, I'm not letting this go. Frances pushed the door open, coming in with a glass of milk. Be glad you made it out. Don't waste your breath plotting against Perry. You'll never beat her. Too many people stand between her and danger. If you don't want to end up locked up again, don't go down that road. If possible, make up with her. Could actually benefit you. Make up with her? That's a joke, Sarah scoffed, still burning with anger. We didn't even drug her, and look at what we went through. I'm not letting her off the hook for this. Francis lost his temper. Do you want to burn the entire Ashen Pack to the ground? Quit messing around. Perry's your sister. Sarah was stubborn. No, she's not. She's the daughter of Helena and Damien. Dad, aren't you even a little disgusted? According to Helena, Perry's some kind of science project between you and Damien. Francis froze. What are you even talking about? Irene couldn't stay silent any longer. I don't know if Perry's your biological daughter, but that paternity test from 20 years ago? I faked it. It was all a lie. I admit it. Francis frowned. What did you say? Irene kept going. I was the one who set up Helena and Damien. I tricked you into going to that hotel, made you watch that whole scene. The truth is, Damien was already over Helena. He'd moved abroad and had a she-wolf there who was good for his future. But he still felt guilty, so he agreed to meet her one last time. Francis slumped onto the bed like he'd been hit. So Helena didn't betray me? I can't be sure, but yeah, I planned that meeting. And if you're still wondering whether Perry's really your daughter, get a DNA test if you want. But honestly, back then Helena and Damien probably didn't even sleep together, Irene admitted, her voice low. I was just obsessed with you. I wanted you so badly I didn't care who I hurt. So everything I did, it was to win you over. Helena and Perry, yeah, I wronged them. Sarah could barely hold back her rage. So what? Helena was a homewrecker anyway. Even without your scheme, she would have run off with her ex. Eventually, she had those two filthy bastards, Perry and Zachary. Francis snapped, voice like a whip. Watch your damn mouth. You've already paid for what you did, but still haven't learned a thing. Fine, go ahead. Keep pushing until you drag yourself and the Ashen Pack down with you. Sarah started crying, clearly shaken. It was the first time Francis had yelled at her like that because of Perry. You're being this harsh on me for her? Dad, I'm your daughter. Francis paced the room in frustration. Perry is my daughter too. The words were bitter on his tongue, the weight of years crushing him. He had loved Helena, but when he realized she still had feelings for Damien, his love turned icy. That's when Irene stepped in, loyal, seemingly devoted, and he convinced himself she was the one who truly loved him. So he ditched Helena, convinced she had betrayed him, even believed the child wasn't his. Now, out of nowhere, Irene was admitting it was all a lie. The real betrayal wasn't Helena's, it was his. Francis's heart twisted as he remembered Helena's sad, innocent eyes. After all these years, that tough heart of his finally cracked. You have any idea what you did? His voice trembled. You made me abandon her, humiliated her, and I disappointed Perry and Zachary too. I don't even deserve to be called their father. What kind of man does that? Maybe Irene hadn't expected this kind of reaction. What's with you? I've been here for you all these years. I stuck by you, gave you kids, went through everything with you. Are you blaming me now? Sarah shot him a glare. Dad's just all soft for Perry and Zachary now. Don't tell me you're planning on bringing them into Ashen Pack. That's not happening. Francis laughed coldly. You think they even care? Zachary was raised by Klaus. He treats Klaus like his real father. Perry grew up with her grandfather while I pretended she didn't exist. She's long since stopped thinking of me as family. What does Ashen Pack even mean to them? Sarah blinked, speechless. So, You're saying only we're pitiful enough to care about the pack. Francis didn't bother responding. He just turned and walked away. Sarah stood frozen. Mom, why'd you even tell him all this? You kept it hidden for over 20 years, and now you just let it out? Irene shook her head. I thought he wouldn't care. Come on, it's been over 20 years. I figured I could finally tell him everything. But the truth is, it's been eating me up inside. Every single time I think about it, it hurts. Back then, I did some terrible things just to marry your dad. Lately, I've been thinking, maybe it's all catching up with me now. I deserve to pay for what I did, but I really hope it doesn't drag you down with me. You've already been through so much. My heart aches for you. Sarah rolled her eyes. Payback? If anyone deserves karma, it's Perry. She ruined my life and never paid for it. Irene sighed, losing a bit of energy. I'm tired of all the fighting, and you should be too. I'm just glad you're back. Let's try to live a normal life from now on. Honestly, if you think about it, Perry never really did anything to us. We were the ones who pushed her away and hurt her, again and again. The truth? She's just lucky. Big people keep watching her back. She was Vinny's student growing up. Now she's got Richard wrapped around her finger, and Brant treats her like gold. She's too well connected, maybe even more than Richard. She's not someone we can mess with. So what now? Just suck it up? Sarah's voice was full of frustration. Irene said gently, what else can we do? If you're really not ready to let it go, then fix things with her. Be her sister again. Having someone like her on your side could help you in the long run. You two are half-sisters, not strangers. That's not bad at all. When people ask, you can say you're Richard's sister-in-law, Vinny Ritchie's student's younger sister. That sounds great, doesn't it? Sarah blinked. You're telling me to ride her coattails? Irene gave a dry chuckle. You have no idea how many people out there would kill for a piece of her spotlight and can't get close. If you can use it, then why not? Your little brother's coming home soon. He'll be taking over the Ashen pack. If Perry and Richard have his back, our pack could really rise again. Think of it as strategic. That actually made some sense to Sarah. Irene went on, you just got out and all that suffering you've been through. Now's the perfect time to make peace. It'll be easier now. So don't go being defensive with Perry. Just apologize, patch things up. Being sisters isn't the worst thing. But doesn't that mean I'll have to share my dad? Sarah mumbled. Tidying up her messy hair, Irene sighed. Oh, sweetie, he was Perry and Zachary's dad to begin with. That's not something we can change. If anyone's the extra here, it's us. Helena was with him first. Sarah still didn't totally get it, but if she could make use of Perry, she figured it was worth a try. Downstairs, Francis sat quietly for a long time before finally punching in Perry's number with shaking fingers. Perry, can we talk? Irene told me everything about what happened all those years ago. I know now. I wronged your mother. Perry froze. Irene told him about framing Helena? Or was this another setup from the both of them? Another trick to use her again? And I feel so guilty, Perry. I'd like to visit your mom's grave. Pay my respects. Is that okay? Perry felt her chest tighten. After so many years of silence, now he wants to show up feeling sorry? Don't bother. My mom wouldn't want someone like you anywhere near her grave. Perry, please don't say that. I know, I was wrong. I completely messed up. Just give me a chance to make it up to you. I know I used you before. I was awful, but I mean it. I'm sorry. I really regret it. Francis's voice cracked, full of emotion, like he was desperate for forgiveness. But his years of coldness, his ruthless exploitation in the last couple years, it had all killed whatever softness Perry might have had left for him. Don't you think it's too late now? I don't want to see you. And stop trying to pull me back into this. I'm done being used. That's not it. Not at all. You're strong, Perry. What could I possibly take from you? I just want a chance to fix what I broke. It's already way too late. Perry's heart ached too. Her own father had never treated her like she mattered. Francis knew Perry too well. Once she made up her mind, getting through to her was like trying to move a mountain. The next morning, Rosa tagged along with Perry Lake to International Department Store. The two of them chatted away about their recent lives. Everything sounded so peaceful and happy, like a perfect little family. Still no news on Damian Morrison? Rosa asked. Perry shook her head. Nope. Richard's been looking, but it's like he vanished. Maybe he's gone for good, or maybe he's changed his identity. If he doesn't want to be found, there's not much we can do. Anyway, Irene Morgan's already admitted to setting up my mom back then, so whether we find Damien or not doesn't really matter anymore. You're right, Rosa said quickly. Right now, the only thing you need to focus on is keeping that baby safe, nothing else. Just then, Irene and Sarah Lake walked toward them. Sarah had changed clothes and put on some makeup, but she still looked worn out and pale, nothing like her old self. As their eyes met, everyone froze awkwardly. Rosa instinctively stepped in front of Perry, shielding her while glaring coldly at the pair like they were toxic. Irene had brought Sarah out to lift her spirits a bit and maybe buy her something, but clearly hadn't expected to bump into Perry here. Wow, what a coincidence. Rosa's face tensed. Perry, let's go. Sarah frowned, frustration rising in her voice. What's that supposed to mean? Are we some kind of curse you need to run from? Rosa stared at her coolly. I don't know what you are, but whatever it is, don't think you can get close to Perry. Irene looked a little hurt. She'd spent years scheming against Perry, only to end up stripped of everything and dragging Sarah down with her. After spending time in that place, what rich family would ever want her daughter now? Get close to Perry? You're giving us too much credit. She's way out of our league. You don't need to worry about her. Perry looked Sarah over. This was classic self-inflicted damage. Sarah just couldn't help making things worse for herself. You're right. I'm not easy to mess with, so next time you see me around, take a detour. Sarah's eyes brimmed with tears. Once a proud princess, now she looked crushed and fragile. Months of suffering had stripped away all her arrogance. I know you must think I'm pathetic now. You must be laughing at me. Honestly, Perry hadn't even thought of laughing. Think whatever you want. Irene, let's go. But Sarah stepped in her way. Don't get cocky, Perry. I may be down now, but who knows? Tables turn fast. Luck won't stay on your side forever. Irene held her back and spoke more gently this time. Perry, Sarah's just upset. Please don't take it personally. Everything that happened before, that was my fault. I'm sorry. Sarah's face lit up with rage. Why would you apologize to her? After everything she's done to me, are you seriously losing it? Irene had no fight left in her. Years of plotting, and this was all she got back. Ruined reputations, and a daughter more broken than ever. Perry, on the other hand, kept getting stronger. Perry, we'll talk some other time. You two can keep shopping. I'll handle Sarah, she said before dragging her away. Sarah was fuming. What are you doing? We finally ran into her and you're pulling me away? I wanted to slap her. She ruined my life, locked me up so long, almost got me killed. And now you're siding with her? Mom, what happened to you? Where's your fire, your hate? Irene let out a long sigh. At the end of the day, it was all my fault. I got between Helena and Francis, tore their marriage apart on purpose, even took Perry's little brother and separated their family. If anyone has a right to hate me, it's them. And yet, even after all these years, I'm still hurting Perry. What goes around really does come around. I tried to bring her down, but in the end, we're the ones suffering. Sarah, I've thought it through. I don't want to fight anymore. As long as you and Jonathan are doing fine, I'm willing to let everything go. Find a chance to apologize to Perry. You two are sisters. It's not impossible she'll forgive you. If Jonathan ever wants to grow the Ashen Pack, she's someone we'll need. Not using that kind of connection would be plain stupid. Take a few days off, get some rest, then go back to work for the Ashen Pack, and stop picking fights with Perry. We're no match for her, seriously. She's way too capable. You need to start building your own strength too. Let the past go. Sarah had actually thought the same thing, but after everything she'd been through, the bitterness just wouldn't leave her. Using Perry to boost the Ashen Pack? Not a bad idea. I can swallow my pride and approach her, but if she blows me off or still looks down on me, then I'm not wasting my time. Irene gave a bitter chuckle. What right do we even have to ignore her? Perry's just too lucky, and there are so many people protecting her. We're not qualified to compete. Thinking about Perry's glowing face and genuine happiness just made Sarah feel worse about herself. Using Perry, yeah, she owes me that much anyway. She had to come up with a reason to justify giving in. They ran into each other again after another round through the stores, and this time, Sarah's earlier arrogance was gone. She stared at their shopping bags. "Baby stuff? Perry, are you pregnant?" She said it casually, but Perry got visibly tense. "What's that supposed to mean?" Sarah gave a thin, awkward smile. "Relax. You think I'd try to hurt you again? Please. Even if you held a knife to my neck, I wouldn't be dumb enough to go down that path again. I'm done. Tired of it all. Technically, we're sisters, and my mom admitted it. Back then, she forged a fake paternity test just to protect herself. Wow, that's why my dad rejected you." "Oh, I see." Perry's gaze darkened. "She lied to save her own skin. So everything we went through, what my mom, my brother, and I suffered, just gets swept under the rug. Is that it? She ruined my parents' marriage, accused my mom of having an affair with Damien, stole my little brother, caused my mom's death. And now, you think a few casual words will fix all that? You really think I'd just let that go?" "What do you want from me then?" Sarah snapped. She'd planned to come clean, make peace. She thought she was already backing down, but Perry lashed out and it ticked her off. "So you're never going to forgive anything? After all this, it's still not enough?" Rosa jumped in. "Wow, Sarah, seriously? The way you say that, like Perry owes you forgiveness just because everything's crumbled around you? You ever think maybe the reason you're in this mess is because you guys kept screwing her over? You dug your own grave." Sarah's eyes welled up. "I didn't know any of this back then. I really didn't. But we're sisters. That doesn't change. Perry, I'm sorry." It was the first time Sarah actually looked like she meant it. Irene added a soft, "sorry," then tugged Sarah away. She knew Perry wasn't going to forgive them that easily. Rosa watched them walk off. "Perry, I don't trust them a bit. Don't fall for it just because they said sorry. I think they've figured out you're pregnant now too. What do we do?" Perry didn't seem too worried. "Relax. I'm not letting anyone hurt me again." Sarah glanced back. "Mom, is she really pregnant again?" Irene tightened her grip on Sarah's hand. "You need to be careful and keep your distance. If something goes wrong again, she'll probably pin it on you. We can't afford another mess like that." Sarah mumbled, "Yeah, I get it. I meant, since I'm her sister, maybe I should get her something?" Irene nodded. "You're right. Since we already know, there's no need to avoid it. Come on, let's go pick out something for her." They walked into a maternity store. It was a bit early to buy baby stuff, so they just grabbed 2 cans of prenatal formula. Irene was curious and asked the clerk, "What brand did those 2 ladies who just came in buy?" One looked about my age, very refined, and the younger one, absolutely stunning. The clerk replied, "Oh, you mean Miss Lake? She purchased this one." Yes, that's the one, Lake." Irene bought the same brand, 2 cans, and also picked out a maternity outfit. On their way downstairs, they spotted Perry and Rosa sitting in a cafe and walked over. "We saw you buying formula just now, so we figured, congrats on the pregnancy." Irene's tone was a bit reserved, trying to tread carefully. "We got you some milk powder and clothes, me and Sarah. Hope you'll accept them. We didn't treat you right before, and we're sorry. From now on, we'll do better. You're Sarah's sister. We're family. We should be looking out for each other." Perry stared at her, unsure what to make of that sudden kindness. "What's with the gifts out of the blue?" Sarah jumped in. "It was my idea. You're my sister, and honestly, I'm tired of all the drama. I screwed things up big time when I should have had an awesome older sister. Anyway, I just want to say, I'm done with the fighting. I see you as my sister now." Rosa held back a laugh. With Perry's status, does she really need Sarah's approval? But hey, not her business. Perry said, "Well, since they're for me, just leave them here. I'll take them." "Thank you. It means a lot that you're willing to accept them. Take good care of yourself, Perry. Sarah and I are going to do a bit more shopping." Irene left the cafe feeling unexpectedly light, like a burden had been lifted. How peaceful it was to have one less enemy. She glanced back at Perry, a soft smile on her lips. Rosa peeked into the bag. "Formula? Yup. Probably the same stuff they bought earlier. Perry, don't even think about drinking this." Perry had no plans to, but with Irene handing it over so earnestly, it felt rude not to accept. "I know. I won't touch it. Just hand it to me once we're in the car. No need to risk mixing it up with the good stuff. Who knows what they put in it?" Rosa had no warm feelings for Irene, especially after Irene threatened her and she'd had Terry kidnap her, almost getting both Irene and Belen killed. Perry's phone rang. It was Richard. It was almost lunchtime, and he said Joel had brought lunch and soup to the office. Perry told him she was out shopping but would head back now. I better go. Irene, you'll help me carry the stuff, yeah? Looks like a bit much. Klaus had told Rosa to keep things smooth with Perry, not just because she'd saved his life, but also because of the Blood Moon Pack's influence. So when Perry invited her, Irene gladly accepted.